Hello there, Pokemon trainers from Philippines region. This is the World Championship Series qualifiers for our region. My name is Pikayuls, and joining me for today is Infinity. Infinity, how are you for today?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling accelerated as well because the thing is, like yesterday, we were seeing and we were looking at some of the teams that were able to register for the qualifiers for the Philippine region, and today, top 8 teams will remain.
Yeah, of course. And I have been seeing like one of the upcoming matches a while ago during our countdown scene. So I do believe we have Omega and Eenomen moving into this playoff. So I'm really excited. Familiar names out there, and brand new teams. But I've heard that there are players out there who actually competed way back to 2023 who will be making a huge comeback into the playoff stage for their own qualifiers in our region.
Yeah, it's a mix and match. You have some new players, some new teams joining into the fray of Pokemon Unite, and also some of the veterans that are having a lot of expectations
Yeah.
and having huge expectations on the lines to proceed into the grand finals, into the championship. So we'll see what we can expect and what we can look at for today's matchups.
Yeah, we were talking about championship, right? So we would like to remind everyone that this is the road to Anaheim, USA for the Worlds 2025, which will be held in August. And might I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we only have a lone slot, single slot only to qualify for Worlds. So before it was actually 2, and then there's like a +1 for the LCQ, right? So right now there's only one team from the Philippines region who will qualify for Worlds. So only the champion, only the strongest is allowed to travel for Anaheim. And want to tell you, I know all of the teams are all eyes in Talon, but what do you think is gonna happen at least for today?
I think overall it's just Talon who dominates so far over the past few years. They're stepping foot international stage time and time again, and even then, for the past few months, they were able to come through into Japan for the ACL Grand Final. So, well, rather ACL Final. So we'll see if Talon is still that dominant team. But so far, we have 32 teams that will come from 12 regional zones and other places as well that will have that opportunity to qualify for World Championship.
Yeah, we have 2 for Brazil, 3 for Europe, 3 from North America, 1 from Oceania, and of course for Asia Pacific East we have 2, that's from Philippines and Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Asia Pacific West, that's 2 from Indonesia, 1 in Malaysia, Singapore, 1 team from Thailand.
Yeah, there's just a lot of teams that we can really expect to be in World Championship. But zooming in into the Philippines, or well, rather APAC East, we only have one team, as you have mentioned a while ago, coming from the Philippines, and another coming in from Taiwan, Hong Kong region.
Yeah, really excited because this team probably is one of the most well-known when it comes to the global scene. Like from the Philippines, Talon had multiple global appearances. Same thing with Taiwan, Hong Kong, which was Alter Ego, who had a strong finish during ACL finals, marking their silver medal all the way into that tournament. But of course, they're not qualified for Worlds yet, so definitely they would have to go into their open qualifiers as well. But shift of attention first, we are here for Philippines qualifiers. Is it going to be Talon ruling at the top of our rankings, or will there be a new team going to be crowned as champions?
And that's today. Well, today we will figure things out, come through for the Philippines qualifiers, and of course we're battling for 37,500
Wow.
USD prize pool on the line, and also that single slot for the Philippines, or well, World Championship.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, right? Aside from the cash, you want to represent your region into the global stage. Multiple appearances, Philippines had a remarkable performance way back in 2023 Yokohama Worlds, which was OMO Abyssinian, who actually got silver during that tournament. So we're really setting our expectations for our region to be strong as way back then. But of course, for our tournament format, yesterday we had our single elimination open tournament. And of course, right now we only have top 8 teams that advance for the playoffs, which is double elimination.
Yeah, we mentioned this a while ago. Only the top 8 teams coming in for the open tournament and the registrations coming in for the Philippines qualifier will be able to proceed here into the playoffs, which we will have that double eliminations going through up until the very one grand finals.
Yeah, of course. And as far as I know, we will be broadcasting a couple of games out there in the playoffs. I do believe that round number 1 in the upper bracket already commenced. So I'm not really sure what are the games that we will broadcast, of course, but we've seen Omega already at the loading screen, so for sure we'll be seeing their team. But of course, for our match rules for today, of course, it's best of 3 with grand finals reset, a 10-minute format, and 5v5. That's going to be in Thea Sky Ruins, not the remote stadium, in draft mode, and of course, no limit in held items, so we will be seeing the new held items for today.
Yeah, it's very standard. We've seen this time and time again, usually for Pokemon Unite as a tournament in general. We've seen it back in Asia Champions League, and we're seeing it once more. But we have that global ban with Suicune not going to be in the equation for today.
Yeah, it's really, sad that Suicune won't be joining us. But, Suicune does travel a lot from Johto region. So, let Suicune will take his time, precious time indeed, to roam around Johto region. And we will be seeing a couple of Pokemon still in our matches for today.
Yeah, there's a lot that has changed. Ever since last year, we were looking at World Championship 2024. It was pretty much Talon who dominated that qualifiers, and this time around there is another opportunity for them to be able to at least rise to the occasion and other teams to contest them. But coming through into the draft mode, this is pretty much standard. Once again, we have the banning phase and the picking phase across the board, alternating between both sides, with purple side going first.
Oh yeah, you want to set your prioritization when it comes to picking the most important Pokemons depending on your strategy. But just a random question here, Infinity. If you are a player or you're a coach, what do you prefer? You do prefer on going into the first pick, which is a purple side, or you want to be on orange?
Yeah, I think I'm going to prefer purple side because historically speaking, so far we've seen a lot of these teams hyper prioritize purple side selection because of that first pick that has huge potential to really tip the scales to your favor, especially considering that it is right after the banning phase. So far, purple side would be something of my priority.
Oh, very understandable, right? Because there are other teams who prioritize a single Pokemon, and there are other teams who prioritize a duo worth of mechanism Pokemon. So let's take a look of our updated bracket. So we do have here for the upper bracket Thunderclap, Nimeria advancing in. Same thing with Rigo, Cheat Coders, Crusaders, and of course our all-time champion for how many years already, Talon.
Yeah, Talon has been very dominant in the Philippine region so far, being qualified last year in WCS 2024, and this time around they still are quite a dominating team. But so far, looking at this, as we have mentioned prior in the tournament format, today would be a double elimination setup across these 8 teams. Now looking at the lower bracket, we have Thunderclap Zenith up against Omega, and Enomen batting up against Code Unknown Fibonacci down into the lower bracket second match.
This is quite too early, actually, for Enomen and Code Unknown Fibonacci to, go head-to-head into the lower bracket, knowing that they are actually the finalists last year in the LCQ for APAC East in World Championships, wherein Enomen actually won up against Code Unknown Fibonacci. But here's the thing, Enomen had a change with their roster as well. We'll get to that later on. But of course, Code Unknown Fibonacci has been growing as a strong team as well. They had a powerful, much more powerful run during the winter tournament in 2025 compared to Enomen, which was formerly Blacklist International.
Yeah, I think there has been just a lot of shifts in terms of teams, in terms of players. Even Blacklist International was able to come through in the at least Philippine region, batting it out and getting a team for themselves. And I believe now it has been quite disbanded, but generally there has been a lot of these uptakes and there has been a lot of these changes in terms of teams and players across the board for Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, let's see what would be the rosters of these teams competing here, because I do believe that they're still on the scene despite Blacklist International not in action for today. But of course, for our prize pool, we do have a total of 37,500 USD, wherein our champion gets 15,000 USD, second 7,500 USD, 6,000 USD for our third, and of course for our fourth, that will be 3,000 USD.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of stakes on the line. On top of those prize pools that we're seeing so far, you also have that slot for the World Championship in Anaheim, USA, for that top 1, for the champions here today for the Philippines qualifiers. But across the board for 5th and 6th, you have 2,000 USD each, and 7 and 8 will receive 1,000 USD each.
Oh, all of the teams actually who are competing as of today has already, garnered their cash prizes. So it's all about to determine who will get the higher prize pool and at the same time who will represent our region for the upcoming World Championships. But I do believe we do have a game already or a series coming right up in the table, of course.
Yeah, we are moments away coming into series number 1. We are moments away coming in from that matchup.
Oh,
And
there we
as
go.
we have called it, right, you have Thunderclap Nymeria up against Omega as our very first series for today.
Wow, I thought it was actually Zenith, on the graphic a while ago, but I think it's a graphical error instead. So Thunderclap Nymeria up against Omega. I did a little bit of research, so Omega actually has a lot of familiar names out there in the scene. We do have Crayons. Actually, that was Nymeria. But for Omega, we do have Hitari, Lala, Ken, Rafi, and 23 Savage. A lot of familiar names. They were actually competing during the 2023 Philippine qualifiers for ACL as well, wherein they were formerly known as Night Fox. So a lot of teams out here, a lot of players are really setting the expectation. They're a formidable team in terms of individual firepower, but what about the chemistry for Omega? Because Nymeria, on the other hand, does have that, I believe.
Yeah, the coordination really does matter. Like on top of individual mechanics, on top of like the individual prowess coming in from each and every single one of these players, coordination and chemistry still plays a significant part coming down into these games.
Yeah, it's just, strength is not enough to determine what is gonna happen. Actually, this is not Nymeria. It's going to be Zenith up against Omega. So Omega, as I said a while ago, they had multiple global stage appearances. But for Thunderclap Zenith, they are probably one of the newest teams out here competing. New names to be specific, but you gotta love that they have been together since day number 1.
Yeah, Nymeria, Omega, lower bracket round number 1 here. Leafeon already removed along with Talonflame. And Talonflame so far, we have seen that power of just that Unite move, jumping into action immediately into those team battles. But so far, Zoroark will follow through as a ban.
Wow. Expected Speedsters has been really used a lot during the ACL final, so you can definitely see the inspiration. Teams already took down their notes in order who's going to be banned right away in order to minimize those Pokemons who can actually take down you as fast as they can. But right now, Thunderclap Nymeria is actually looking for their first pick. That's going to be Lucario, and we haven't been seeing this for quite much in tournaments.
Yeah, it definitely is not that priority pick, considering that you are also in the purple side selection. We're seeing a lot of these supporters, a lot of these hyper priority picks that could really change the tides in their favor. But so far, Lucario is a bit of that coin flip. But Omega answers back. Psyduck and Snorlax a bit defensive and a bit supportive as their first 2 picks.
Not just that, it's also aggressive as a defender and a supporter. So right now, Omega is having a powerful draft here, knowing that they are focused more on aggression and at the same time trying to protect their teammates. But on the other hand, Thunderclap here with the quick response. Cobalt will go for an Absol, which is relies more on those damages. Once you get ahead, definitely Cobalt can tear everyone down from Omega.
Yeah, pretty much the game plan here for Zenith. It's a lock-in coming from Umbreon and the follow-through damage from Absol and Lucario will be expected. But Omega will lock in onto Metagross alongside with Mewtwo Y. So very defensive in terms of their picks thus far with that defender of a Snorlax. And Metagross, as we all know, is very sustainable as well.
Yeah, very sustainable indeed. But Metagross here, on the other hand, despite having those shields, I feel like there is going to be a real lobby here because I just noticed that I think Sed from Thunderclap was having a hard time picking up his Pokemon, and suddenly when the time ticked to 0, Lucario was locked in. But just taking a look at the draft, like it's actually what do you call this? It's actually more on the side of Omega, who has an overwhelming draft compared to Thunderclap because they have defensive power, firepower as well in terms of offense. But Thunderclap has a lot of second chances in their table, knowing that they have Umbreon and a Hoopa on their team.
Yeah, sure. And as I've mentioned a while ago, right, during that initial part of the draft, coming to the side of Zenith specifically, their game plan is pretty much just lock in and then followed up through damage. And you have Absol, you have Lucario to do that that damage as well, alongside with the likes of Inteleon
Yeah.
onto their backsides as those snipe shots comes through. So this is the game plan coming from Zenith, and for Omega side, this is pretty much a well-balanced type of composition, a well-balanced type of draft. You have the likes of Metagross and Snorlax to be in front, and to be that defender, to be that stronghold bruiser into the front lines, and Psyduck, Mewtwo Y, and Gengar to act upon that initial setup from those frontliners.
So this is more on getting off a knockout up against a team, who's trying to wipe everyone down. So Omega, they want to wipe out everyone from Thunderclap. But on the other hand, Thunderclap wants to get KOs one by one in order to make their chances high in terms of win rate in fights.
Yeah, and now we are jumping into game number 1. It's a lower bracket round number 1. It's Thunderclap Zenith up against Omega. But thus far, we're not seeing Zenith move.
Oh yeah, I feel like this is going to be a re-lobby actually. I think it was included in the rulebook that you're not allowed to move in base once you are asking for a rematch or a re-lobby. So we're not quite sure if that is going to be granted, but this is a second chance as well for Thunderclap to rethink of their composition. But I'm quite wondering what could be the proper actions here. Is this going to be a total reset in draft, or are we gonna get to see the same draft as well?
Well, it's still up in question, right? We still haven't received news coming in from back and coming in from our team. So we'll wait and see what the ruling would be coming in for this game number 1. But so far, I'm liking the Umbreon pick. The Hoopa is still a formidable pick as well in terms of that support. You can go in for those resets. It's really just very strong if it comes down into that prolonged matchups, into that prolonged team fights. So far, I believe if ever it comes down into the composition in those drafts, specifically Umbreon and Hoopa can still be an expected pick coming in for the side of Zenith.
Yeah, but I would like to think as well, what could be the possible replacement for the Lucario? Because I think that was the major problem that Thunderclap experienced a while ago. Yes, I do love the picks that you said a while ago, the Umbreon, the Hoopa, quite formidable picks. But for an all-rounder, I think when they were dealing in top paths, Gyarados would be much of a viable option, knowing that you have a Hoopa that can bring you back into the base as soon as you can. So you gotta stack up those effort points, evolve immediately into Gyarados, and dominate the top path.
Yeah, sure. I think Gyarados is a bit of that coin flip as well, because in the initial stage of the game, there's pretty much no power from Magikarp that you can expect. It's pretty much that XP grind, XP game at the initial bout of the battle, of the matchup. So it is still a viable pick in terms of that Unite move that could set things up for the team. So if ever Gyarados can be picked up, that definitely is something to expect. If ever they're going still for that mean look, for that lock-in type of composition, and then follow up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, for sure. And Gyarados is just one of the primary options that we are actually thinking about. But I think there are still a lot of options when it comes to all-rounder who will play in top path. And mind to tell you, it's not just all-rounders. We have been seeing speedsters as well dominating top path. Meowscarada is being used quite often as well. And we do have a lot of options still. We have Aegislash, which is really used a lot during Asia Champions League. And for sure, we'll get to see it more even in this stage, but it still boils down to the decision of Thunderclap.
For sure, yeah. It's still really up to these teams on what the comfort picks are, because on top of the tier list, on top of like the strengths or the meta picks that we've seen so far over the past few tournaments and even up until today, it's really going to boil down on what your comfort picks are going to be, what your team is practiced and accustomed to in terms of the type of composition that we have in game. So really, it really boils down into what Zenith wants, what Omega wants coming down into series number 1.
Yeah, and I think that is the good part for Zenith as well. Just like I've said a while ago, they're one of the newest teams out here. And for sure, some of these teams have no idea how Zenith practices in terms of, composition, execution as well. So somewhat that could be an advantage, making them unknown into the tournament scene, but at the same time, it could be a disadvantage as well, knowing that they lack exposure, and Omega for sure, in terms of individual skill sets, they have experience a lot.
There's just pros and cons into everything, if you
Yeah.
can think about it, right? If you're going in blindly, or well, at least unknowingly, you have that advantage of that mystery. What type of Pokemon this team is going to use, what type of composition this team is going to use is a big question mark for the rest of the crew. But also, as you have mentioned, right, the no experience or lack of experience
Yeah.
is also a bit of that downfall, right? It's really unfortunate, but it really is how you kind of maneuver around your advantages and disadvantages and capitalize on your strengths to be able to come through on top here in the qualifiers.
Yeah, do agree. It's all about execution. It's all about the teamwork that they have built over the past few years and months as well as they play together. And Thunderclap Zenith doesn't lack that. They have that kind of teamwork. They did multiple composition, multiple experiments in order to come out on top as well and even participate in this tournament, at least for the playoffs. But you know, we're just experiencing technical difficulty, so we do apologize for that one. We're just waiting for our decision in order to determine what has to be fixed and what has to be picked into that draft.
But once again, if you are new into Pokemon Unite, the Championship Series, at least specifically here today for the World Championship Series, Philippines Qualifier, these teams are batting it out for a total prize pool of 37,500 USD, and the top one will get a lion's share of 15,000 in a slot in World Championship this August in Anaheim, USA.
Yeah, and I'm just excited what's about to happen, at least for today. Let's talk about more on the players that we saw a while ago during the draft. We have been seeing multiple team names actually from Omega. We have someone from Thunderclap before. We have someone from Oddman Out or OMO as well, which was Rafi. 23 Savage coming back in the scene for like how many years? Was that 1 or 2 years as far as I know? He's like a formidable attacker as well before, but you know, he had a little bit of a break into the scene, but we'll see if that break actually made him break through those difficulties, or is he stuck on the same situation, just like what was the performance he had like years ago.
Sure, and I think the thing to consider as well, that having that experience, even if you took a break, is a proof of mechanical prowess coming individually for 23 Savage, and it's a transferable skill. If you took a break, yes, you're going to be a bit out of the loop.
Yeah.
But you can still apply and adapt into those situations quite quickly, and I feel like 23 Savage coming back into those games, coming back into the team and the competitive scene will be a huge advantage and a huge asset coming from any team that will take him.
Yeah, for sure. And I do believe that he does have that experience and exposure in order to adapt as quick as he could. So we'll see what will be the execution here for Omega. They actually fell down up against Ezen Rigo a while ago during the upper bracket, and majority of their members actually was former members as well from Rigo who competed in, let's say, multiple community tournaments out there.
Yeah, it's pretty much just finding your vibe, or well, at least finding your footing across the board for the competitive scene. Practice would be the name of the game here. Consistently to really just hone your skills and hone your mechanical prowess into the game. So pretty much a lot of these teams expectedly would be looking for those matches and looking for places and situations where they can hone that craft and hone that individual mechanical skills.
Yeah, for sure. They need those mechanical skills individually, and applying a proper teamwork would definitely an unstoppable force for Team Omega as well. So, guys, this is an exciting match that we are about to witness. This is actually lower bracket round 1 and match number 1. So, definitely the team who will be losing here in the series will have to say goodbye and settle for 8th to 7th place. But on the other hand, the team winning this will advance even deeper into the lower bracket and have a chance to compete in the grand finals.
Yeah, that is what these teams are expecting and what they're really looking forward into, a position into the grand final spot and an opportunity to step into the World Championship. But once again, for the viewers watching at home, we are going to see soon enough Alolan Raichu as it will join the fray as an attacker, and pretty much don't miss the new beach style Holo Air.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we have our new battle pass as well coming up in season 31. Of course, make sure to get it. And it begins on April 17th, which is going to be Thursday. And of course, get the Noble Style Leafeon, Sacred Style Eldegoss, and the Noble Style Leafeon Trainer Fashion set as well. So we have a lot of Holowers coming up as well in the game. We have a new Unite license, just like what you've said, a Alolan Raichu joining the fray as an attacker. So I'm really excited what's about to happen here. Will Alolan Raichu, be used a lot in the upcoming worlds, or it will be a Pokemon, that has been going back and forth into the scene?
Okay, so far, looking at a pattern, these new licenses have been, the priority in terms of those picks. When Darkrai was released, it was picked consistently at the initial stage, especially coming down into NA region, where we saw a lot of these Darkrai's come up into those situations and come up into these compositions. So far, maybe a Alolan Raichu would be the same in terms of that priority pick. If nothing has been changed, if a similar pattern can be expected, maybe we could see that coin flip jump once again into these new Pokemon releases coming from Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, really excited on what's about to unfold and what will be the journey of the trainers here in actually using Alolan Raichu in the future. And by the way, Suicune not available for today as well. I know a lot of people have been using Suicune as a defender who actually set up some plays, some crowd controls as well. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Suicune, but in the future, I feel like Suicune will somehow still dominate the meta, knowing that its kit provides a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, and I think that really is quite a structure, like a cornerstone rather. Coming into compositions, you really want Pokemon that could set up these plays and that could initiate on the battle, right? And has significant amount of HP to be able to tank onto those matchups. But once again, we are moments away from game number 1, series number 1 between Zenith and Omega.
Thunderclap versus Omega. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start. So there hasn't been any changes in terms of draft. So it's going to be still Lucario being used by Thunderclap, Zenith, and Omega will still use the same composition. Shiro as a defender, I'm loving this concept because I have been seeing him use a little bit of an all-rounder before.
Yeah, and an all-rounder so far has been one of the greatest part, if not the greatest part as well, in terms of this composition, because it's so flexible. You can act as a frontliner and you can act as an attacker as well to deal hefty amount of damage, and that has been what we've been seeing so far, even in the past tournaments before today. But looking and zooming into this game, Omega having that Metagross, having that Gengar, this needs a bit of time to be able to scale. So that is pretty much what we can expect coming from Omega. It's all about looking for those XPs and levels.
Ooh, what a nice engage coming in from Kobel. Has to eject back immediately. Hero taken down, but here comes the response. Coming in from Thunderclap, Zenith. Not enough reinforcement. Great coordination by Omega. 2 KOs for their team.
But now Lucario and Absol, a bit of a pickle, getting pincered out. Omega jumps through but will not go for the chase.
And that is actually a powerful engage for Omega in order to get those Swablues and Altarias gain that XP advantage. And right now, Thunderclap Zenith has to advance even further, get those evolution up on going. And luckily, they do have an Umbreon online already. Will this be a foul play or a mean look?
It could possibly go for both, but expectedly, having that defender, having that frontliner, it would be that mean look to be able to set up those plays as well. A good pushback coming from Psyduck, really opposing that reset for the Lucario.
Alright, Lucario has a lot of Aeo's energy. We cannot see the conversion, but all the way into the middle side. They are fighting for the Swablues and Altarios. Mega Mewtwo takes down the Absol here, and Shiro was pinched down all the way into the central area. There is actually a response coming here from Hitori. Hitori wants the KO, and he was burned down, plus the score conversion comes up from Omega.
And Omega will be able to take down Tier 1 goals on into the bottom side. You have Gengar defending top lane as well. well. So it's not going to be as a big of a deficit for Omega to take a risky play, to go all in into the bottom path. 80 points advantage in the first couple of minutes into the game, but 20 seconds. We have our first objective that will come up. This will be an opportunity for Zenith to try and look for an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, but I'm loving so far here the performance of Zenith, not dropping their rhythm. They're catching up a lot in terms of XPs if you're going to be taking a look at the level department. That's why they have confidence to engage into this team fight. Snipe Shot won't make it, so this will be another opportunity for Omega to reset their rotation.
Regieleki will be started up by Thunderclap Zenith. You have Umbreon into the backside as well.
And that is going to be an objective coming in from the Registeel. And right now, who's looking pinched down? It's going to be Shiro, stuck at the middle of nowhere. Hitari wants to take down the KO, but there's no follow-up. And look at the heavy slam in order to take him down. The Lucario was pinched down all the way into tall grass. Gyro Ball will not hit, and this will be a reset for Zenith.
Yeah, and now you also have Snorlax down low, cannot push through into that fight. Regieleki will be denied though, so that's a huge thing coming for the side of Omega.
And right now, they want more wild Pokemons here at the side of Omega. They want to make sure that they are up and ahead up against Thunderclap Zenith.
So far, it boils down, or at least quiets down for now, as both teams are already taking objectives left and right, and Omega at a huge advantage so far. That Registeel being taken towards their side and denying that Regieleki definitely puts them at the forefront of this matchup. And so far, they are currently denying a lot of these Altaris and Swablues, these wild Pokemons for Thunderclap Zenith.
Yeah, but the lead is not that large as we expected, because as we can see, Omega is actually dominating this matchup, yet Thunderclap Zenith catches up a lot, so they can actually go for the flip later on in the final stretch, but we still do have a lot of time, 5 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Oh, for sure, there is still a lot of these opportunities and a lot of time for them to be able to make it back. It's still just a 80-point lead for the side of Omega, but so far, Omega really wants to deny that Tier 1 goes on.
Nice leap coming in from Hitari, but look at the block coming all the way from Omega in order to jail everyone down by Raffi from that computed crush. Unite move comes down from the Lucario, but everyone is going to be stepping in all the way into the goal zone at the side of Omega in order to score faster, and that's a lot of knockouts coming in their favor.
Yeah, and Omega will be able to capitalize onto that one as well. Another Tier 1 goal zone goes down for the side of Thunderclap Zenith. Now the Regieleki will be up next on the eyes of Omega.
Alright, Regirock available as well in bottom path, being started by Omega. Thunderclap Zenith cannot advance even further, knowing that they are really behind in terms of positioning. But look at the Absol at level 11. That could actually set up the tone for Thunderclap Zenith. They just need to invest more on their Unite moves and get the proper timing in team fights.
Yeah, it's very difficult right now for Zenith to act upon the situation right now, as you have Regieleki putting a lot of pressure on top path, and then you have Omega transitioning down into the bottom objective, getting the Regirock as well. If Zenith focusing to contest onto the Regirock, they will lose the Tier 2 goal zone on top. So they have to pick one, and they pick defending the Tier 2 goal zone.
Yeah, they really have to play defensively here. But Omega having additional attack and defense already by having those two Regi objectives on their hand is a huge advantage up against Zenith, knowing that Zenith is a little bit behind already, and at the same time, they don't have any firepower objectives from bottom path.
Yeah. And now you have the transition going through for Thunderclap Zenith into the bottom path.
Rings Unbound already pop off here. Let's see where the reinforcement is coming from. That's going to be a knockout at the favor of Zenith. And look at those punches being thrown by the Rings Unbound. But Hitari, on the other hand, is just on the ground, puts everyone to sleep. There's no KOs left. But look at that. Another trade coming in from both sides. That's going to be a teleport in coming in from the Savage. He's just basic attacking everywhere else. But look at the Lucario doing the job, but still not enough for Zenith to do a wipe up against Omega.
Hitari did such an amazing job from that team fight, going into the backside and actually dismembering at least and confusing their opponents on what to prioritize. They picked up onto Hitari, but they left these squishy targets, these damage dealers available for the rest of the crew. It was Metagross, it was Mewtwo Y who was able to capitalize on that opportunity, and there you go, the wipeout comes through right after onto Zenith's opportunity, and all in. Now, once again, objective comes up, Regieleki onto the top path.
Wow, first 40 points here as well from Thunderclap Zenith. But another objective will boil down for Omega, making such a huge pressure up against Thunderclap Zenith, knowing that 10 seconds away, there's going to be Rayquaza up and going at the central area. So this is a huge pressure for Thunderclap Zenith, but I think they're going to let go through that Regieleki and focus on flipping things down. Here comes the rings and bound. Everyone is bursting down. Computer Crush was cancelled immediately, but still it's going to be Omega who's going to be taking down the last hit on the Rayquaza, and they just did a wipe out up against Thunderclap Zenith, and they're going to get every goal zone that Zenith has.
5 KOs across the board. Rayquaza denied. Omega once again shows dominance here in game number 1. From the very beginning up until the end, they sustained their advantage. And so far, it's Zenith who is in a big deficit, as Omega is at the precipice of taking the advantage here in the series.
One last opportunity for Thunderclap. They can turn the tides down if they can be quick and take down the KOs. But here is going to be the shields being propped by Omega. Can they take Savage down immediately? But there goes Hittery all the way from the back, taking a KO for their team.
Yeah, but at this point, Thunderclap Zenith, I don't know if we should hype them, because the thing is, it's just so difficult at this stage for Omega, or well, at least Zenith, to be able to come back. And yes, you have a couple of kills, or well, rather eliminations, but can you really translate it into the point conversion into those goal zones? It's really unfortunate. Omega's just playing gatekeepers here for them to not be able to come through and gain those point advantage back to their side with 30 seconds remaining and a 727 point lead. Omega is sitting at a really, really good state in this game 1.
We cannot see the coordination. Everything is scattered around for Thunderclap Zenith, in which they need to do a total reset for the upcoming game number 2, as Omega with a dominating performance here on game 1 of their series.
Amazing start coming in from Team Omega. Lower bracket, round 1, game number 1. Absolute dominance being shown there by Omega, as they have an advantage, and it's currently sitting at match point in the lower bracket thus far up against Zenith.
And I actually love the idea on how they actually use that Gengar as well. Knowing that Hittery provides a lot of impact towards that team fight, you know, putting everyone to sleep, the Phantom Ambush from the back is just surprising everyone else at the side of Thunderclap Zenith. So that has been a huge impact towards their team, and for sure, they need to reassess how game number 2 is going to boil down.
Yeah, for sure. You have the composition that could definitely do a bit of work coming for the side of Thunderclap Zenith if they want to change things up. Umbreon has definitely, definitely is still a stronghold coming down into the front line that could initiate some of these setups. And then you also have the Hoopa that could really utilize those resets. Unfortunately, it hasn't been capitalized to its maximum potential coming in from that game. You still have a lot of opportunities with that elevator that could deny a lot of these possibilities that Omega was doing in game number 1 of just going all in into a single location. They need not to go for a full man, 5-man staying in a single lane, going in for the defense. Once again, they have the Hoopa to do that for them, for that quick assist and quick support if ever it boils down into a huge fight. Unfortunately, Thunderclap Zenith still has to really look into what they could really pinpoint to take a win up against Omega.
Yeah, I think it's more on execution that they have to work on, because there are actually plays from Thunderclap Zenith wherein you can see the coordination of their team, the shot calls, where you have to position yourself. I think that is, you know, within their communication. But in terms of execution, I think they need more up against Omega, who's so strong in terms of individual firepower. These trainers have proved a lot in the scene way back for years. And for sure, They want to make a global comeback here. But on the other hand, Thunderclap Zenith, they have that kind of chemistry. So what they need is to step up their game, step up that execution, surprise Omega in unexpected plays, and definitely they can coin flip this game.
Yeah, for sure. There's still opportunity. Always there's still an opportunity. In terms of that best of three, they could definitely just put this into a marathon, turn the tide, flip the switch rather, and then have that reverse sweep happening for them. But so far, if Omega consistency, if we see that momentum come through into game number 2, it will still be a huge hurdle for Zenith to overcome.
Yeah, that will be big. I just love the idea that Thunderclap was actually attempting to do the flip. But, it's a little bit too late. Omega has tons of Pokemons to do the last hit on the Rayquaza, and they were actually able to pull off that job, making that flip impossible for their team.
Yeah, it definitely is. So game number 2, we can expect maybe a different scenario in terms of that composition, or a different setup and a different maneuverability in terms of the strategy in the game, how they rotate. Still very important for them to have a pinpoint and really look into their composition, what the winning conditions are. They have to look at that. They have to pinpoint and get that through, because they can utilize the likes of the Hoopa pretty well into those situations of an aggressive setup coming from Omega, but we weren't really able to see a huge highlight of that.
Yeah, I think one thing that I have to point out as well is that the Lucario had a little bit of an impact a while ago during game number 1. Like, yes, it was pushing back opponents a while ago, but the amount of damage of a Lucario can do is underwhelming a while ago. It could have been better if the execution was way better, or they could actually change down the Pokemon if they are not really used to using Lucario up until this point. Because All-Rounder plays a huge role in teams. You are the secondary defender, and at the same time, you are the secondary damage dealer as well when your attackers are not available.
Yeah, it's something that could definitely change down into game number 2, because the thing is, like, these teams are now thinking about what should the draft be.
Yeah.
Are we going to go for a bit of that well-balanced draft composition wherein you have defenders, you have supporters, you have attackers and all-rounders and speedsters as well, to be a central lane as a Pokemon as well, just going in and having that early impact into the game. I think that is also one of those bigger situations and bigger advantages of speedsters getting up ahead into the early situations, because it can really impact those top paths and bottom paths into your favor. So it really depends on those rotations. So we'll see coming down into game number 1 if anything would change in the draft.
Said not going to play for Thunderclap here. Shiro takes the spot instead as well. So right now, first ban is going to be Leafeon. And by the way, Thunderclap Zenith, they chose to stay on the purple side. They want that prioritization as well into this game.
Yeah, we have Talonflame once again alongside the Leafeon removed into the picks and bans for game number 2 alongside with the Zeraora.
Yeah. So Zeraora, we have been talking about this a while ago off the camera, right? Like, is Zeraora really a huge thing already? Overlord proved it actually in the ACL finals, which was held last week because of that Volt Switch and Discharge moveset. But right now, let's focus here. Thunderclap Zenith gets Psyduck immediately against Omega, taking one of their Pokemons a while ago during Game 1.
I love the denial. Psyduck has been a really good Pokemon for the side of Omega, really denying a lot of the situations for reset with the Hoopa, with that pushback and the knockback. So Thunderclap Zenith denial for Omega's side, the really huge thing coming in for the team. But after that, you have Mewtwo Y also locked in.
Yeah, Mewtwo Y still one of the best attackers here. So they actually switched from Inteleon to Mewtwo Y. They want to make sure that they have those sure hits with the Side Strike compared to a Snipe Shot wherein you have to aim it very well. Though very, very rewarding, at least if you manage to land it. But they want to go for the much more consistent lineup, get that Surge as well, an additional firepower. But they have this combo that they are trying to do. Comfy and Zoroark being hovered.
Yeah, this is a bit of a risk, right? You have a huge play in terms of Zoroark and Comfey going together at standing united into those team fights, but it's also a huge risk. So this is pretty much a high risk, high reward type of competition coming for the side of Zenith, especially considering that they also have that Psyduck as a double support. But for the side of Omega, once again capitalizing on a well-balanced draft. You have the likes of Hoopa to aid the rest of the crew, Snorlax to be in front, you have Gengar as a speedster, and then Inteleon as the damage dealer, and Mimikyu to set those plays up.
Yeah, and this Mimikyu could actually seal Bird Can here from Thunderclap, which is the Zoroark. You know, once that Play With Me pops off, definitely a Zoroark cannot move the way as it pleases. But I like this setup for Bird Can from Thunderclap. He does use the Axle Bracer here, so he's gonna focus more on KOs and assists in order to scale up those attacks and get the attacking prowess as early as they can.
I mean, that's pretty much the role of these speedsters. That's pretty much the role coming in, especially coming down onto the likes of Zoroark as one of the key Pokemon for Thunderclap Zenith, because you're really investing a lot of assets into the Zoroark, into this composition, having the Comfey as well, expectedly going always with you, because you're a very, very squishy Pokemon. So you want Zoroark to be in the front lines, to be ahead in levels, XPs, in points, and even in KOs.
Yeah, so this is going to be the heal Comfey for sure. It's not going to be the Sweet Kiss. You know, despite Sweet Kiss had a buff during the recent patch, so I do believe that's still going to be the heal. They want to sustain that Zoroark as much as they can in order for them to take down potential KOs later on in team fights.
Yeah, for sure. It's the heal, it's a sustain. It's pretty much what we have seen so far over the past few tournaments and even the past few years. But now we are back. We are into game number 2. Pretty much the same set of bands, same size from both these teams as well, but a totally different composition.
Totally different indeed, but what could be the result? Is it going to be different, or is it going to be the same, at least for game number 2? Thunderclap Zenith is actually looking forward to bounce back a lot in this game, and right now they want to make sure that they get ahead of time, starting things up very aggressive.
But there's a bit brand new. You have Zoroark going into the top path instead of the central area. Not as expected, because so far from what we have seen over the past few years, and even a lot of teams capitalizing on this type of combo, it's always that central area. Comfey going into the sidelines as well, but sooner or later at level 4, level 5, that is when Comfey starts to go with the Zoroark. But today, it's a different story.
Yeah, different story. I'm quite shocked on what was the decision here for Thunderclap Zenith, because they want to make sure that that Zoroark is online as much as possible, because look at that. You're just going to shred, your HP is just going to shred down immediately once the execution from Omega comes up and online, and you know, you're just knocked out immediately because of the HP that you have, and you don't have enough defense to go and sustain those fights.
Yeah, in addition to that as well, the level disadvantage, because you have more potential rather, going to the central area, going in with these wild Pokemon instead of that top hat. You're sharing those XPs, and you also have to battle up against 2 other opponents into the top path or the bottom path. So this is really, really unique of a situation for Zenith. And now in this initial bout, in this initial stage of game number 2, Zoroark pretty much is so behind in terms of XP.
Yeah, we'll see if Thunderclap can actually pull this one off. And I do feel like there has to be a switch in terms of lanes that we are seeing as of the moment. So we do have Zoroark online already. Let's see if it can do a surprise attack. But on the other hand, it's Omega here trying to be aggressive up against Zenith all the way in bottom path. Look at that heavy slam landing immediately. But here comes Mewtwo Y, dealing a lot of damage, but the ambush was not successful for Thunderclap Zenith for them to get a KO.
And you also have to consider that Zenith is utilizing double supporters, so pretty much in terms of that firepower, it's a bit lacking, and Omega has that advantage.
Oh, look at that trick setup from Raffi here. Omega trying to be their best out there as they take a KO up against Zoroark, and right now they're pushing their limits. Heavy slam lands immediately, but the snipe shot will miss up against that Psyduck. So it's not going to be 2 KOs for them, but at least they got one, and they're eyeing on the objective Regirock at this point.
Regirock will be available. Omega starts it up. You have Ceruledge as well going to the backside, hoping to contest it. It is pretty much a 4v3. Snorlax might go down, but able able to come back.
Ooh la la, nice heavy slam. Still gets the last hit here for Omega, blocking the pathway for them to advance even further. Psyduck taken down immediately on that fight. So Thunderclap Zenith will not overextend, but instead go to their goal zone, make sure to defend things down, block everyone out here, says Omega. But what could be next? They want more KOs. They took down the Ceruledge, and Comfy's up next. Play with me in order to seal him down. This is such huge firepower for Omega. They don't want Thunderclap Zenith to have a breathing room.
And while that's happening, you have another objective. Going to the side of Omega, they have secured the Reggie Alecki. So overall, 2 out of 2 objectives alongside the Tier 1 goal zone secured. Everything's going in favor for the side of Omega.
Pressure is just everywhere. Thunderclap Zenith cannot breathe the way they want to. I do understand that their rotations, their execution, their ambushes were on point, but Omega is trying to read them like a book. So Thunderclap Zenith, there must be a change in how they execute things up. Make sure that they're unpredictable like Omega, because Omega keeps on predicting their movements.
Yeah, and now on top of that, they're up ahead by a huge margin as well. In average, Omega is already sitting at level 10, level 11, and Zenith still sitting at level 9 and level 10. A 1 level lead is such a big disparity and will become a huge advantage for Omega's side as well. They have full control over the central area as well. Pincer maneuver.
Oh, nice side strike. But look at the heavy slam. Perfectly timed out there in order to chase down that Zoroark. But the Unite move comes in. Revenant Rend as well. But look at the backline coming here. Azure Spy Vision. Snipe shots are just waiting to be popped off. Hittery will be taken down as well. But Play With Me pop off once again to get the Mewtwo Y on its track. And Omega wants to score. But here comes Shiro all the way from base to the pod in order to defend things down. But Snorlax will defend it immediately. Ooh, nice heavy slam. Not going to be quite enough. Thunderclap Zenith bounces back with 2 KOs, and they want the Registeel.
The Registeel is open. Hoopa is still here. The Unite move still available. Rings Unbound goes up.
And here comes the reinforcement coming in from Omega, but that is just too quick for Thunderclap Zenith. They want to advance even more further to get those KOs. A little bit of an overextension coming here from the Mewtwo Y. Lala's heavy slam are not just hitting, but Shiro might be taken down immediately by Raffi because of those Shadow Claws. Indeed, 2 KOs for Omega once again.
And that is what we're looking at. The utilization of the Hoopa, the Rings Unbound, perfect time for them as well. I gotta tip my hats off to Snorlax. That block was phenomenal. It was perfect to dissuade Zenith on their potential all-in, because they were hoping for it. They got the Registeel already, but Omega was able to push them back. Now Regieleki will be open.
And Thunderclap Zenith decides to not push it, decides not to contest the objective, but instead defend things down. They want to make sure that their Unite moves are up and online before the final stretch. 3:30 in this kind of state. Thunderclap needs to be careful, needs to catch up in terms of XP department, but for Omega, they need to play safe. They don't want to overestimate, or they don't want to underestimate Thunderclap, because one fight is enough to be a breakthrough for this team.
But overall, Zenith was able to transition really well. Level 13 already for the likes of Birdcan, and this is what they need. They need Zoroark to be up ahead, and thus far they're able to capitalize on that. So good adjustments and good adaptability coming in for the likes of Zenith, but would this be enough? Because the rest of the crew is still on an XP deficit. They really need to capitalize onto the Zoroark, deal damage, get those KOs up and running, especially before the 2-minute mark comes up, before Rayquaza comes to the equation.
Omega wants to fight. They're looking for a room out here. They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity, waiting for Thunderclap Zenith to overextend. They still have a chance to get that objective all the way from bottom path. If that's Regice, definitely they're going to cancel it out. But if it's a different objective, they want to make sure that they do get it as well. And it is going to be a Registeel. And for sure, Omega wants that attacking prowess later on. They have that Hoopa on central lane. So definitely Rings and Bounds will be popped up, and the fight will break through later on.
Snorlax, good zone coming through for Omega. Pushes Thunderclap Zenith back. You still have all Unite moves readily available for both sides, as you have 8 seconds remaining. As Snorlax pushes and goes in for that knockup. Will not go for the all-in so far, but Rayquaza comes up.
Here we go. Omega needs to play defense, but they can actually force the fight if they want to. Look at the Zoroark. Look at Birdcan. just trying to be patient and look for an opportunity. And Omega is just a gatekeeper here. They don't want to go for the first engage despite having that advantage, and they're actually taking off the Rayquaza in order to bait Thunderclap immediately.
No information coming from Thunderclap Zenith. Half HP already for Rayquaza. The reset comes through.
Oh, KO!
Mimikyu gets a KO.
Oh, and this is going to be quick for Omega immediately. The block
Zoroark
comes through, but look at Birdcan trying to do his best as he takes down the main attacker. But here we go. Play With Me was pop off in order to seal him down. But Hidori was taken down as well into the fight. There's just 3 members left from Omega, while 5 members are still up and going for Thunderclap Zenith.
And now they pivot themselves, going on to the Rayquaza, but Snorlax is still there, going in for that block. Quick Crumb comes through.
Raffi with the Shadow Claws plus the Trick Room, trying to be agile, trying to do the damage here instead. But there's too many members out here for Thunderclap Zenith. But look at that slam from Omega as they take the Rayquaza once again. Raffi doing it everything in terms of damage department.
A full wipeout. Omega gets that 5 KO to their side. That KO streak for Mimikyu. Phenomenal play overall. It was so close, however, it was Birdcan who got eliminated from that Rayquaza fight. Omega knows who their targets are, and the priority is on to Birdcan. And so far, they will get the Rayquaza, they will get that buff, they will sustain their lead, and they will balloon it into a massive advantage.
A little bit too deep from the Rayquaza's pit as he get punished by Omega immediately, and that heavy slam was on point to get that last laugh all the way from Rayquaza. And Omega advances deeper into the lower bracket.
Amazing start for today's day 2 of the Philippines Qualifier for the World Championship. This series, we're seeing how Omega plays it out. It's all about that aggression, and in the early game, they're really just able to sustain and push back Thunderclap Zenith. It's not as big of a difference from what we have seen in game number 1, but their playstyle this time around is slow and methodical. It is their name. Pretty much the name of the game coming through for the side of Omega. And so far, Thunderclap Zenith with that double supporter and having a Zoroark with a flip coin type of composition will not be able to work out.
Yeah, but it could have worked, right? It's more on higher risk, higher reward composition that they were trying to do at least. But, you know, Birdcan was stuck during the last fight a while ago up against Rayquaza. He got picked off immediately by the members of Omega, and there was actually no second chance for them, knowing that Hoopa is not with them, just like with game number 1. They don't have reinforcements.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for them to really win if they're able to scale in terms of Birdcan, if they're able to build onto him as well from game number 2. However, there is a big loophole, or there's a big question mark in terms of their composition, right? Going in for that double supporter, there is no defender whatsoever. It's pretty much all about that damage. But Zoroark was so far behind in the initial couple of minutes into the game that really just became a huge deficit and a disadvantage for the likes of Zenith, for it to become a bit mission impossible, if you may.
I want to see Zenith come back once again into the scene. You know, they're probably the newest team here in the region, in the competition of Pokemon UNITE playoffs, but for sure, they will be a formidable team in the future. They want to make sure that they come back stronger because they did a big introduction already towards the scene. Zenith, despite not having the expectations of the fans, because it was really an overwhelming victory here for Omega. They really did their job. Their brothers are still here, Thunderclap, Nymeria, and for sure, Nymeria is ready to take down everyone in their obstacle. But of course, I do have my friend here at my, at my other side. Care to introduce yourself?
I mean, I think I should remain a mystery until I see myself in the screen.
All right. So we'll just wait for that. But overall, Omega is really a promising team. Despite, I do believe that this team is much more of a last-minute team because they do have their own teams before, but they managed to, compact themselves as a team, join together as one, and eventually, probably dominate the lower bracket even further because this team has a lot of expectation, has a lot of experience indeed, and for sure, they have a potential to make a deep run in the tournament.
Well, yeah, I think this team still has a lot to prove, still has a lot to grow for. And yeah, it could possibly remain a strong team that we should look out for in the future. And now, as we're going to go back to the topic itself, the next matchup is quite spicy.
Oh,
It is. It is. It is so
there we go.
spicy.
Yeah.
By the way, hi guys. My name is Kaori together I'm
Alright.
with Pikayuls. Or is
Alright.
Pikayuls with me?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm really excited. Kaori is here, ladies and gentlemen, as our new trainer joining us to bring the action, of course, for World Championships Philippines qualifiers. And you've said that our next matchup
Oh
is
yeah.
going to be spicy. Isen Omento
Ah.
up against Kodanon Fibonacci right off the bat. And this is going to be the lower bracket, so no second chances indeed. And this team has a known rivalry.
Really, they really have a rivalry. I mean, from fighting for the second slot of Worlds.
That was actually third, right? Third
Yeah,
slot.
the third slot after fighting for that, and now they are facing each other on who will send out of this tournament, like going to be eighth. And that is surprising, knowing that Isan Omento and Kodanon Fibonacci, both of these teams are your top 4 caliber teams. They are always there in the top 4, but now, unfortunately, they would have to face each other and they would have to duke it out in a match where we don't know what's going to happen, because Isan Omento and Kodanon Fibonacci, both teams have underwent through changes in their rosters. But, it's still the same ingredients, and it is still the same recipe for both of the teams. So I'm just excited on how well they will fare out against each other, because if you're going to notice, Isan Omento got 2-0'd by cheat coders in the upper bracket, while Code Unknown Fibonacci actually took it to 3 games with Talon.
Wow. That's going to show how formidable of a team Code Unknown Fibonacci is. But really surprised here. Isan Omento on the lower bracket. We know that they are one of the powerhouses teams here in our region, but cheat codes, Crusaders actually took them down, and I do believe we have a familiar name out there, which is JR Absent.
Oh yeah.
Actually played before for Elevate, played for Talon as well, by the way, during the winter tournament, and right now he is leading his own team out there together with Talares, Kalel, Priosk, and Maddie. Really familiar names, but let's go back into our main matchup, at least for now. It's going to be Kodanon Fibonacci, ladies and gentlemen. It's the usual Steam, Ulap, Ana, Mithril, and Hua, which used to be TBD during during the winter tournament.
I mean, for the side of Team Isan Omento, we have also known as...
He's MXI right now.
Oh, he's MXI right now.
Not just, MXI is, his original in-game name.
Yeah,
Trainer name, right?
MXI.
Before he became
from season 0 to until now. We have Ryu on the defender. We have Sent, Chuya, or also known as Luis. Or Jisoo, all of those nicknames. He was originally from Elevate, if you know, and Miva as well. And as well, JD on the 6-man role for the side of Isan Omento.
Yeah, so this is more or less an Elevate and Blacklist International combined powers, right? So that was their former teams, by the way, for those who don't know or doesn't have any idea on what are the journeys of these trainers have been. But originally, there were actually Isan Omento as well during the last World Championship series, right? Wherein it was actually JT, MXI, Susu, Ryu, Sent, and who's the other? Dramp. There we go.
Yeah,
Dramp was actually their 5th man. But right now, Dramp will be departing from the team, and Lewis and Miva joining their team as reinforcements.
I think the storyline for this one is that on whose fragments will shine the brightest, because on the other hand, for Code Unknown Fibonacci, you have the players there that made up the team, and for the side of Isan Omento, you have the fragments of what is left of Elevate from last season, now combining their shared strength with Isan Omento. This is a key matchup, really, because both of these teams, we all know their caliber, we all know their performances and their results, but we have to see from this one, as we are now in the draft phase for our Match number 2 in the lower bracket round number 1. It's going to be Isan Omento on the purple side up against Code Unknown Fibonacci on the orange side.
Actually, it's quite opposite, right? I think Code Unknown
Oh,
Fibonacci should be on the purple,
Yeah.
and Isan Omento should be on the orange side. But yeah, regardless, this is one of a matchup that's really scary to watch, nerve-wracking as well.
Exactly.
But you know, everything happens for a reason. Let's get into it. Blissey and Leafeon banned right off the bat here for Code Unknown Fibonacci. They really want to make sure that they utilize those crowd control composition, because Blissey with Safeguard and Helping Hand has been the usual moveset compared to last year, which was actually Egg Bomb and Soft Boil.
And I think for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, I think the reason why they banned out this Pokemon is that you have MXI here, who's like an aficionado of the Blissey. He is quite used to using the Blissey, but yeah, and taking out the Hoopa and the Absol as well. We have seen Code Unknown Fibonacci, you know, using it quite a lot, and they've actually utilized it up in their matchup against Talon. And now I think Isan Omento got the idea, or got the formula and what Pokemons they need to ban out, so they decided to take it out.
Okay, so this is more on Isan Omento traditional lineup, not their trump card. You know what I mean when I say trump card for you know, Fibonacci. Oh, here we go. This is making them unpredictable. All right, Comfy and a Zero Aura combo from MXI and Miva. We haven't seen this duo for quite some time, but this makes it interesting. So it's all left to Lewis what's going to be the attacker. But going into Code Unknown Fibonacci, they have Steam with the Mewtwo instead of an Inteleon. So really makes it interesting. They want to make sure they land the sure hits, and there's actually a backup damage as well coming from Ana and Mithril.
And wow, a Greninja though.
Oh wow.
Being picked up here by Chuya. It's a surprising pick. It really is, especially on the attacker role side of things. It's exciting to see, but if you're Code Unknown Fibonacci, I think you also are very, very happy with that pick, because you have the Talonflame on your back end, also the Aegislash as well.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like Isan Omento, they have a well-balanced lineup, right? That's given.
Yeah.
They can sustain Miva as well, all the way to the central area, but can this Greninja, can Chuya actually be a key player for them? Because this is not like any other attackers wherein you have a lot of range. You know, Water Shuriken's range is very short compared to Steam, who has a Side Strike and Teleport.
Yeah, I mean, the playstyle of Greninja is more of that of a speedster than an attacker. So yeah, I think the composition here for the side of Team Isan Omento is that they are planning to have these 3 core players in which they're on where Comfy or MXI could actually go in, you know, and help them out. Because if they lose one, oh, it's fine. We still have Miva. Oh yeah, it's fine. We still have Chuya. Oh yeah, it's fine. We still have Scent. So they're pivoting around that idea while also having that insane number of damage that they can deal and dish out. But if they're on the side of Team Code Unknown Fibonacci, they would have to be very careful with Ana and Talonflame, because you know the capabilities of the Talonflame when it comes to burst damages, and not to mention the secure potential that Pokemon has. So, well, what can we say, folks? And once again, welcome to the Taya Sky Ruins. This is going to be Isan Omento up against Code Unknown Fibonacci. Game number 1, match number 2 of lower bracket round number 1 starts now.
Yeah, and JT, by the way, will be sitting for Isan Omento. So this is actually an interesting one, knowing that JT was their former key player for their team. But right now, we'll get to see a different Isan Omento, but still, their core is pretty much available out there. But Code Unknown Fibonacci, they have been a solid team for the past tournaments that we've witnessed, especially on the Winter Tournament, having a stronger finish compared to Isan Omento, or known as Blacklist International as well.
Wow, and it's going to be a fast rotation here coming in from Code Unknown Fibonacci, but so far no KOs as of the moment. But it is going to be Ana low on HP here down bottom, but they're going in once again. First KO falls into the hands of that Slowbro, and they are not stopping just yet, and Chuya is going to be the collateral damage, and once again onto the top path is going to be Isan Omento finding a trade of their own which got them the lead.
Yeah, this is their signature, right? They don't want to be behind as much as possible. Eenomen really wants to make sure that they do have a huge trade that will favor them a lot. You know, come back in terms of XP department, come back in terms of scores. They want to make sure that they don't get behind. That has been their signature mark as well. So right now, Kodanon Fibonacci, they want to be aggressive once again. They know they have an advantage so far.
Yeah, they know that they have an advantage so far, but the rotations coming in from Eenomen, and it's going to be Team that is going to be collected here in the bottom path. And now they're looking for more as Rio dives in. And one low slow bro could possibly mean that it could going to get taken down, but Chuya just decides to dunk. Then Eenomen keep finding these trades, keep finding these opportunities, but Miva will go down. And once again, Ana goes back in, goes back out, and another KO coming in from Ulap. And that is going to be Eenomen being forced away from their bottom goal zone.
And that is going to be multiple scores coming your way, but it's not quite over yet.
Ooh, it's not quite over yet. And here comes Ryu together with Chuya trying to fight 4 members. But here comes Miva and MXI in the mix. And it's going to be one down member for the side of Kodanon Fibonacci. And once again, Chuya finds another. And 2 members left to defend this one. Can they defend it quite well? And that is going to be another one, possibly. And Hua couldn't hold that much longer. And once again, Eenomen continuing their dominance here on the bottom path.
Oh, a little bit too overwhelming for Kodanon Fibonacci to advance even further. Eenomen has a huge lead already after that long rally that they had up against Kodanon Fibonacci. What a beautiful side strike.
That is going to be a kind of an overextension, and CNC now committed here by Cent, and it's going to be Steam that is going to get caught up in the mix. And there's going to be a dance party here onto the bottom path, and it's going to be Eenomen winning it out. But onto the top lane, there's going to be Ana having that trade and getting that Reggie Aleki, but Miva is there to defend it, and now the Reggie still is up for grabs.
This is non-stop action. Eenomen is just dominating this matchup so far. They got a Registeel for their own good, but look at Miva being knocked out after Ana dropped down with that fly.
Actually, that is a good move coming in from Ana, actually finding a trade for Kodanon Fibonacci from that one, because in that sequence, it was Eenomen getting the information, getting the advantage over Kodanon Fibonacci with their super high-paced rotations all around the map, finding plays, finding picks, finding fights. It's what they want, and that has been their recipe for almost a year now.
Yeah. Recipe indeed. But look at that, what a pull coming in from Hua. Trying to set up a pace here, trying to set up a pressure up against Eenomen. You know, potentially get some KOs because they know they do have reinforcements waiting up there, which is Mithril, but they're so careful. They know that there is going to be a huge threat coming up from Eenomen at this point.
Yeah, because they've been quite used to the playstyle of Eenomen where they would just send their members, like send their 4 members rotating and then leave one out on the opposite end of the map. And therefore, that has been finding success for the side of Eenomen. And Ryu decides to go for that 7-point score there onto the top path. Trying to break this goal zone will be successful, but that would be the exchange of this Pokemon. Oh, not quite yet. They're going to check this bush, but there's going to be Miva with a discharge together with a Unite move coming in from Chuya. And oh no, for the side of Kodanon Fibonacci, they did not process that well as Eenomen capitalizes on that one.
Nice Plasma Gale in order to give an area of effect damage after popping that one off. That's a KO for their team as well as positional advantage. They want to take down that tier 1 goal zone as fast as they can in order for Eenomen to go deeper into the map. So right now, they want to set their expectations, you know, get those wild Pokemons taken away against Kodanon Fibonacci and get that position, but it doesn't happen quite the way they want it to.
And now there is going to be a match up here up top. Ana tries to go win. Slow Beam now committed onto Cent. Cent is going to be the first casualty here for the side of Eenomen. They are running and backing away from this fight as they know that they are low on numbers. Slow Smoked to just try and delay this Reggie Aleki. But there is going to be one that is going to be left behind. Hua forces to use the Unite move there from that Psyduck. And then it's going to be a defense for the side of Eenomen, but another trade here for the side of Kodanon Fibonacci. They would claim the Regirock here, down bottom. That is a nice play from Kodanon Fibonacci. They didn't force things out onto the top path. They could have fought but they decided not to because there is still a lot more in the map that they could take. Wild Pokemons, the Reggie that is currently taken right now. You know that those kind of things actually matters when it comes to the later stages of the match.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, if you noticed a while ago, Slow Smoke was popped off actually from the Comfy, where in Regieleki stopped its tracks before the Slow Smoke, so that could actually, you know, a little bit of a minor impact, but at the same time, it bought a lot of time for that battle item not being available.
And now Sant, just forced to use the Unite move, would get taken down, and Ana with that fly make sure that he gets out of that one safely, and another KO would be picked up as 3 members for the side of Izen Omento gets taken down, and Code Unknown Fibonacci. This has been their strategy. If Izen Omento has their own, Code Unknown Fibonacci also has their own. And it's kind of like the game where they will find super nice timings all around the map because they are just very well scattered and they have the information and everything like that. They like to play the passive game. They like to play it kind of defensive, kind of play it surgically in comparison to Isenomento's aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, Isenamento, they got knocked out, but at the same time, they don't have their Unite moves for Miva,
Oh, yeah.
and actually their Metagross as well, so that's going to cause a lot of impact for their team. Golden of Fibonacci is complete in terms of power before the final stretch comes up, so Golden of Fibonacci must force things down immediately in order to take a huge advantage up against Izen Omento in fighting for Rayquaza.
And speaking of Rayquaza, this could be a play coming in from the side of Izen Omento. They're just waiting patiently, but that is going to be information gathered. And now Chuya is going to be revealed in the map. 6-point lead is what separates this game, and a Rayquaza that is available for the taking. And both of the teams very careful with this one.
I love the position as well from Fibonacci. They want to make sure that there's no host on their composition, but knockout comes in over the side of Izenamento.
That is huge, and that is going to be the slow bro down for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, which means no slow beam. And now they're going in. Here comes Miva using the Unite move to just try and chase. And now onto the back lane. It's going to be Ana trying to make some miracle happen. Flame Sweep would not find anyone, but Izenomento would find 3. And that is going to be huge, as sent to KO streak.
Oh, not looking good here for Golden of Fibonacci. What a slow beam in order to delay the
fly.
tactics. The fly will drop down. Not going to be quite enough to go for the last hit.
Oh, wow. And as an Omento, it's going to be Chuya securing the Rayquaza. That was a clean fight coming in from Izen Omento. And the surrender comes in for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, which means it's going to be Izen Omento winning that first map. And wow, I'm just stunned as to how Izenomento played that one so carefully. Even though Code Unknown Fibonacci got the information onto where Chuya is, they still kind of panicked and they kind of invested into the team fight heavily. The slow beam wasn't even used, so it was a lot of problems for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, where Izenomento kind of maximized their advantage when it comes to their positioning, because mind you, they let the Regieleki go into their top goal zone, and then they decided to just, you know, have this position. Let's get this position. Let's wait for a moment of opportunity or possibly a crack in their armor. Then we go in.
Yeah, and they found a loophole as well. You know, after taking down Ulap in that fight, they know they had a big opening already. No one can actually seal off Chuya or Miva with a slow beam. So that was their biggest opportunity. I haven't been seeing the impact of the Infinite Cyburn as well from Steam, so I think that's one thing that Code Unknown Fibonacci can actually, you know, bounce back with later on, at least in game number 2. Because, you know, you need those crowd controls to come up on your team, and for sure, they need more, right? Who was not enough? For sure, Ulap is not enough as well. It's only Steam who can do multiple crowd controls. Everything is just single targeted for their team.
But if you're going to see here and the battle data as well, Ulap, despite being the defender, has the most damage dealt for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, while on the side of Izenomento, it's going to be Chuya here with a 49,000 damage. And now here's the highlights as to what happened in that game. On the early stages of the match, it was quite clear that Code Unknown Fibonacci kind of got the upper hand, while Izenomento, they found their openings, they found their rhythm. in the middle stages of the match where they got the lead as well. So yeah, it's the little fights like this that matters the most when it comes to this game, because you scale, you level up, you evolve. It's all that matters here.
Yeah. But Golden and Fibonacci, they had a great chance a while ago. It's just a matter of maintaining the lead as well as, trying to play the mind games.
Yeah.
Because you have to be very careful, especially on the last fight, which is the final stretch, knowing that you're very close. You're very close
Mhm.
in terms of score. You can go for back caps. You could go for playing time, play defense. But I think they were a little bit overextended during that last moments on the Rayquaz's pit. That's why their defender, was taken out immediately, was knocked out immediately from
Yeah.
their team. So they do need a slow bro. They do need that in order to shut down Miva immediately with the Plasma Gale, because that is the huge impact of a slow bro. It's just your slow beam that is needed on the fight, and everything follows up between your teammates.
Yeah, because it's kind of called, it's a tradition kind of in the Philippine region, is that it's called the minus one
Yeah,
tactic.
-1.
The
Yeah,
minus
there we
one
go.
tactic where the slow bro would just use a slow beam. But in this case, Izenomento was able to capitalize out of that one because they were so out of position, and where Code Unknown Fibonacci has kind of their members scattered all across the map. And that was a nice try coming in from Anna. That was kind of scary for the side of Izenomento, but it was a bit too early. That fly was used a bit too early, and therefore, it resulted into Izenomento still securing that one. It was a clean Rayquaza fight for the side of Izenomento, but it was a better late game for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, but they just couldn't close the game.
I feel like if Ana gets the Rayquaza as well, I feel like it's not enough as well for their team to get the win.
Uh-huh.
Simply because he's the only Pokemon up on online for their team a while ago. I think their Mewtwo Y as well was available, but it's just two Pokemons. That's just around 200 points. And definitely Isenamento could back up and deny those, multiple scores coming up from their team. So
Of course.
backup will be available as well. It would take time for their other Pokemon to come out from the Pokemon Center. So it's still Isen Omento's game because of the mind games that they did during the last
Yeah.
2 minutes of the game.
It's the heart of the champion that prevailed for game number 1, and that is going to be Izenomento now on match point. Code Unknown Fibonacci 1 foot forward into exiting this tournament.
Yeah.
I'm still quite shocked that these two teams are now duking it out in the first round of the
Yeah.
lower bracket, and now we are in the draft phase for our game number 2, for match number 2. It's Code Unknown Fibonacci up against Izenomento, now up 1-0.
Oh yeah, right off the bat. It makes me wonder if Kodanon Fibonacci will try to replicate their strategy. That's how I call it. Replicate that composition because it actually worked on their favor. But the thing is, Mewtwo Y, Infinite Cybern has to step up even more in order to have that information for their team. And at the same time, a little bit of a crowd control for, in unison or in area of effect because they only had single targets a while ago, right? Because of that side up, because of that slow bro as well from their team. So they need more. They need more in terms of crowd controls. Maybe a Delphox would do
Yeah,
as an attacker.
yeah, because with the fanciful fireworks here, it could counter so much of the members of Izenomento. But hold up, Izenomento is cooking something, and it's something new. 2 speedsters now in their hands. Miva on that Talonflame and Scent on that Leafeon. Earlier, it was kind of revolving around, that Metagross pick,
Yeah.
kind of tanky, kind of beefy, but now it's going to be 2 speedsters, and speed is the name of the game, as they're going to try and hunt down here the core members of Code Unknown Fibonacci. And Chuya, with the Venusaur,
Venusaur.
they are pulling every trick out of the hat. I mean, like literally.
This is familiar. If MXI goes Sableye,
Uh-huh.
whoa, there we go!
Oh my
there
God!
we go! There we go! They're bringing the trump card
Oh,
out.
wow.
This is what I meant, ladies and gentlemen, by the
Oh,
trump
wow.
card of Izen Omento. They got 3 speedsters, they got MXI on Sableye, and for sure, Rio will be there as a defender.
Greedent!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go! I know this lineup very familiar. When you see this in Izen Omezo, they're at their 200%.
Oh, wow. they decided to bring it out, but Code Unknown Fibonacci, Mithril on that Zacian would be the one who could cut down all of these members for the side of Eenomen. And now the name of the game for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci is that give Ana the space and have Mithril have his fair 1v1 fights up against Eenomen, because Eenomen, they're just going to poke you around, they're going to run away, they're going to do their thing, they're going to score a lot. And that is going to be their game for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. I think the game plan here is just simple. Don't let Eenomen get the momentum from this game, because it would be hard to stop, especially with 3 speedsters.
Right?
I mean, maybe a 4th with Sableye and a 5th with Greedent with that Covet. It's just wow. I'm so impressed with the current lineup. It's so fun, you know. Pokemon Unite. I love Pokemon Unite. You know,
Oh yeah.
the variations with the strategies. You know, it's not just the meta. You know, you have your own. You can pick your favorite Pokemon and they would still work out. So download Pokemon Unite today and enjoy the game.
Yeah. And this is just Eenomen trying to be, the main characters at this
Yeah.
point. They want to make sure that they do get the spotlight. But we're focusing too much on Eenomen.
Yeah.
Never forget that Ulap is on Trevenant as well.
Oh,
and
wow.
Trevenant is one of his signature Pokemons in the pool.
But if I'm correct, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
Code Unknown Fibonacci's Ulap was originally an attacker main.
Yeah, right?
Right? So yeah, kind of a new phase for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, and now MXI trying to do an ambush here on the forest side here of Code Unknown Fibonacci. So no steals whatsoever at the moment. Actually, there is going to be one, and Ryu is successful in taking the blue buff here, and I think that is a win-win for the side of Eenomen. But Code Unknown Fibonacci got 2 KOs on their main Pokemon, and that is going to be Ana. And now it's Scent being left alone, but Miva diving in, and is going to get caught out here amidst of the battle. Code Unknown Fibonacci finding the opportunities to punish the members of Eenomen.
Looking strong so far for both teams. We'll see what will happen here instead. A forced goal is trying to be attempted here all the way from Eenomen. Greedent not available up and online. It's still Spovet out here. Multiple knockouts are falling down. So Eenomen is starting a little bit too slow here. But at the same time, they do have that late game prowess.
Yeah, they have that late game prowess, and when I said earlier that Mithril needs to have those 1v1s, and that is not one of it, as 4 members of Eenomen dived straight into the Sword Dog here of Code Unknown Fibonacci, and MXI still not stopping with the ambushes, not stopping with the steals, with the tricky plays of this Sableye, and Eenomen, they're getting what they want. As you can see, 8 minutes is the time that is currently remaining in this match, but already 1 goal zone is down for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, and Ryu once again gets that blue buff on that Greedent, but is going to pay the price for it. He's going to get taken down, and another 15-pointer going to be dunked here for the side of Eenomen. And now the chase coming in from Code Unknown Fibonacci. Eenomen just kind of too slippery at this point, and they would need to find a favorable team fight, because that is where Code Unknown Fibonacci will win. And now here comes the engage coming in from Eenomen, but that is going to be a huge setup coming in from Code Unknown Fibonacci, and Eenomen gets shut down there. And a huge play for Code Unknown.
They're starting to stay strong. You want to make sure that they're consistent. They have trades as well. Eenomen, on the other hand, just kept on doing their job, score back and forth as well. But Code Unknown Fibonacci relies more in team fights in order to get those XPs and gain that macro gameplay, in order to dominate the level department, the damage department later on. But here comes the thing. It's not just about damages, it's about scoring. And that is what Eenomen wants to happen.
They're playing the game as it was made. You score more points, you win the game. And now they're collapsing onto the top lane, sending 5 members there, and they are successful in taking out that Psyduck. And now Ulap, very low on HP, the pivotal member, the one that is needed to set up everything. But Mithril going in, Emerald 2-step not going to be used here, and it's going to be Chuya just running away from his own demise. 3 KO streak from Ana. That's what I'm telling you, give Ana the space. Give Ana the farm, give Ana everything, and he will be the one to secure this match for you. And now they are trying to stop the onslaught that Ana is currently giving Eenomen. And Eenomen, yes, they're currently in the lead when it comes to the scores, but when it comes to XPs and levels, it's going to be Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Yeah, not so convinced so far by the gameplay of Eenomen because they're down into the level department just like what you said.
Oh,
but here comes
wow.
the engage once again. Multiple pick-offs, KOs at the side of Eenomen, and they're not yet done.
They're not yet done, indeed, and that is going to be Mithril down as well, and this 5 members free to score onto the top path. It's a scoring galore for the side of Eenomen, and they're not stopping just yet.
That Infinite Cyburn was actually a little bit too early as well from Code Unknown Fibonacci. It could have happened the moment that they destroyed the goal zone, so they have nowhere to go.
So they're kind of just like stuck up there. Like what happened earlier, that was actually the one that set it up Eenomen where they got wiped by Code Unknown Fibonacci. I think Code Unknown Fibonacci needs to find another play like that for them to capitalize it. And now there's going to be a check bush coming in from Hua, but yeah, Miva is just going to fly away from that one.
Yeah, can fly away indeed. Right now, who's on the lead? It's still Eenomen going back and forth in terms of scoring department, but for sure they want to contest that Regieleki up top.
Yeah, they want to contest it indeed, but it's going to be going to the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci, and I think Eenomen, they're just playing their own game at this point. On the bottom path, it's going to be Sent taking down the Registeel. It's going to be Chuya scoring down bottom path, even if he only has like 7 points in his pockets. But still, they're going to be in the lead. It's going to be MXI taken down. The chase onto Steam, and wow, a perfectly timed dodge there from that Mewtwo will result in that Mewtwo surviving that encounter. And now Chuya trying to run away for dear life. Here's going to be using the Unite move here. Still running, still on the run.
Triple trample. Not enough for him to back away into the team fight. But might tell you, we still have 4 minutes left into the game, so Eenomen can outsmart Code Unknown Fibonacci as much as they can. Go for the scoring department as well. But here's the thing, here's the biggest disadvantage of their lineup. They are too deep already. They took down 3 goal zones to be specific. There's only 1 goal zone left that is very close into their goal zone as well. So they need to go all the way down into their base, and that is going to be very difficult despite being a speedster because you don't have enough sustain. And once they come in, engage the team fight, you can actually be knocked out immediately.
Do you know what the play is here though that could be for the side of Eenomen?
It's going to be the Sableye, of course.
No, it's actually, you know, the members just collecting as much points as they can, because if you're going to look at Code Unknown Fibonacci, even if they get the Rayquaza, it won't be enough to suffice and cover the Aeos energy that Team Eenomen currently has. But it's still going to be very risky because once again, Code Unknown Fibonacci could go for round number 2 and score some more. So it's still kind of a tricky situation here for the side of Eenomen. But right now, they're currently leading in the match. But when it comes to those 5v5s, those scrambles, those scraps, it's going to be Code Unknown Fibonacci going out and coming out on top.
But here's the thing, like, this is what I meant by the Sableye, right? You can use your Unite move as soon as Code Unknown Fibonacci gets the Rayquaza, given the fact that you're not taken down immediately. So that is one of the key factors that they have to consider as well. But right now, Eenomen wants to get that last lap towards Regice in order to equalize the XP department.
Actually, they're kind of in the lead now when it comes to the XP department. 2 level 13s on their side. Almost 4.
Yeah.
Almost 3 rather.
Yeah.
Now they have 3 level 13s, 3 speedsters on that level 13 mark. It's going to be very huge for them. Look at their play. Look at what they're doing.
Backcapping. Backcapping
Oh
indeed.
wow, what are they doing right now? And it's going to be Sent and Ryu. It's going to be Ryu guarding that slot, and now Mithril being forced to defend alone. And that is going to be a huge Unite coming in from that Mewtwo, as the strikes from above will strike heavily on the hearts of Eenomen. But it's going to be a 1-for-2 trade. They still have a chance. They still have a shot at this one. Miva scoring a hundo down bottom path.
That's a hundo.
That's a hundo indeed. But will they stop the take here of the Rayquaza? As Ryu goes in, it's going to be collected now for the side of Code Unknown Fibonacci. They have the opportunity to score a lot of points. And for the side of Eenomen, you have to actually delay them. But that is going to be 100 for Ana onto the bottom path. And another huge points there. And now it's going to be Kotanong Fibonacci in the lead.
1 minute left. There's still a chance for Eenomen to bounce back a lot. Cent is a little bit of a trouble here. Do you want to make sure that he gets the knockout Emerald two-step to take it down, my guy?
Emerald two-step in the face. That is going to be one Swordog taken down, and another Psyduck as well. Going to be another casualty. 5 members still left alive for the side of Team Eenomen. They are planning for one big push. But Ana here trying to score. Just trying to find a window of opportunity, but still it's going to be Kotanong Fibonacci in the lead. They are now starting the siege onto the last goal zone here of Kotanong Fibonacci. They are scoring and they are dumping the points. They got it! And now they are currently in the lead. The fight is now scrappy. 20 seconds left in the clock. Kotanong Fibonacci, are you going to get decoded by Eenomen? Will it be once again
15 seconds.
Eenomen coming out on top? And now it's going to be the last 10 seconds as the time is dwindling down. Hope is now going to be left alone. And Kotanong Fibonacci will actually say goodbye in this tournament as Eenomen perseveres. They prevailed. And they got out of that one in a spectacular fashion. It was not in the way that we expected. We expected a huge fight to happen, but they just got the opportunity to actually score.
Man, Luis Chuya leading the charge in terms of scoring department.
Oh, man.
That capabilities of a Dodrio to score 3 times is just phenomenal for their team. They want to make sure that they get that scoring prowess, and at the same time, that speed coming from Eenomen. They're all speedsters, actually 5 speedsters. I have to consider.
Yeah, 5 speedsters.
They're so quick, and when they step on the goal zone, they can score much more faster.
Yeah, because it's like what I said for the side of Kotanong Fibonacci is that you don't have the leisure to actually give Eenomen that kind of a lead when it comes to the early stages of the match. But the thing is, Kotanong Fibonacci manages to actually, you know, close out the game, but Eenomen very smart on their tactics where they just opted to get those Regis down bottom, get those XPs, you know, actually get a lot of wild Pokemons on their hands, and they're just, you know, they were just fantastic. As this game highlights is going to be shown now on screen. It's going to be Ryu, you know, doing Ryu things, just stealing those buffs with that green, and, you know, kind of frustrating if you're the forester of Kotanong Fibonacci.
My God. Eenomen pulling off another strat right off the bat. Like, here's the thing. I do feel like it's just Eenomen doing this kind of strategy. It's unexpected. It's more on high risk, high reward. You have the scoring prowess no matter what happens. But at the same time, if you get taken out, if you get knocked out by Kotanong Fibonacci or any other team, it's just total goodbye for your team. And look at that. Infinite Cyburn was a little bit too early. It could have been popped off the way they were scoring already in the goal zone. That could have stopped the tracks and minimized the lead of Eenomen.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Eenomen, the thing is with their lineup is that they also have the damage needed, you know, and that last defense that they had was made possible just because they were at the right place at the right time. They caught up the Psyduck, you know, they caught up Mithril, and that is going to be a 1v1 Cent, turning into a $1 million baby, taking down that Zacian, and that 1v1, that was pivotal, that was huge for the side of Eenomen. He was all in with that one. As you can see, he used the X attack together with the Razor Leaf and the Unite move as well. Emerald two-step in the face was actually the one that sealed the deal, and Eenomen, you know, still alive in this tournament. They are going to be running it back in the lower bracket with a shot at Destiny, and you know, but still, Kotanong Fibonacci, they're still a very, very strong team. You know, it's just kind of unfortunate that these two teams had to collide this early, but GG still to Kotanong Fibonacci for, you know, trying and making it to the top 8. No easy feat, mind you, because Philippines, you know, and our region, it's one of the harder region, and one of, like, I mean, all of the regions are the same, but top 8 is still top 8, and
Yeah.
congrats still to Code Unknown Fibonacci for making it this far. They are a very solid team, and we hope to see more of them the next season.
Yeah, I want to see them in the future, actually, knowing that Code Unknown Fibonacci is one of the most formidable teams in our region. But of course, someone has to say goodbye for us in the tournament. That's going to be Thunderclap, Zenith, and Code Unknown Fibonacci having an early exit in the tournament. Still getting that $1,000 prize pool from the prize
$1,000
pool.
buckaroonies.
Man, that's actually huge
Yeah,
already. Like if
I
you're
mean, yeah.
if we're talking about Philippine peso, that's a lot for their team.
Okay, can I convert it for
Alright,
you?
go ahead, do the math, my guy. Come on,
Okay,
come on.
so as of the moment, I will.
All right.
Okay.
Man, that's like basic math.
Can you give me a drum roll, please? 57,384.82 Philippine peso is
Oh
the
my
conversion of the 1,000 USD to PHP. So congratulations to TZ Zenith and Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Yeah, and despite they're not going to be our representatives, of course, for the World Championships in Anaheim, we still have 6 teams trying to fight it all out and make sure that they represent our region with flying colors. But congratulations, of course, to Omega and Isen Omento advancing even further into the tournament. And for sure, we want them to be in action as much as possible. But as far as I know, Talon, Isen Rigo, Thunderclap, Nymeria, and Cheat Coders, Crusaders are still, having a flash out there in the upper bracket. Unless something commenced off stream already.
Something commenced off stream already.
There
It's going to be Isen Rego on the upper bracket finals. Currently waiting for the winner of, I think, Talon versus Cheat Coders, right?
Oh, there we go. So that matchup is actually a huge one as well. Knowing that Cheat Code Crusaders has JR absent leading the charge with very familiar names from I do believe former members of Secret Rare during Philippine Open qualifiers during 2023, right?
Yeah.
So that was the team who did a Cinderella run, who almost took down Talon. So they have an early rematch as well in the upper bracket, just like what happened a while ago, right?
I mean, that's true. That's true because this Code Unknown teams, they have a secret ingredient that is quite spicy. They have this kind of their very own strategy that they put in the mix. But it's going to be Talon still. All eyes on Talon in this tournament. But Isen Omento, we have to consider that they're also still alive in this tournament. Still running in the lower bracket. Still having a shot at Destiny itself. So it's too early to have our predictions as to who will be the ones that is going to be representing the region, because the fun's only getting started.
Yeah, it's a stack league that we are talking about. Familiar names indeed. Those who just came back from the scene was really showing off their attacking prowess in order to represent our region. Again, only the champion team will get to represent the Philippine region for the World Championships 2025, which will be held in Anaheim in August.
Want to go to Anaheim?
I mean, yeah, we can. Let's pack our bags, get our tickets, get everything else that we need to, as early as now, actually.
Yeah, because, guys, it's going to be one huge event for Pokemon. Not just Unite, but there are other game titles as well. Yeah,
tons of events as well.
Yeah, tons of events as well. But we have so much stuff to do. I was about to converse in my mother tongue, guys, but I managed to keep it in check. But actually, on the upper bracket, the dark horse of the tournament, Isen Rego, going to be facing up against Talon. Another challenger has surfaced in the hands of Isen Rego. Will they be the one to actually take one game off Talon in this tournament? I mean, one series of Talon in this tournament, because, currently Talon's still winning. The same goes to Isen Rego, 2-0s all around the board. So it's going to be very, very exciting, and Cheat Coders would be facing up against Omega, while is it going to be, Isen Omento versus Thunderclap. Thunderclap Nymeria. Oh, yeah, there's going to be an electrifying matchup onto the second round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, but I do believe for our upcoming match into the live stream, it will be Isen Rego up against Talon. Isen Rego still with their formidable in-game leader out there. I do believe it's still Kiawe, leading the charge as well before during their stint in Last and Fox last 2000.
Yeah, it's going to be MV3 as the
Yeah,
community
right.
calls him. MV3 Kiawe up against the mastermind of Talon with Rubix and KYY or Kai. Those who have been very formidable, being the anchors of Talon. Will the new breed or the new generation of Kiawe and Izen Rego be able to fare up against Talon? Because mind you, Izen Rego have their own rookie of the year as well.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Nyx.
Oh, there we go. Nyx being able to prove that he's one of the very best trainers out there in the scene. So we have to make sure, guys, make sure to stay tuned because in just a moment, we will be beginning with that matchup after this short break that we are about to have. So see you guys in just a bit.
Wow! Bye, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to Pokemon Unite Championship Series 2025 for the Philippines Qualifiers, and we're back into the third series for the day. My name is Infinity, and once again, I am with Kaorizz. Well, not once again, this is the first time that we're casting, but we're back in the caster's desk.
Yeah, so hello guys. So I think the match that we're going to be casting right now is the lower bracket round 1. It's going to be Cheat Coders up against Omega. Right? So what are your thoughts heading into this matchup? Because I think Omega is quite hot right now with their showing up against Team Thunderclap Zenith.
Yeah, for sure. I think Omega was a bit aggressive as well.
Yeah.
I think what they're doing coming down into the very first series that we're able to watch was that they're really denying those breeding rooms away from their opponents. And this time around, they can definitely do the same thing up against their opponents. And they know how to adapt. In terms of their composition in game number 1, they were pretty much streamlining their playstyle, their strategy across the board in their matchup. And in game number 2, a lot of their Pokemon were denied, but they were still able to adapt into that situation.
Yeah, but the team that they're going to be matching up against is going to be Cheat Coders Crusaders. They have J-Rav or JR absent in this lineup, so it's going to be experience up against Omega. Is because all I know about Omega is that they're kind of a last-minute formed team here, but they are formed with members that is so formidable. And one keynote here is that Hitori actually came from Talon before as the 6th man, together with Ken and Lalala, 20 Savages. I mean, these players have been in the competitive scene for quite a while, but Cheat Coders Crusaders, they're kind of more composed, they're kind of more intact when it comes to their lineup, because it's the same people, but only JR Absent is the newest addition to this team.
Yeah, and I can say like Omega's foundation pretty much here is their individual experience overall.
Exactly.
I mean, you have the likes of Talon, as you mentioned a while ago, you have Omo, you have Isen across the board, and 23 Savage as well. These members have so much experience in terms of the competitive scene, and Junior Absent as well. Very, very well known across the Pokemon Unite community. But jumping into the game number 1 here, we're already in the draft, swiftly moving through. Psyduck, Leafeon locked in for Omega, and Umbreon going to the first one for Cheat Coders.
Yeah, so a very, very solid and well-rounded lineup and draft for both of the teams. Cheat Coders Crusaders actually going to be playing this Umbreon in a support type of way, because they are actually transitioning into a Snorlax. So it's going to be a mean look wish Umbreon. And for the side of Omega, it's still kind of their same recipe from earlier. It's the fast-paced gameplay with Ken using that Psyduck, being a distraction with the serves, with the sidekicks and everything. So for Cheat Coders Crusaders, it's kind of a more settled, it's kind of a more well-balanced lineup with their 2 very tanky supports and defenders.
Yeah, and for Cheat Coders, they can still pivot themselves going into the likes of Comfey and Zoroark, considering that they have double defender lineup into the front line already. They have the Mimikyu, but they can also go elsewhere here. They have the opportunity to go for the likes of Metagross and even Gyarados into their final 2 picks. There's a lot of situations where Cheat Coders could go for their composition, but Metagross and Gyarados locked in.
But actually, no attackers or no ranged Pokemons for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders. What do you think about that one?
It's pretty much an all-in type of composition.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You have the Snorlax to set up the place with the Body Slam. You have Metagross, Gyarados that could go in with those Unite moves and have that huge impact. And as you mentioned a while ago, the Umbreon with that mean look, Mimikyu that can go into a lot of pathways to initiate those setups and initiate those battles with that Unite move. That could also work.
Yeah, but a nice answer coming in from Omega is that Hitori actually decided to go for this Garchomp, because if you know, Garchomp loves those scraps, loves those continuous fights where Cheat Coders Crusaders, that's what they want. They want to go all in. They don't want to head into a fight where Prius would just use the Unite move and possibly find someone, and Kalel going in, Tollets as well, setting up the plays. But Omega, they have more windows of opportunity. They are more flexible when it comes to their composition, but their damage output is very high as well. But the problem here is that if they get set up by the side of Cheat Coders, it's going to be a very, very big problem for them, especially with their composition being kind of in the softer side.
Yeah, it is that headache, right? And I believe the situation here for Omega, what their playstyle is going to be, what their winning condition is going to be, is a bit more towards that isolation. They have Psyduck to kind of isolate these targets, push back a couple of their opponents,
Yeah.
and you also have the likes of Mamoswine with that possible Ice Fang as well for that isolation possibilities. So far, I think that will be kind of the distinction between these two teams here. Isolation up against all-in composition.
And now we are back in Thea Sky Ruins. This is going to be Omega up against Cheat Coders Crusaders. I think the story of this matchup is, will 23 Savages have the damage to actually melt down here the members of Cheat Coders Crusaders?
Yeah, that is the question, right? If it's enough for Mewtwo to be able to come through and deal damage, and even to consider as well, you have Leafeon for the likes of Omega. So worst comes to worst, and push comes to shove, you still have the likes of Leafeon to deal damage.
Yeah, because that is going to be it for the side of Omega, and they're going to find one pickoff here. Maddie, low on HP. First KO will fall into the hands of Hittery, and Omega, you know, continuing their streak when it comes to their play style. They're being hot, they're being aggressive, they're finding the plays, and that is a huge opening for the side of Omega. And now 4 members invested onto the top path here for the side of Omega.
Yeah, they want those Altarias, they want those Swablues, they want that level advantage, and thus far they're able to do so. You have the second evolution for Garchomp already coming through at level 5, and that is definitely what they want, considering that Garchomp needs a bit more XPs, needs a bit more levels to be able to reach that power spike.
Yeah.
But now, it will come down into a 2v2 into the bottom path. A Mimikyu trying to run away. Eject button comes through as well. Play rough going into Mewtwo Y.
Wow.
And that will be sufficient to bring him down.
The Mega Evolution is going to be the one ending the member of Cheat Coders Crusaders onto the bottom path and actually converting into a lot of points for the side of Team Omega. A strong start for this young team.
For sure. It definitely is an amazing start coming from them. Those KOs, those levels, those XPs are going to matter. And now Altarius and Swablues in the central area are going to be contested. But Gyarados falls down immediately.
Whoa.
And this will be a number advantage coming from the side of Omega. And it will be a 3 KO. They get a lot of XP and they will win that team fight.
And that is the prowess of this Gabite, you know, or the Garchomp for the side of Omega, is that in those close encounters with Cheat Coders Crusaders is that they just can't fare up to the damage output once this Gabite has the full stacks in the basic attack department. So they would actually need to find something to stop this Garchomp that is in the hands of Hittery. Possibly it could be the play rough of the Mimikyu, but they would have to find avenues because they don't have that attacker that can actually, you know, peel the members here for the side of Omega. And right now, Omega is just being very aggressive, but that is going to be one in exchange. Emerald 2-step now being committed by Raffi onto the bottom path. And now that is going to be the Reggie in the sights of Team Omega.
Yeah, but you have Cheat Coders now cruising through into the bottom path, wanting to contest Reggie Rock. Will not be able to go for that, as Omega will take it down uncontested. Now Leafeon into the front lines, trying to push back Umbreon, and so far you also have Mimikyu with a Shadow Sneak, potentially going through with that body snap. Go for the knockup. Isolation target onto Metagross as well. Trying to run away. Once again, those body slam. So much crowd control up against Omega. But now you have one down already. Make it 2 as Snorlax goes down in quick succession. And so far, Omega once again dominates the arena. And that tier 1 goes on. Will not protect you. A triple KO for Omega.
Actually, it was Ken that, you know, brought that fight to life for the side of Omega. Those pulls, you know, those cancels on that Snorlax, it just wasn't enough for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders because they don't have the XP as of the moment, while Omega has their level 10s all around the board, as their power moves, has their Unite moves up and available. And yes, it's a good thing that Tollets is actually finding those setups, but still not enough damage to actually convert into something. And I think they would have to fight at the later stages of the match, or possibly they need to find an avenue. They need to find an opportunity to get those levels up because Hittery and Ravi is not slowing down.
Yeah, and just look at the level difference, right? You have level 11, pretty much in average is level 10 already for Omega. For Crusaders, they're pretty much at level 9, but you have a fight coming down onto the top side of the map. It will be Mimikyu who falls down first, as the Tier 1 Gold Zone will be the target for Crusaders, but that will be the end of it. It became a huge deficit for them, and Omega once again cleans it up with a 2 KO.
Omega is just playing with Cheat Coders Crusaders at this point. You know, their pace, it's just hard to keep up with. They're so clean when it comes to the team fights. They're so clean to like match up the members of Cheat Coders Crusaders because they're sending the correct number of members. But now La is going to get, you know, in a tough pinch there. Unite move being used now by Price to just secure that KO on that Mamoswine, and this Reggie Ice rather is going to get taken now for the side of Team Cheat Coders Crusaders, while Hittery on the other side of the map tried to make a play, and now it's going to be the defense here for the side of Omega.
Yeah, Mamoswine trying to run through. It will be pretty much a 4v5 situation here. Player off comes through onto Leafeon, but they're able to survive that fight, and that will be Omega with that isolation, with that Mamoswine. The Ice Fang will be amazing, and Snorlax trying to run away here, but it will be the end of him. It will be a possibility of that KO, as there's just too much to bring him down. He's still sustaining himself up alive, bought a lot of time for his teammates. And Omega, once again, coming down from that long engage, will at least get that double KO.
Yeah, that was just a good showing for the side of Omega. They're still perfect in this game. They haven't, you know, been making a lot of fumbles. They have been so clean all around board. But for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders, now is the time to actually find an avenue, because it's kind of the later stages in the match. The power spikes could be coming through, but only level 11 on the Metagross and that Mimikyu would be a tough break for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders, while Omega level 13 on that Garchomp, level 13 on that Leafeon, and all of the supporting cast is there to help them out. But if you're going to see the movement around the map now for the side of Omega, is that they've cleared all of their wild Pokemons almost, and that's what got them this level advantage over Cheat Coders Crusaders. Not to mention, their team fighting capabilities has been on point this entire game, and now they're just playing around the map, you know, trying to find a huge play possibly onto Omega, because Cheat Coders Crusaders needs to find a huge and favorable fight for them.
Yeah, and that could be a possibility, but this time it's Omega just playing defense here. If we're looking at how they're playing around the map, they're just defending their Tier 1 Gold Zone, not being hyper-aggressive in these situations, and just waiting for the opportunity for a mistake to happen. Body Slam comes through from Snorlax. This will be a signal for them to go all in. But Mimikyu goes down already. They have to retreat. They are at a numbers disadvantage, but Unite moves are coming through, coming in with Umbreon into the front lines, and Gyarados will follow up. But you still have Omega still alive across the board. 4 people still up and running. These isolations are going to be a huge headache for the likes of Crusaders, as Metagross trying to run away, but in the enemy territory, and that will be another KO. Make it 2 for the side of Omega.
Yeah, and now Omega, we know their tendencies. They like to take this Rayquaza, but now they're playing it slow. They're going to spot one out. It's going to be La. That's going to be a huge blunder for the side of Team Omega, as their defender is currently down, and they would have to wait 15 seconds before La gets back into the fray.
Yeah, it's Omega now just trying to buy time here, but Body Slam and those blocks are huge for Crusaders. Those isolations are massive. 2 KOs already for the side of Crusaders, and this will buy them a bit more time. But Omega answers back. Leafeon and Garchomp dealt a huge amount of damage here, and Mewtwo still trying to find more, as you have Crusaders now starting the Rayquaza, but you have La. Trying to have those isolations. Ice Fangs are ready. No Unite moves left remaining here though. But now you have Metagross left alone into the Rayquaza pit, as that will be another elimination, in Omega just trying to buy time. Gyarados with the eject button trying to run away here. Garchomp going for the chase. Another KO coming in from them. 40 seconds remaining for Crusaders to find an avenue to come back onto this situation. Rayquaza once again will be started half HP, or rather well
Oh,
below half
wow.
HP already, as Snorlax being isolated time and time again. This is what Omega wants. This is their winning condition thus far. It will be a triple KO, as Mimikyu and Metagross the only one left standing to try and win this objective.
Yikes.
But Garchomp zoning away their opponents. It's too huge. Compute and Crash might possibly go and turn the tides in their favor, but being left on your low sum cannot do anything. And Gyarados once again going in with a Unite move into the middle of that fight. But a good zone from Omega will push them to win game number 1.
And it's just Hittery too strong for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders. That Garchomp was not going down. Those entire exchange between that two teams, actually in that Ray fight, it was so extended to the point where they got their second Unite moves. They got their like second lives back. They respawned a couple times already, but you know, it's going to be Hittery just being there, just getting the HP that he wants, getting the fights, you know, because that's the recipe, that's the key to success for the side of Team Omega, is that if you give them those kinds of engages, and actually given the fact that their early to mid game was absolutely fantastic, Omega was just, they was just great in that match. And not to mention Hittery, wow, that man and that Garchomp was the perfect counter here to the lineup of Cheat Coders Crusaders.
Yeah, we were able to discuss a bit of the winning conditions here for Omega. It's all about those isolations. It's all about coming down in that early initial setup of this game, considering that you have the Metagross coming from the opposition. You have the likes of Gyarados that takes a bit of time to be able to scale and get those power up and running. And yes, similarly, arguably, you also have the likes of Garchomp that needs time. You have Mamoswine that needs time. But just the Leafeon just rotating around the map, Hittery just being a staple into the top path and not letting anything through was just so good for the likes of Omega. And coming down into the half part of the game, they are at the 200-point lead already. So they were just playing goalkeepers in their tier goal zones, tier 1 goal zones, and not letting any point through for the side of Crusaders.
Yeah, and you know, Omega was good at that indeed, as their team composition, their team fighting. I like the part where you mentioned that Hittery just stayed on to the top path of the match, you know. He was just there getting farm, getting strong. Then when it comes to the times where it matters the most, he was there and he was not going anywhere. As we are going to see in this highlights, it's going to be Omega's dominance proving themselves worthy here of the top 8 and taking a game number 1 against Cheat Coders Crusaders. Not to mention this lineup of Cheat Coders Crusaders, it's not something that you just beat randomly. They're a very, very well stacked squad, while Omega, you know, like I said, individually skilled players. And if you're going to look at this highlights here, it's not as if they were just individually skilled. They were playing as if they're so in sync.
Yeah, for sure. And they just know what their role is coming down into this composition, right? You have the Mamoswine to be those frontliners. Isolation would be the name of the game. You have the likes of Psyduck as well. Garchomp and Leafeon would be sort of that frontline bruiser, poke damage as well, that would play a crucial role all throughout that game. So overall, I think Omega just did an amazing job in terms of knowing what their roles are into this lineup, into this game, and what they need to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a game of possibly adapting to your enemy, because for both of these teams, they kind of have the same playstyle if you're going to look at it that way. Cheat Coders Crusaders, they kind of went a bit not in the direction that they were initially going towards to, because in their matchup against Talon, I mean, Izen Omento, they were so fond of the strategy where they're as aggressive as Omega. But this time around, it's kind of hard to see where Cheat Coders are going with, because with the double defenders and the triple all-arounders, I mean, the idea is there, but the execution was not. So I think they have to change things for the next game.
And I think we have to reiterate, right? The composition of Cheat Coders Crusaders, especially coming down into game number 1, is a bit Unite move dependent. right?
Yeah.
Their mindset is you have the likes of Snorlax that can initiate those setups. You also have the likes of Umbreon to be those frontliners. Truth be told, they are defenders, so this is to be expected, right? And then right after, you have the likes of Metagross, Gyarados to come through with those Unite moves as a follow-up. But they are pretty much a Unite move dependent composition. They're really dependent on just going all in onto those team fights and just letting it through and through on whatever happens, just because they needed to stack those Unite moves.
Yeah.
And then Mimikyu is not really a Pokemon that can deal AoE damage, right? It's a single target a Pokemon. You have the Play Rough, you have the Shadow Sneak, you could go in for those chase, but their opposition, the composition of their opposition is isolated.
Yeah.
So you don't really want to go just Shadow Sneak, Play Rough, and go Unite move into the center of your opponents, because you will get isolated and you're just letting your opponents going to take an advantage for themselves. So really, it's a big disadvantage overall in terms of composition, wherein it was Omega who got the better edge.
Yeah, and not to mention Cheat Coders Crusaders. The thing that was really missing in their composition was that constant DPS that they could actually dish out. Like you said, they were a Unite move centric team, but they never got the opportunity to actually have those kinds of fights.
Yeah.
And when they had those once they had those opportunity, it was a bit too late. And now we are in the draft phase for our game number 2 between Omega up against Cheat Coders Crusaders.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see how Cheat Coders Crusaders is going to adjust. More or less, some of the expectations here is that they're going to pick up a couple of more attackers. Yes, they could still prioritize the likes of Umbreon or even the Mimikyu in their lineup, but they need something more. They have to change something up, because game number 1 composition is not working for them. But thus far, we're swiftly moving through into the bans here. Talonflame, Absol, Psyduck, and Leafeon removed.
Yeah, and I think we have to get the names changed for these teams, as it kind of it's kind of confusing.
Yeah.
But good bans for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders. They've identified the problem. It was Ken and that Psyduck together with Raffi and that Leafeon, so they want to negate that for the side of Team Omega, and they actually banned it out. And for the side of Team Omega, they decided to ban out the Absol together with the Talonflame. I think Cheat Coders Crusaders were very fond of using these Pokemons, and now we are seeing the traditional Cheat Coders with Kalel playing that Zacian.
And thus far, you also have Omega answering back with a huge support. Having that Tupa reset potential is going to be huge for the likes of Omega, but they're still lacking in terms of that central area Pokemon. Cheat Coders Crusaders, this is what we mentioned in game number 1. They're going to lock in onto a Comfey Zoroark.
And, you know, they're comfortable with this one, because I'm quite sure that Team Cheat Coders Crusaders, they love to play this kind of composition. And Hittori now playing that top lane Gengar once again for the side of Omega. Things are getting so spicy in this one, as Raffi would be locking in that Metagross and possibly playing it in the central area.
Yeah, we've observed Hittori play Gengar, Series 1 for the day. Absolute dominance coming in from this player overall. So that is the expectation, that Omega has to bank on to the likes of Gengar to deal a huge amount of damage, a huge amount of impact into game 2 of this match. But once again, we saw the likes of Zoroark being played by these players in the past, historically speaking, so they know how to utilize a Zoroark and a Comfey combo. And I believe coming into game 1 composition, this definitely could have fit in a bit better, because they're lacking onto that AoE damage, they're lacking onto that burst amount of damage in their game 1 setup, and this definitely pries onto that disadvantage that they had.
Because, I mean, those disadvantages would just actually come out if the other team was able to capitalize more of their strengths rather than their weaknesses. And Omega, so far, they have been playing that playstyle. They were not cautious, because they know if they were cautious in game number 1, they would actually get punished by the lineup of Team Cheat Coders Crusaders, where it actually shines in those kinds of situations where you hesitate. That is where, you know, the Snorlax would find the setups. That is where they would find those 5-man Unite moves, as you mentioned. But, you know, Team Omega was too slippery, was too tricky to handle for Cheat Coders Crusaders. But heading into this game number 2, It's a way better draft for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders. I like the idea of their lineup. It's self-sufficient. Not to mention, it's the Zoroark comfy. It's hard to stop, and it's the kind of their bread and butter at this point. And we are now back to the Thea Sky Ruins for game number 2 of Omega up against Cheat Coders Crusaders, where Omega is at match point.
Yeah, and it fits a lot better, as you have mentioned, in terms of that composition. However, there's still a bit of risk having the Zoroark and the Comfey in a single lineup, just because if Zoroark doesn't work, if Zoroark doesn't get a stronghold into the early game, this type of composition will crumble. It will now go into the likes of a huge dependency to Zacian and to Inteleon.
Yeah, because you don't have the leisure to actually get your Zoroark not active in the middle stages of the match, because Omega has this Gengar and the hands of Hittery, and it's going to be a huge problem for them if they were to give this Gengar the space that it needs, because we have seen from game number 1 that Dream Eater Hex combo just wipes everyone off the map, and now the first Swablu's and Altarias is spawning in.
You have the rotations coming through as well. The double defenders into the bottom side. It's a 1v1, but it's stuck at top because that is where the battle will happen across these two teams. And it looks like Cheat Coders Crusaders have to fall through, and it will be Omega who will have a bit of a stronghold onto the top side of the map. But thus far, only 11-point advantage for Cheat Coders Crusaders. These early game dunks will lead them to a couple of points, but not necessarily a huge lead as of yet.
What are you going to be thinking about that one? Trick Hoopa instead of the hyperspace hole used by Ken. Is it kind of a strategy, or does it work that well with a Gengar?
I feel like it has a bit of their advantages. I believe it was Pikayuls who were able to discuss it even off-cam, even the prior days as well, that it has seen a light of day. It has seen a little bit more of usage in the international stage. So we'll see if Omega will be able to capitalize onto that so far. But Inteleon will get that 30-point dunk into the tier 1 goal zone bot side.
And now it's going to be Hittery here, being stuck in a rock and hard place. But Cheat Coders Crusaders going to be backing away from this one. Actually, no, they're going back in, and Pikayuls is now down. And as you mentioned, the dependency on that Zoroark is not going to be that good if it's going to get shut down this early into the match. But they're going to find a counter KO there. And now Kalel trying to push and force the issue, but Omega will just back away.
Oh, good defense coming in from Zacian with that fruit or berries being taken up to get that extra sustain. But now you have the Zoroark coming through into the front lines as well. That's so much damage into the those snipe shots as well. Zacian follows up with that crowd control. Ooh, but that was fantastic coming from the Hoopa. You asked if it works. It definitely does. Coming in for the side of Omega. It will be 2 KOs already for Omega. And Zoroark will fall alongside a Comfey.
And Omega, oh wow, that trick Gengar is working wonders for them right now. Not to mention, La 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 has been so phenomenal on that Snorlax, actually using the Heavy Slam at the right place at the right time, just timing that Zoroark whenever it goes in. He would just use the Heavy Slam, and then it's Hittery's job to actually clean it off. But now Cheat Coders Crusaders finding an answer here onto the top path, as the Regieleki is now being claimed here by Cheat Coders Crusaders, and no contention whatsoever for the side of Team Omega. The defense is now in.
I mean, look, onto Mewtwo. Actually having that isolation. Zoroark into the backlines as well.
Once
having
again.
to use a Ignite move, but will not connect onto anyone. That will be very unfortunate for the side of Crusaders. 2 down already. And Omega really putting up a show here on top side of the map. But so far, Umbreon down low. And then you have Hittery onto the backside as well for that flank. And Hittery, what a player, what an MVP.
Give that man his 5 KO streak, everybody. And once again, Hittery has been one of the best players in the server right now. He has been phenomenal in this game. Actually, where Hittery shines the most is that he finds the opportunity where to take down this Zoroark, where to take down this Zacian, and therefore it kind of, you know, negates the prowess here of Cheat Coders Crusaders, their damage. When it comes to the damage department, it kind of goes in shambles whenever Hittery goes in, because the Dream Eater together with the Hex, it's just a one-shot combo to either one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and the thing is, Zoroark is having such a huge, well, rather hard time
Yeah.
up against Omega just because you have so much sustain. You have the likes of Metagross, you have the likes of Snorlax that is really tanky, you cannot bring down that easy. Gengar is very mobile, you have Mewtwo that could really just sit across into the backside as well to deal damage, and Hoopa as someone that could reset Omega to go back and forth into those into the base, or even with the Rings Unbound to bring them and support them into those team fights. So
Yeah.
ganking is such a difficult time for Cheat Coders Crusaders.
Yeah, exactly. But this time around, Omega doesn't have the opportunity to be sent back to the base. But still, they have the Rings Unbound, where Omega can just produce an unfair fight where the Rings Unbound will be used here by Ken, and to just call up the members of Omega. And now another major objective spawning in onto the top path. This Regieleki is now up for grabs as Omega, the first one in the pit, but who will get it?
Nice deny coming from Snorlax, having that snipe shot denied, and now Omega will take the Regieleki for themselves.
Victory.
Zoroark goes down. It's pretty much 3 across the board who gets sent back into the base, and Omega will win that objective. But looking at the opposite side, they're transitioning, going in for Reg Ice as well. Another objective into their eyes, and you have Metagross and Mewtwo going for it as well, with Cheat Coders Crusader forced to defend the top path.
And it was just astonishing to see Omega right now. They're in a form where they're a very, very scary team. They have been so clean with their plays, and actually Hittery is having a fieldwork today with Omega, having the lead, heading into the Rayquaza fight that is going to be happening in a short amount of time. Cheat Coders Crusaders, they have to find those levels on their core members, because there's Zacian right now, currently level 11, Inteleon level 11, and that Zoroark level 12. I mean, it's kind of alright, but once again, they need to fare up and match up the levels here of Omega. I mean, it's not that far of a gap, but still, a gap is a gap. And Hittery has been fantastic this game, but for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders, Kalel has been pivotal. He has been kind of the hero here for the side of Cheat Coders Crusaders. He has to do more. They have to do more if they want to prevent this onslaught that Omega is currently producing.
Yeah, the thing is, we were able to discuss this type of composition from Crusaders already before the match even begun. What P-Preyas needs is that early game advantage. It's all about having the huge lead in the early mid game to be able to dominate the arena across the board, proceeding into that Rayquaza fight, proceeding into the latter stage of the game. But thus far, if we're looking at the difference, you have Omega who has the level advantage for Hittery, for that Metagross. It's so hard to bring down anyone and to be able to really have an immediate KO that Zoroark is really known for.
Yeah, and now Rafi being forced to back away from this one. It's going to be 2 minutes in our game clock. The Rayquaza now spawning in. Both of the teams finding an opportunity, finding a window to find anything, as Talon is going to be the first one. But Hittery onto the back lane will pick up the Inteleon, and it's going to be Talon the next one. 2 KO streak for the 6th man, but now it's the main man of Omega.
Yeah, you have Zoroark as well, trying to go in for that chase. And having a bit of that vision onto Rayquaza, a bit split apart here for Crusaderization. Alongside with the Zoroark trying to buy time. Rayquaza down low already. Mewtwo with mode, and Hittery brings down and KOs the Rayquaza. Zoroark will be in trade as well. A lot of eliminations coming into the side of Omega here, and Hittery has so much damage putting across that team fight. One left standing for Crusaders.
Wow.
That's a full team wipe.
That is going to be the 3rd 4 KO streak from Hittery, and none other than Hittery, the one who claimed every bounty, every Pokemon around the map, is going to be the one sealing the deal as well, claiming that Rayquaza for the side of Omega, once in the shadows but now brought into light, he is going to be the one that is going to be bringing Omega further in our bracket, where the score is currently 551 to 71, but that snipe shot is going to land. But Hittery is going to find another trade. He's going to get pinched here alongside 4 members of Cheat Coders Crusaders. That is going to be finally Hittery down for the side of Team Omega, and now the defense comes in. La together with 23 Savages now trying to defend this one. But Cheat Coders Crusaders, they're desperate. They need anything. They need something to prevent this elimination that they're currently facing, Rings Unbound now being used by Ken. This could be the final push. This could be the final game for the Crusaders as Team Omega once again proving themselves an Omega level threat in this tournament. And welcome once again as they're going to advance Team Omega.
An amazing finish there by Omega. They're able to dominate the arena thus far, and even in that final moment, yes, Crusaders was able to get a couple of eliminations, but it will not succeed because of the level of advantage that Omega was able to accumulate all throughout the game. 639 points accumulated by Omega, 293 for Crusaders.
And Hittery, 14k almost with 5 assists. You know, the thing here for the side of Team Omega was that even though cheat coders Crusaders, they brought out the thing, they brought out their trump card, but still it wasn't enough because they still have another answer yet again. And it's this Gengar that does the job very, very well for them. And they sealed the deal in a more dominating fashion than game number 1.
Yeah, I cannot necessarily say it's a trump card for cheat coders Crusaders, but it definitely changes things up. But something that I took note of, or something we took note of a while ago all throughout that discussion, is that this type of comp is a high-risk, high-reward composition. What matters the most in a Zoroark Comfey combo is that early game. You have to get that advantage in the first couple of minutes into the matchup and then scale throughout them. But in this game, we weren't able to see that. P-Preos was the one getting picked up to the side of Omega. He was not able to get those eliminations from that matchup as well. So it's really unfortunate that we have to see that combo come through.
And yeah, as you can see from these highlights right now, Omega has been very surgical, has been very clean with his fights, and it's going to be Hittery, none other than Hittery, finding everything, finding the picks, finding the plays for the side of Omega. And once he was the player that was overlooked, but now he is the player that everyone is currently looking at.
Yeah, 100%. And an amazing team fight overall for Omega. I mean, Hittery was quite spectacular all throughout that matchup. It was spectacular all throughout that game. Considering how he was just able to go in for those flanks consistently time and time again. And those isolation, getting that pickup onto the likes of Junior Absent from that latter part and latter stage of that matchup played a huge part onto Omega's win.
Yeah, we are so back here, ladies and gentlemen. Omega finishing a lot of strong composition here, and they will advance even further into the lower semifinals, lower bracket semifinals there, I believe so. So they're going to be waiting who will win the matchup between Eenomen up against Thunderclap Nymeria, as far as I can recall. But this is really looking good for Omega. They're doing a really strong run, despite of their team, being scattered around, but they still have that kind of connection, knowing that they did become a team before in East and Rigo as well, wherein Kiawe led that team before. But this is a different team. This is Omega we are talking about. The core was actually there, but we are seeing their firepower being felt in the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, their strength coming into the Series 1 that we were able to watch a while ago at the start of the day, and then right now as well in lower bracket round 2, they're really showing up a huge fight up against their opponents.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm excited to see more action from Omega as they advance deeper into our lower bracket. But back into the upper bracket is what we're gonna witness for today's matchup. It's going to be Talon, the crown champions of the Philippines, former crown champions actually, up against East and Rigo, one of the teams who could possibly look as a dark horse of the tournament due to their unexpected run. And I do believe that they have been in the scene for quite a long time. They have an outstanding rookie as well, which is Nyx. But definitely this team is someone that you have to look forward to because they are a dangerous one.
Yeah, they definitely are a kind of a team to expect and have huge expectations on from this team. And as we have mentioned, even at the start of the game, right, this tournaments, or well, at least the 8 teams that remain, really are seeing new players, new names across the board, but also veteran names as well in the mix. So really keep an eye out onto our next matchup because it will be Isan Rego versus Talon. And Talon is kind of that big hitter that we're expecting quite a huge potential to win on.
Yeah, everyone is eyeing on Talon, knowing that they have a stack achievements on their, portfolio, knowing that they competed in ACL finals, and despite not having a great run the way they expected it to, they're coming back here really strong, knowing that they took lots of games out there in ACL finals. They were able to take again a game actually up against Luminosity Gaming and the other teams as well competing in that league. And after that global appearances or multiple global appearances, for sure, Talon, it has a lot to offer for this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely is. But jumping into this, there is. I'm really expecting a lot of things, right? In terms of compositions, in terms of playstyle, because the thing is like Talon has been playing quite a varied amount of playstyle. You have that controlled aggression, you have a bit more passive type of setup that we've seen thus far over the years in their playstyle, in their history in the competitive scene, and recently they were able to fight ACL at the highest level as well. So bringing that experience and bringing that momentum here in the Philippines qualifiers is definitely a hurdle for Isan Rego.
Yeah, a big hurdle indeed. But for sure, Isan Rego did their assignment as well. They were able to watch multiple games from Talon in their global appearance. And on the other hand, Isan Rego, doesn't have that kind of presence as well, multiple global appearances or local qualifiers. I do believe that this is the first time since 2023 that majority of their players has stepped into the zone of the top 4 teams in the qualifier stage in the Philippine region.
Yeah, for sure. And really, we're just waiting for that game number 1 to happen in terms of that composition, what these teams are going to pick up, what these teams are going to ban away, and considering how Talon has been playing so far in recent times, it definitely is up to Isan Rego to really pinpoint who will be that biggest threat in terms of these players, in terms of the Pokemon compositions that Talon can bring up. And that just brings a bit of that mystery behind Isan Rego and what they could put to the table.
Yeah, really curious what can they offer up against a star team like Talon. This is the same Talon that we are talking about who won World Championships 2024 Philippine Open qualifiers, and same thing who made it into the top 8 of World Championships last year as well. So despite not having a great run last week in ACL finals, we can definitely say that this team has been through a lot and they have the top tier chemistry that someone doesn't have.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been together for such a long time already, and they have been the core for quite a bit of time. I think since
2023 PH Open, right?
It's been so long already since this team has been there. So coordination would definitely be a top notch in how these shot calls are going to work, how the coordination is going to work. They definitely know it like the back of their hands. But once again, for the new viewers out there, this is the Pokemon UNITE World Championships Series 2025 Philippines Qualifier. We're in the champions will be able to secure a ticket in a slot into World Championship this August in Anaheim, USA.
Yeah, for sure. Like, these teams out here who will be competing in upper bracket finals is just like 1 to 2 steps away from getting that ticket. Once you win this, for sure you're going to be waiting into the grand finals. But if you drop this one, you have to play the lower bracket finals as well. So that will be difficult. And if you do win that, you will be having a twice to beat disadvantage up against Talon. So you need to beat Talon or you need to beat Isan Rego. 2 sets of best of 3, which will be really tiring for your team.
Yeah, it's there's a hurdle and there's a bigger hurdle.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Those resets are going to be a headache, but this time around we're jumping into game number 1 for the upper bracket finals between Isan Rego and Talon, with Absol being the first ban of the game.
Yeah, Jemiru out here, probably one of their, one of their prime attackers. I do believe he's an attacker for their team. But there's actually a lot of names out here for Isan Rego as well. Kiawe leading the charge. Nyx, one of their rookies actually in the team, as far as I know, who will be leading the charge, just like I've said a while ago. But for Talon, it's not new for sure. Kai will be the brain of the team. Lance will be the application or the initiator of their team as well, being an all-rounder or being a flexible top laner for their team, allowing their team to get some damage going and score opportunities for them.
Yeah, it's a playstyle we could expect here. Issa and Rigo, they have to kind of act up, but Psyduck going to be the priority here for Issa and Rigo, and that will bring a huge amount of flexibility still for the 4 remaining slots that they have. But Talon wants to reflect and mirror that support pickup for Issa and Rigo, more leaning towards that sustain side onto a possible support pick in the first 2 rotations.
Yeah, and might to tell you, Umbreon is wide available, but Dylan decides to go for the Mewtwo Y. But I love the Blissey pick here from Kai, knowing that Ray or the Psyduck could actually bring a lot of crowd control into their favor. So you can cancel that one out with a safeguard coming from Kai.
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of sustain, a lot of cancellation power that we could expect, but Zero Aura going to be locked in, and a potential Comfey as well.
Alright.
So that double supporter leaning more as a funnel to Zero Aura to really be that key player to win the game for Issa and Rigo.
Yeah, and I do believe this will be a Volt Switch discharge Zero Aura, knowing that you need to go back or reposition as much as possible. And Kiawe is actually ready to be, you know, the support man of this Zero Aura in order to prolong and sustain this Pokemon and be effective in terms of damage department later on.
Yeah, and I love this. Rubik's once again with that Trevenant. And we've seen Talon use Trevenant time and time again. This is pretty much a comfort pick for them this time around, ever since the couple of years ago, 2 years ago, when they started back in 2023, even in the ACL in the Philippine region. But Issa and Rigo will answer back with a Greninja and a Buzzwole as their final 2 picks.
Okay, but I love the pick here from Lance, by the way. Mimikyu in order to do a -1. That's the tradition here in our region. So I'm kind of wondering who will be their priority. For sure, it will be Chaewon with the Zero Aura, but Jemiru as well might be a threat if he gets up and ahead into the level department.
Yeah, but I think the mindset here for Talon is that Mimikyu, the play with me, will be reserved for Chaewon, considering that you have the likes of Comfey and the Zero Aura combo. And we know the threat of having just a strong funnel with the likes of Zoroark and Comfey combo that we've seen in the past. This pretty much plays kind of like a mirror scenario into that situation, so that Mimikyu, that Unite move, will be reserved for Zero Aura if he will gain a huge lead in the early mid-game. Thus far, that will be kind of the winning condition here for Talon, trying to, instead of being a kind of like a dominating hand onto this game, it's just pulling the strings of Issa and Rigo. You cannot do this with the play with me. You cannot really just dominate those team fights with that unstoppable, or well, rather that constraint into their side.
They want to hinder Issa and Rigo to do the way they wanted it to. They want to make sure that their strategy doesn't work the way they wanted it to. So that is the name of the game here for Talon. But on the other hand, Issa and Rigo does have a lot of engaged potential. Is their engaged potential enough for Talon, despite Talon has the capabilities to shut a lot of their cards in the bag?
Big questions being thrown out here for game number 1, but definitely upper bracket finals plays a significant part into the overall totality of the bracket system that we have in the tournament thus far for the Philippines Qualifier. But this time, it's all about getting those experience, getting those levels up ahead for both sides.
Yeah, so let's see who has the greatest execution here. Upper bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. And who is going to be the winner of this matchup will advance into the grand final slot, having a twice to beat advantage.
Twice to beat advantage. Huge advantage overall. If we're talking about that grand finals into securing the top 1 in the championship. Nevertheless, Issa and Rigo, a huge eyes onto Zero Aura to really be up ahead overall and getting a huge position on the top side of the map. But we're seeing how Issa and Rigo wants to play this. They want those Altaris and Swablues be given to Zero Aura to be up ahead.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're ahead of the level department as early as 850. But look at Talon, the way they clear things out for those Altarias. That's an early Trevenant, 840 by the way.
Yeah, and Talon You still have the Meowscarada just roaming around the map here, just trying to find ways to be able to come through and gain a better lead. But it's all about that farming game, waiting for that final evolution for Talon before they start to act up and before they really just find those battles. Unite moves are going to be important across the board.
And that was actually not a wood hammer, but instead it's a curse.
But here onto the top side, you have a 2v1 situation. How to be forced away, because you have the Buzzwole coming through, side deck as well. You have to jump in, trying to isolate the target, but Mimikyu will be able to just walk away.
Yeah, Ray actually doing a great job in order to sustain the Buzzwole in top path. But central area not looking good for Eason Rego as Talon was able to implement it as fast as they can.
Zeraora trying to find a good footing as Mewtwo goes down already. The first KO, Eason Rego will be able to capitalize onto that. Meowscarada forced to go for the eject button to return back to safety. That berry will buy him a bit more sustainability, but Tier 1 goes on, will be the target a couple of points in, and that will be Eason Rego who takes the advantage.
Yeah, and great rotation indeed for Eason Rego. They were able to make sure to read Talon out in the picture.
Meowscarada very low of a state in terms of that HP. Good response coming from Talon to save Meowscarada's life, but a bit of an overextension for Eason Rego as well.
Did you see that? That was perfectly timed from Jemiru and Chaewon in order to deal some damage and get the knockout up against Talon, wherein Talon was looking like they were able to take the KOs that they were eyeing on. But on the other hand, Eason Rego was able to trade things down and set their prioritization towards Regirock, which will give them tons of defense.
Yeah, for sure. And Regirock will be secured uncontested for the side of Eason Rego. Regieleki still untouched here for both sides.
Yeah, untouched. But look at the position of Talon. They are ready to take the Regieleki as soon as they can. But Nyx is giving it tons of vision for their team, making sure that they will not lose the objective as quick as they can.
Ooh, a Shadow Sneak was perfect. Nyx was spotted, and that will be the opportunity and the signal for Talon to go for the all-in. Signals coming through. The Tier 1 goes on being destroyed. It's Talon who has that advantage, but Buzzwole tries to answer back. Isolation into the back and Play With Me will be able to buy time for the rest of the crew here, but Talon lost 4 of their members. A clean sweep for the side of Eason Rego.
Water Burst Shuriken to clutch the pressure up against Talon, and Eason Rego is putting up a lot of scores. That's 4 KOs, by the way, from Nyx, and definitely they want to take the Regieleki and add more pressure up against Talon.
Now Regieleki will be the next target as they secure the objective. Eason Rego really piling up a lot of the advantages here. 2 Tier 1 goal zones already removed, and then you also have a lot of these objectives being secured by them. 2 out of 2 currently.
Yeah, and this is just defense from Talon. They are being pressured a lot by Eason Rego by scoring some points, winning some team fights. So what can Talon do in order to recover? They don't have enough wild Pokemons on the central area, so for sure they cannot be ahead as soon as possible in the level department with Eason Rego.
Yeah, and so far I'm loving how Eason Rego is playing this. You have Buzzwole into the front lines playing it amazingly on how they're able to go for those isolation targets. Psyduck though, Shadow Sneak being targeted on his back. You have Talon who's able to get that elimination, and that will just be amazing. You have the Trevenant with a Unite move onto the backside that will push Eason Rego back. Buzzwole going in for that extra support as Meowscarada goes down here. It's a 3v3 situation. Buzzwole will not be an easy target as you have the Unite move as well to answer back to go for the chase, and Trevenant will be forced to run away.
That was actually a fight for Talon, but Plasma Gale from the Zeraora plus the Ultra Swollen Slam from Nyx was actually able to create a lot of space for Eason Rego to bounce back and eventually get that objective up and online from bottom path, adding up huge strength on their pocket, at the same time XPs as well.
And now Eason Rego very sustaining of their advantage thus far. 4 minutes remaining, but the difference is not that huge. 37 points as a lead for Eason Rego. And now Eason Rego trying to find a way to gain that advantage, or well, sustain that advantage onto this game, as Talon is just having a hard time into finding their footing thus far. Regieleki will be an opportunity for them to gain that extra pressure, but Eason Rego trying to look for more points as they have Greninja with that 42-point dunk possibility onto tier 2.
Oh, Dylan, nice anticipation in order to jump all the way into the goal zone. Water Burst Shuriken just to go out.
Yeah, playing defensive here for Greninja, utilizing that Unite move. Buzzwole capitalizing and defending that Reggie Aleki away from Talon, but you have Talon Esports focusing into the bottom path. Asida goes down. Now Zeraora coming through very swiftly as well, trying to turn the tides in their favor with the Unite move. Mewtwo goes down, Mimikyu as well followed up simultaneously, and Zeraora just changed things up. With his presence, everyone will fall, everyone will be KO'd, and Ethan Rego pushes Talon back.
Plasma Gale plus Floral Healing in order to prolong the fight and eventually get a KO up against Talon. They have been rewarded tons of XPs as well, just like Talon was rewarded. But here's the thing, Izen Rego has a lot of advantage. They have Ao's energies on their pocket, they have positional advantage in getting the last objective towards bottom lane, and for sure, they want to make sure that they will control central area in order for the flip not to happen at side of Talon.
Yeah, and earlier into the draft, right, we were mentioning about how Ethan Rego's composition would work in the winning condition, and thus far it's all about Zeraora having that huge lead in the early mid fight, and so far Ethan Rego was able to sustain and achieve that, and that is the reason why currently they're just dominating. Level 14 already for Zeraora, so a huge powerhouse in the midst of Ethan Rego.
Oh, here we go. Kiawe getting the position up and ready already. That Shadow Sneak miss from Lance, so that won't give them information. But Kiawe is giving a sign to Talon that I am here, and other members from Izen Rego is just ready to surprise and shock them.
Yeah, the positioning coming in from Zeraora to come through if ever a fight occurs. He does not want to be the first one in because he will be the target. And now you have to decide that this will be a bit of a bait here as you have Talon catching it up. You have Zeraora into the backside as well. Chaewon goes back here though. It will be a bit of a dummy from Meowscarada. But thus far, Talon sustaining. You have Mewtwo with a Unite move as well, dealing a bit of damage as Buzz will come through. Trevenant with a Phantom Forest as well, along with the Horn Leech. And that will suffice with that isolation. But Ethan Rego just passed enough damage. And Ethan Rego with a clean wipe as Talon falls.
Kiawe was the main key player there. Psychic in order to bait Talon to engage the fight. But it's not quite over yet.
And now you have the Talon going in for the steal. You have Mewtwo at the right time, comes through and made a huge impact.
That was Dylan who teleported in, and the Bliss assistance was ready for Talon in order to advance even further at Rayquaza's pit, and they were ready to go for the last hit. Now the question is, can they dunk those points?
They could possibly be, because looking at the top side, you have Meowscarada gaining them 98 points already, and you have more coming through for the likes of Mewtwo. Tier 1 goal zone goes down into the bottom pad, and another KO comes through. 4 down already for Ethan Rego. No opportunity to go for the defense with 25 seconds remaining. Talon, what a miracle play that they've done.
Dylan and Kai, the connection that these two has is unbelievable. They have been together as early as 2023, and they did not shock. I mean, they did shock everyone here. That was an unexpected play. It was a high risk, high reward, but at the end of the day, it was Talon rewarded. It's 1 minute that they just needed to take the game.
Yeah, Ethan Rego. Although the thing is, they were forced to take that Rayquaza when they thought it was a bit safe, just because the difference in terms of points were not that huge.
Yeah.
It was only a 37-point advantage for Ethan Rego, and they did not know that. So Ethan Rego was thinking, that, you know what? We have to get the Rayquaza. This will secure us the win. This will be a sure ball for us to be able to get that advantage coming down into the series overall and get game number 1. But Talon just came through. Dylan was there. Kai was there at the right time, at the right moment. 1 HP remaining for Rayquaza. Dylan came through and Kai followed up hugely. And with that Rayquaza steal, they win game 1.
I see nothing wrong actually with how Ethan Rego played game number 1. I think the only thing that I can point out, I would not call it as a mistake, but a loophole actually. on what I saw is that Asian Rego, there wasn't actually anyone expecting Talon to reinforce immediately on the central lane. They were too focused on taking down Rayquaza because they knew that they could actually take it down already. But there's actually none, closing the doors for Talon in order for them not to get the Rayquaza. That's why Dylan was able to teleport in. Kai with the Bliss assistance, that's 2 members immediately from Talon in order to have the capabilities to get the last hit in Rayquaza.
Yeah, I think rather than a loophole, it was an opportunity for Talon, right? I think that was how Talon was able to play that out. It was a good mindset coming from East and Rego overall. Once they started the Rayquaza, it was, I believe, 4 or 5 people down for the count, having that KO coming through for East and Rego. They had that huge advantage in that team battle, in that team fight. So that was a signal for them. You know what? Let's go all in. The point difference was not that huge, so the notification did not really state that, you know what, you had that huge lead, which typically would state that, you know what, you could play a defense or you could play like a goalkeeper onto the Rayquaza. You don't need to force that objective out. But that situation forced them to really just go for the all-in onto Rayquaza to gain that sure lock win. But as you have called it, right? You have Dylan, you have Kai at the right time, at the right moment that just came through and getting that steal to win for Talon. And this is the moment, right?
Yeah.
4 KOs, 5 KOs. That was a perfect signal for Ethan Rego to come for the all-in and just secure that win overall. That was the right call. That was the right play overall. But rather, Talon just made such a risky but good and opportunistic way to be able to steal that Rayquaza at the right time and exact moment when Rayquaza was so low already to win it and turn the tides in their favor.
That's like the downside as well of the draft of Rego. I mean, it's a good draft, all right. I'm not saying it's a bad draft, but there is no Pokemon actually on their side who can do the last hit compared to an Aegislash who has Coup de Grace, compared to a Delphox who has a Fire Blast, a Revenant Ren from a Surledge. They don't have that kind of Pokemon. So I do feel like that has been, a little bit of a what if at the side of Ezen Rego. It's just they don't have any moves left aside from their basic moves, basic attacks as well. So it really comes to a, a perfect timing from Talon.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it definitely is. So you had massive like DPS coming from Greninja and Zeraora, but I believe what you're looking at was that burst damage potential.
Yeah.
A bit lacking towards the side of Isan Rego, which was a bit unfortunate. But as you called it, there's nothing wrong with their composition, right? What their composition has intended to go for it was you have the funnel onto Zeraora, you have consistent damage across the board, you have a bit sustain onto Zeraora as well. I mean, they were at an advantage all throughout that early game up until the latter part of the matchup at 37 points lead, and they were able to sustain that across the board. Really just an unfortunate timing there when Dylan and Kai was able to come through with a miracle play overall for Talon, and that will enable Talon to get the match point.
Yeah, for sure. It's just one game for Talon, and they're going to be waiting for our grand finals. And for sure, Ezen Rego is feeling a little bit shaky right now. Will they be able to convert that shaky feeling into their advantage, or will this be a downfall for their team? It has to be their advantage. It has to be it, because they want to make sure that they extend this series to game number 3 as we are heading towards it right off immediately.
Yeah, game number 2, picks and bans coming across the board here. And the big question still lies, what will the bans be for both sides? Is it going to be the same one coming in from game number 1, or will we have a respect ban coming through into the draft? But thus far, Absol and Talonflame removed alongside with a Hoopa for Eastern Rego.
Yeah, quite understandable. I understand the idea. They don't want that signature fast rotation from Talon. And that is actually one way in order to minimize the threat of being defeated by Talon.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it's going to be a comfy ban. Great choice as well in order to prevent that Zeraora dishing out a lot of damage and staying in fights after using the Discharge and Plasma Gale.
Yeah, it's clever, right? And we have to take note that Kai, I believe, is one of the best, if not the best, Hoopa player.
Oh, yeah.
Not just in the Philippines, but in the whole Asia Pacific. So that is the reason why Eastern Rego has to ban it away. And then the Comfey ban is a much more clever way to deny both Zeraora and Zoroark away from the composition.
Yeah, totally understandable. So right now, Ray will be using Psyduck for their team. So Kiawe might go to the defender already because he's primarily a defender for their team. So we'll see that one later on. But Dylan, on the other hand, will make use of a Leafeon as an attacker.
Leafeon is just really strong, level 4 advantage, having that evolution from the Eevee as well. But Eastern Rego, I think that is really, really clever coming in from them as well if they lock in onto an Umbreon, because you do not want to give 2 Eevees to your opposition that has the possibility of just gaining that huge advantage in the early game.
Yeah, and Umbreon, on the other hand, as a replacement for the banned Comfey. So I do feel like this Umbreon will be a foul play simply because they want to set up more plays, and actually it depends on the attacker, right? If it's going to be your if you want to counter Dylan immediately, you want to make sure you go for the mean move in order to stop the tracks of a Leafeon.
Yeah, and so far with that Mamoswine and Buzzwole lock-in for the side of Talon, this is pretty much a standard and a common isolation composition. You have Mamoswine possibly with that Ice Fang, and you also have Lance picking up that Buzzwole as well, which is really strong thus far in isolating a lot of these targets, and that is what Talon wants so far in their composition. But Eastern Rego stacking a bit of damage here and a bit of sustain as well, with Ceruledge, Zacian, Umbreon being locked in.
Alright, so they have a lot of last hits right now with the side of Eastern Rego. They don't lack that anymore. They have Gemaru potentially with a Psyshock. They have a Revenant Ren from Chaewon, and they do have a Sacred Sword as well from Nyx, given the fact that you have a perfect timing. But on the other hand, Talon here, Sync 1 to be specific, has a Glaceon with potentially an Icicle Spear. A sure hit, just like what a Mewtwo could do in game.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, Talon need not any more frontliners at this stage, wherein they already have that Mamoswine, they already have that Buzzwole. So having that Glaceon as that final slot for this composition is just perfect. They have 2 damage dealers that can sit a bit safe into the back end. You have Mamoswine and Buzzwole, who does all the work into the front lines and be the sponge for the team overall, and Blissey with that extra sustain and even that extra CC for the whole team. Just perfect standard composition here for the likes of Talon. But Eastern Rego, once again, we have to reiterate, they are currently at a deficit. It's already match point for Talon. 1 game away, they secure the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. And if the pressure is not sinking in for Eastern Rego, then they do have a big shot in taking game number 2, at least for the series. And in terms of draft, I'm much more convinced the way the way their draft is looking at. But here's the thing. Talon has Blissey on their hand. Definitely could cancel tons of crowd controls at the same time, in which that is what Eastern Rego needs, because that's a Mamoswine, that's an Ice Fang that you have to deny, and full heals are not enough for you to stop the tracks of the crowd control capabilities of Talon.
Yeah, for sure. It will be a huge threat that we could expect for both these sides, for both these teams here. But game number 2 on the horizon. We're jumping through into this next matchup with a big question. Can Eastern Rego come back and bring this to the distance of game 3?
So aggressive. Eastern Rego looking for their first KO immediately at the first 30 seconds of this matchup.
That's a huge advantage for Eastern Rego, burning an eject button onto Buzzwole here in early matchup in 40 seconds and even getting a KO for themselves.
Yeah, and look at that. Actually, a KO has landed immediately, and Eastern Rego is already rotating towards top path, ready to get the Swablues and Altarias. Look at the position. Everything is set and ready for them.
It will be a good foundation for the likes of Eastern Rego as well to be able to dominate this early game. Ceruledge is waiting for themselves, and Kai going in for that face check on the bush is not a good option. Ceruledge trying to run away as he have that 1 KO already. With Zacian falling down, it will be the control of Talon.
Yeah, nice control indeed. Despite falling a KO on their team, they want to make sure that there was a trade that's going to happen, and that is by taking a couple of wild Pokemons at the side of Talon. But look at this. Look at how Talon follows the tracks of Eastern Rego, making sure that they want to punch through Eastern Rego and burn them down and, you know, jail them down on that deficit.
It's an advantage that you do not want to give this early on. But so far, Talon sustaining this isolation target, Buzzwole and Mamoswine combo. It will be a really good stuff to isolate these targets and get that advantage for the likes of Talon. But another fight brewing into the central area, has to force out the eject button for Mamoswine, trying to run away here. But an overextension for East and Rego might be a huge deficit for them. Zacian falls down already, and Talon with that sustain coming in from Blissey as well, able to keep themselves up alive for so long. That's a double KO coming for the likes of Glacian, and they're still fighting for more. Aside trying to run away, Blissey going in for that shield as well, and that will be done as Talon will get that 3 KO overall in that fight.
Rubik's is just doing a lot of job for their team. Just imagine that Ice Fang was able to give a lot of KOs at the side of Talon, and they want to make sure that they're still controlling this game.
Yeah, and now you also have Mamoswine, a bit of an overextension there. Will be able to retreat with that shield, a bit of a sustain. That's really helpful for the likes of Talon to keep themselves alive for quite a bit longer. But objectives are now coming up. You have Regice now available into the bottom side, wherein this is a point of contention for both sides.
East and Rego, they want this objective to catch up in the XP department, but look at the Glacial stage pop off immediately.
Unite move already there, so a lot of damage are to be expected here for the side of Talon. And we'll be able to push them back. Regice, half HP already, but Mamoswine down to a half HP already. Regice will be secured by the side of East and Rego.
Perfectly timed. They have the last hit. That is what we're looking at game number 1. They have already that kind of advantage, and you want to make sure that they can flip every single objective later on in this game.
Yeah, Buzzwole will not be able to come at the right time here. That assistance, that aid for their teammate will not suffice. So far, they are just going to play defense here for now and just get a couple of points in for Kai with that 29 points.
But a fight is breaking through all the way at the central area of the side of Talon.
Psyduck over extension, trying to run away here, pushing them back with not knockback coming in from those waves. And from that, Talon just jumps through with that chase, so Psyduck will get KO'd. And
this is not looking good for East and Rego. They're 2 behind and being eaten out by Talon.
Yeah, you have the Umbreon going into the flank here though. But now Talon is in a bit of a dangerous position. You have the Unite moves coming through for Espeon as well, and Umbreon is forced to go for it as well. But Buzzwole trying to defend, trying to buy time, will not be enough. Glacian the only one remaining to defend, and Tier 1 goes on. So they'll be able to push them back though. Regieleki will be the eyes on the prize here for East and Rego as they secure it uncontested.
Yeah, a little bit overextension and overconfidence from Talon is what we're seeing for the past few team fights. But right now, confidence is still on their favor.
Ooh, Ledge going into the side lanes here. Blissey goes down. That is the Regieleki that will be able to touch that Tier 1 goal zone. And now you have East and Rego just isolating Talon Esports into the Tier 2 goal zone, but Buzzwole answers back a KO for their own. Yeah, the Psyduck falling through, a 1-for-1 trade for now.
And Ray, despite being knocked out a while ago, his impact was huge in order for East and Rego to take down the Tier 1 goal zone at the side of Talon. And right now, almost the same score that we are about to see, just a 4-point lead for Talon. But on the other hand, in terms of XP department, this is a huge lead already for East and Rego being at level 13 because of that Ledge.
Regice will be available now. Next point of contention for both teams as you have Talon Esports trying to push East and Rego away. The Glacial stage being set already. Ledge with the Unite move connecting onto 3. That's a huge amount of damage, but will not be enough. Regice will be the target and secured by Talon Esports as 2 is eliminated and sent back to the base. Ice Fang to isolate Psyduck and make it 3 KOs overall for Talon Esports.
And quick recovery from their team. They were able to find a loophole once again in East and Rego. You know, taking down those KOs, winning some fights, did give them tons of XPs, and at the same time, a Regice on their favor. Catching up in the XP department. A while ago, they were just level 11 compared to level 13 Ledge, but right now, they do have a Leafeon who's really on par with the Ledge.
Yeah, they're able to really just run it back and be on even level playing field with East and Rego and Talon Esports. But so far, you have 2 level 3 teams already. You have Buzzwole being a lot beefier this time around in terms of himself in terms of that level and XP. Regieleki will be up next though. That will be available for both teams to contest.
Ray setting up the vision here. They don't want to contest it. They will be in danger if they do because they'll get knocked out and they might be forced to use their Unite moves. That's why they have to shift their attention. Just defend it on your goal zone and have a total reset. Get those Unite moves.
And that will be a lot of bot time here for the side of Talon Esports to focus into the bottom side of the map. Umbreon, if he will be isolated, this is a signal for Talon Esports to gain those dunks up. But even then, you also have that different perspective, which is saving those 50-point stacks into the 2-minute mark for that double points. This will be an opportunity for Talon Esports to at least gain a bigger advantage.
I'm loving the position of Kaorizz, checking every single tall grasses available in the central area for them to get some information and know how to execute things down. 25 seconds left before the final stretch.
Yeah, positioning will be important, will be significant here. And looking at it so far, you have Isan Rigo, a bit of a position for a flank, setting up a pincer maneuver. The tier 2 goes on top side will be open. Buzzwole walking into a dangerous position here. Has to force out the Unite move as well. With the Blissey assistance going into Buzzwole's side. But 1 HP, it will be enough as Zacian goes in for the chase. Glacial stage already being set. Umbreon as well follows through with a Unite move off their own. It will be a 1 for 3 KO in advantage for Isan Rigo. And this will be a signal for them to go in for the Rayquaza. No contest whatsoever at this point in time. Dylan in danger with 1 HP as that will be a pivot for Isan Rigo as Isan Rigo will secure the Rayquaza objective, and that will be an advantage for them to win it.
Sync 1 decides not to back cap, but instead tries to go back into the Pokemon Center and defend with their team. But right now, it's Isan Rigo who's having a huge lead, but Talon continues to pressure them.
Ice Fang for that isolation. Psyduck in danger, being chased out. That will be another Ice Fang with that eject button as a KO comes through. And so far, Isan Rigo still in a massive lead here, but not at a big advantage. You only have 176 points lead for the likes of Isan Rigo. But the KOs coming through. There's a massive advantage in terms of the numbers game for Isan Rigo at this point in time. And then you have the Zacian as well going to the backside for that flank as well. This is massive for Isan Rigo, just sustaining their lead overall, not letting anything through for the likes of Talon.
And they are just ready for defense. They are not doing a risk move out of this game. Emerald two-step will be there, not quite enough.
Not quite enough indeed, as you have a very squishy target with the likes of Leafeon that cannot sustain for a long fight. And thus far, Isan Rigo will be successful in terms of being the goalkeepers of their own goal zones.
Yeah, 20 seconds, 15. There's not enough time for Talon. We might have a game number 3. 100 points, a hundo is not enough for Talon to catch up as Isan Rigo pulling an upset on this matchup, forces game number 3 up against Talon.
Yeah, they definitely turned the tides in their favor with that Rayquaza fight, with that Rayquaza objective being taken down to their favor. A massive feat coming in from Isan Rigo overall in that final 2 minutes.
What a phenomenal game. This is Pokemon Unite. This is just Philippines Qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. And we are seeing Talon being defeated by a game, at least, by a team who is quite known for the past few years and coming back into the scene, into the playoff stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Isan Rigo is putting up a big fight up against Talon.
Oh yeah, they definitely are with the likes of what they're doing. I mean, Talon Esports, it's pretty much Isan Rigo playing at the own books that Talon Esports did in game number 1, wherein it was Talon Esports was at a massive disadvantage, getting that Rayquaza turned the tides in their favor, but then coming down into game number 2, Isan Rigo did the same thing that Talon did.
Yeah, and this is really nerve-wracking for both of the teams out here. Talon did not expect that firepower for Isan Rigo, but at the same time, Isan Rigo, for sure, they're feeling a little bit of excited, and that excitement could actually pull them down as well. So they have to control their emotions, just play the way they wanted to play and deploy their 100% capabilities during game number 3. But I would like to point out that Eason Rego did not have a great start here. They were able to control mid-game, Talon able to catch up into the late game, but it all boiled down in mind games, going for a flank position for top lane, and on the other hand, get those unexpected KOs up against Talon and invest more on their Unite moves.
Yeah, it was just Eason Rego at the latter part of the game. If we're seeing even up until now in 6 minutes, 7 minutes, they were just rotating like a united team, wherein everyone was together, everyone was roaming around the map consistently and standing on a united front. It was really, really amazing to watch how Eason Rego coordinated that latter half of that game overall, that really just bounced them back into pretty much a 150-point disadvantage, bringing down into a 4-point difference.
Yeah, and for sure, Eason Rego is looking for more prowess heading towards game number 3. But I would like to point out, this is the fight where everything broke through. Ray setting up a big fight with that Surf. Revenant ran in order to follow it up, and he was pulling up such space. Ray was just being chased down by Dylan. There's no Pokemon from Talon who was able to contest Rayquaza aside from their Leafeon, or rather Glaceon.
Yeah, it was very difficult, and even overall, right? The setup coming from Talon, it is pretty much streamlined. You have Glaceon who wants to set up the play with the glacial stage in the middle of the fight. It was also the likes of Talon who wants that isolated matches and isolated battles, but Eason Rego did not allow Talon to do so. Right? When the glacial stage is being set up, the fight is going to be elsewhere. When you have the winning condition of isolated fights in favor for Talon, Eason Rego was not laying that through. They do not want that. They do not want to give that opportunity for themselves as well. So yeah, overall, Eason Rego played it really amazingly.
Really amazing. They minimize their errors during game number 2, and for sure they are so clean in terms of execution. This is like a powerhouse team, if I have to commit it, because the errors that they were trying to execute is just nowhere to be found. They're error free already. They want to make sure that their execution is much more cleaner compared to Talon, because Talon, there have been making a couple of mistakes, and that is by Eason Rego forcing them to do so.
It was definitely a better move, a better strategy overall coming to the side of Eason Rego compared into game number 1. But overall, even then, if we have to consider it, Eason Rego had that advantage in game number 1 up until that very last moment wherein Dylan was able to take that steal onto the Rayquaza. And in game number 2, they just sustained that advantage into the latter part of the game. So overall, it's not necessarily like a mistake or an error for the likes of Eason Rego, but really, I feel like Talon is being pushed back across the board in this whole series.
Yeah, for sure. I really agree on what you pointed out, because Talon is not looking like Talon that they used to be during their global stage appearances. They are a little bit too shocked, knowing that there are teams that could actually go on par with them in the Philippine region. So I do feel like there is an adjustment phase, knowing that they face tons of teams outside their region, but at the same time, they don't know what's happening in their respective region.
Yeah. Now, Talon going to switch in sides here. Will now be on purple side selection with Comfy immediately removed into the banning phase. And Eason Rego will go for the Absol ban.
Yeah, respect ban indeed is the name of the game. They don't want that Comfy be available already for Eason Rego, knowing that it did a huge impact during game number 1. But here's the thing, what could be their second ban? It's still a Talon Flame, so they don't want those potential steal with the fly and at the same time get away on those crucial fights.
And Hoopa once again, really huge respect on the Kai being one of the best Hoopa players across Asia. Will be the bans across the board, locked in already, and Psyduck will be a possibility that first pickup for the side of town.
Yeah, that's the reason why they prefer to go into the purple side, knowing that that first pick with the Psyduck will really help their team in creating tons of crowd controls later on with that Psychic and Surf composition that, traditionally is what we see during tournaments. But on the other hand, Eason Rego, what could be their response? They might go for double defenders, knowing that Psyduck is not available already. or they do have some other plans. And here we go. Oh my goodness, MV3 is in Kiawe pulling off his best Pokemon so far.
Yeah, you have the Trevenant and the Zacian being locked in already by Eason Rego. And this really just states and puts a signal to me that they want those team fights. They want that all-in type of composition here with that Zacian, with that Trevenant. It's really strong in that team battle situations. But for the side of Talon, they will answer back with a Zeraora alongside with a Mewtwo Y.
Can this Aurora pull off the performance a while ago that Chaewon was actually doing? Might tell you there's no coffee for this game, so definitely the sustain from Sync 1 will be much more lower compared to Chaewon's Zeraora a while ago because they do have that coffee. But mind if I add up here, it's not just, Zeraora being able to, sustain fights just because it has a comfy on its back. It's simply because that the Volt Switch could actually, be a repositioning mechanism. Once you go forward, you could just go backward immediately and it will do a little bit of a damage as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, without the comfort, it still has that possibility to work. The thing is, he just needs to play it a bit more safer than compared to having a composition with that comfort alongside with the Zeraora, just because you do not have that extra sustain that the comfort provides, right? But the thing is, like, Zeraora could play it a bit safe. That delayed engage could be one of that winning conditions for the like of Sync 1 to be able to succeed with the Zeraora pickup. But Eason Rego, a huge mirror as well, and a huge answer with the Ceruledge pickup that really gave them a huge advantage in the prior games.
Yeah, but here we go. Another prime supporter being used by Kai, which is going to be an Eldegoss. And he's known for an Eldegoss before Hoopa came out, and he's still phenomenal in using this Pokemon. But the question is, they don't have enough frontline. What could be their possible game plan up until this point? Will they rely on Lance? And might I tell you, Lance has a bracelet over there, the new item, which can actually reward you attack when you get KOs, or half if you get an assist. So I'm quite curious, is Lance going to be the defender of this game, or are they just going to try and pick off some KOs?
Yeah, this is it's kind of a coin flip, right? There's two sides of the same coin, right? And Buzzwole definitely would be pretty much a dependency in terms of being that frontliner. There's no one else that can do so. You cannot put Mewtwo Y into the front lines. That Pokemon will just get KO'd immediately being sent into the middle of that fight. And even then, you have Zeraora, Eldegoss, and even the likes of Psyduck that cannot fit in the same role. So Lance will be the only one that will be able to do that. And I think just having that new item is a bit of that hybrid type of setup, right? If you get a couple of KOs, stacking in terms of damage, getting a bit more of that extra age for the team. Because the thing is, you also have to consider that there are two supporters for the side of Talon. So you just need a bit of that extra push for the likes of Buzzwole.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, they do have a Buzzwole, right? And this Buzzwole has to brawl all in later on. And for sure, their secondary initiator would be their Zeraora. But Eason Rego does have a Clefable on their team that could actually set up the gravity later on.
Could possibly be, but now you have Zacian onto the top side of the map, going for the contest onto Buzzwole. Will be able to go through and touch the tier 1 goal zone though, so that's extra sustain overall. And that will dissuade Eason Rego to go for the chase.
Yeah, and Chaewon so far starting things very slow. 850 mark, not yet that close, but Eason Rego is so much prepared up until this point. They want to make sure that Talon will be behind once again in this matchup.
Yeah, and Zeraora as well, being provided that extra 2 wild Pokemon into the top hat, wherein Lance did not even touch it. Brings it to an advantage of a level 5 Zeraora early on into the game as well. Alongside that first couple of goals here, Eason Rego, 4-man rotation on top side of the path, or top side of the map here, going in for so much points and so much dunks that translates into AOs, or well, XPs rather, for their side. But Lance as well does the same thing with that 12 points dunk into the tier 1 goal zone, but a KO in turn for Eason Rego.
Yeah, and that's actually smart from Eason Rego, knowing that an Eldegoss could not actually defend the goal zone on its own. You have to be reliant as well on your teammates because you're just a healer. You're just gonna pop up those pollen puffs, but it's still a Gossifleur actually in this early stage in the matchup. So you need to evolve as much as possible, have Lance at your back in order to defend that goal zone. And Isan Rego found an opening in order for them, to shoot those goals up and going, but there's going to be a trade as well.
Good position coming from Zera Aura, but unexpected with 4-man rotation from Isan Rego that came in just at the right time to surprise Zera Aura and put him down. Under KO for the Isan Rego here inside the trying to run away, going for the retreat. You have Talon going for the defense on tier 1 goal zone. But Isan Rego will just have to come back into their own side off the map as you have Talon successfully defending their tier 1.
They're eyeing on 720 Altarias and Swablu's, just 10 seconds away. Kiawe preparing the wood hammer immediately, but use it instead on an Indeedee, so this is going to be Talon's game.
Yeah, you have Zera Aura as well. You have Sync 1 going in and getting a couple of Altarias and Swab losing their favor, and Isan Rego just have to let it go.
Yeah, but at the other hand, on top path, there's going to be a scoring machine for Isan Rego, but the fight breaks through on bottom path.
Yeah, and Isan Rego trying to go into the backside. An isolation target is perfect. Talon will be able to get that first KO as Sarlej goes down. There's a numbers game advantage for the side of Talon. Trevenant in a bit of an isolation position. It will be Talon Esports will be able to bring him down, but answer back for Isan Rego will be phenomenal. Spectacular return from Isan Rego as they answer with a 3 KO for themselves. But Regice being in that extra support for the side of Talon, getting that KO as well into their side. Unite move being brought up as well. But KO from Buzzwole, from Lance, will gain them the advantage and control of Regice.
I love the reaction time from Talon being able to counter the Revenant Rent with the smackdown a while ago in order to cancel that one out. But here comes Talon once again.
Into the backside, hoping for that flank and surprise attack up against their opponent. But Regice, as of yet, will be taken down by Isan Rego with a nice steal. And now it's Talon who will just find those KOs in return.
Uh-oh, not looking good for Isan Rego. They are behind already at the XP department by Sync 1 leading the charge together with Lance. But Nyx, on the other hand, on top path will set their prioritization. Take those XPs, take those wild Pokemons, take the Regieleki, and eventually score later on.
Yeah, Regieleki will be taken down by Isan Rego. Will be able to successfully defend their own central area. And Talon at this point will just go in for the defense. Just pushing and eliminating the Regieleki onto the top path, but Isan Rego has a different plan. Zera Aura though going into the backside with a surprise attack. Unfortunately, he is very squishy, so Isan Rego has enough damage to make him retreat. The Trevenant uses down the Unite move already up against 2 here, but there's just no follow-up. Isan Rego, just the Revenant Rend will be perfect onto Zera Aura to bring him down and send him back into the base, but Psyduck with those waves, with those knockbacks, will be sufficient enough to bring down the Espeon. But Isan Rego on this prolonged fight, really unfortunate time as Saralej already with 1 HP, but has enough damage to bring him down. Eldegoss going through as well with an extra support, an extra aid, and Mewtwo will be able to answer back.
That was actually a prolonged fight, Chaewon, before he was knocked out. That was the power of Moonlight from the Clefable in order to sustain the capabilities. But sad to say, that wasn't enough for them to avoid being knocked out. And that is XP rewarded once again for Talon. But if we're taking a look at the XP department, it's still Isan Rego who made it bounce back because of Nyx focusing its attention on top path, getting wild Pokemons.
Is there Aura going onto the top pad as well, getting that KO onto Zacian, bringing them at a numbers lead here up against Isan Rego. And Clefable falls down as well in quick succession. So there's a huge advantage for Talon, a signal for them to go for the all-in here. And now you also have that Trevenant in a bit of a dangerous position. As Zera Aura goes for the chase, a KO comes through. Isan Rego coming very swiftly onto the top path here, but looking at the backside, it will be Talon Esports who finds the pincer maneuver, and Isan Rego at a disadvantage.
Right now, Regieleki being started immediately by Talon. They want to make sure to apply more pressure, but trade is going to come down at the side of Isan Rego as they set their prioritization towards Regice to get more XP, but challenge will be available for Talon.
Yeah, and Talon now has information with Psyduck being able to go in for that phase check, but has not enough damage to be able to contest it. Saralej will be able to take down the Regice in their favor. Now going for the retreat. There's no reason to stay for any longer. But you still have that opportunity for Lance to go in for that isolation target onto Espiona as well, going for the chase. Their order will be able to bring down that Trevenant. But East and Rigo too fast and too swift to be able to retreat back to safety with no more Trevenant, with no more frontliners in that fight for them.
That was a close call for Jemru. I feel like the call from Kiawe a while ago with the Wood Hammer was just go back, I'll be the sacrificial Pokemon here. And Jemru was actually trying to attempt to go for more KOs, do more damages, but luckily there was actually Ray doing the Moonlight in order to sustain that HP, and Talon is not within the range in order for them to get the KO up against Jemru. So clutch decision making from East and Rego, but that is something that they have to be very careful, knowing that Talon might took advantage of it later on.
Yeah, and just look at how Talon Esports has been playing so far. Zero Aura already at level 14, positioning is perfect here, but now it's all for them to play defensively. They have a 100-point lead here at this stage. Lance going in the forefront of this battle, trying to go for that face check, but very dangerous position for them if they're going to do that. Zacian.
Nyx is just hiding in tall grass, waiting for a perfect opportunity for them to get it. Kaowe, on the other hand, sets up the play.
Good hammer coming in from Trevenant, but there's no support. Phantom Force already being used here, but Ethan Rego has lost Zacian. 3 goes down, and Clefable and Trevenant the only ones left coming for the side of Eastern Rego, and that will be Talon, who has that opportunity to go for the all-in, to go in for that sweep. With Trevenant going down into the bottom path, has to go in for the reset as you have Talon just dunking so much points and readying up that 50 points for Talon with that Rayquaza buff, making it so much easier.
Almost a game for East and Rego. They tried to go for the flip. Kiawe did the engage plus the Phantom Forest, but not quite enough firepower in order for them to win the team fight.
Their aura still fighting onto the front lines of this battle as Sync 1 just has the upper hand from that battle, and Trevenant trying to run away, but at this stage, with a 400-500 lead for the side of Talon, there is just no more opportunity left for East and Rego to bring things back to their favor.
Quite unfortunate for East and Rego. They're down by 600 points. Too hard to catch up at this point. They want to go for the KOs, but there's too much firepower and shield at the hands of Talon. What can they do to minimize this lead?
It's just really difficult. At this stage, you only have 30 seconds remaining. Talon's playing goalkeeper here, but on the opposition. So it's really hard for them to make it back and minimize the lead at this point for East and Rego. Now it's the time for them to think about the next game, to think about the lower bracket finals, how they're able to make it back here. Because the thing is, thus far, Talon Esports did such a phenomenal job into sustaining what I can call their first massive lead into the whole series.
Yeah, and for sure, East and Rego will come back a lot more stronger, but they have another hurdle going into the lower bracket, which will be determined later on, as we saw Omega won their lower bracket semifinals a while ago. So for sure, it's going to be Omega and the other team who's going to win into the lower bracket, and who's going to win there will definitely face East and Rego later on.
Yeah, for sure. And Talon Esports here in Game 3 acted quite confidently, was able to really sustain the advantage from the start up until the very end, with Saint-Juan being the primary player who led the charge for the team to win it.
Yeah, full of surprises indeed. This game is making a statement that East and Rego could potentially take down Talon in Grand Finals, but that will be much more difficult if they manage to go into Grand Finals, because they have a Grand Finals reset disadvantage, which will make it harder for their team to get the crown and proceed to the Worlds in Anaheim.
Yeah, there's only one ticket. There is only one slot for the Philippines to go into the World Championship in Anaheim, USA, and thus far, Talon is looking clean as they secure the grand final spot here in the Philippines Qualifier.
Yeah, I'm just excited for the next matchup. I'm just excited to see East and Rego once again. Can they actually dominate the lower bracket up until this point? Because they have been doing a phenomenal job in suppressing the capabilities of Talon. But Talon is always ready to find a mistake, find a loophole in order to take your opponent down.
Yeah, for sure. Just finding the opportunity, just finding every possible conditions for them to be able to win it. And this far, like Eastern Rego, still tipping my hats on to this team overall. They're able to sustain quite a bit of a hurdle, considering that Talon is one of the best, if not the best teams thus far in the Philippine region across multiple years. Eastern Rego definitely put up a huge struggle for Talon's side.
Wow. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the next game. This is just full of history making for these teams. It could be a Cinderella run already for Eastern Rego, but Talon is just a huge barricade for this team in order to proceed even further into the grand finals. They don't want to give that crown as soon as possible, but they have a big potential, but Talon will still be the obstacle of these teams competing here, and they are going to be waiting in grand finals.
For sure. Talon Esports already securing one of the slots into the grand finals, waiting for the potential winner of the lower bracket finals for them to really just battle it out for that one ticket to Anaheim, USA this August. And overall, Talon just winning one of those team fights. And this, I think, is the huge part about Pokemon Unite, right? One thing can lead to the other. Yes, you can sustain all of the advantage that you want, but one team fight into that final stage of the game where Rayquaza is up, this will be the one that can dictate it all.
Yes, and of course, congratulations to Talon as they are actually waiting for the grand finals already in this tournament. One step away to get that lone slot for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, USA. But mind to tell you, there's still a potential for Eisen Rego or whoever they are going to compete with in the lower bracket finals, because for sure, no one is going to take this one very easy, because we are talking about a slot only for Worlds.
Yeah, and 15,000 USD as well is on the line for the top one and the champions of the Philippine region. But looking at the bracket, Talon will proceed into the grand finals. Eastern Reg will be brought down into the lower bracket finals, wherein they will fight up against Isen Omento.
Wow. Isen Omento, despite having a nerve-wracking run in this tournament, from the start, they were already dropped down immediately at the lower bracket. Mind to tell you, there's going to be a rematch, or rather, there's going to be a brotherhood matchup that we will witness later on between Team Isen Rigo and Team Isen Omento. Isen Omento, they are known already for qualifying to Worlds and at the same time getting that top 16 finish. But Isen Rigo, they're not new into the scene. They don't have that kind of global experience yet, but they are already making a name out of themselves after that series with Talon.
Oh, surely. They have made such a huge promise away from that series in the upper bracket finals, wherein they brought in a game up against Talon, and one of which was really close for Isen Rego to really just close it out and have a secured slot into the grand finals. But nevertheless, Isen Rego versus Isen Omento, this will dictate a battle between, as you have mentioned, brotherhood between these two teams. And the winner here will go into the grand finals to battle up against Talon Esports for that slot into the World Championship.
Yeah, and for sure, both of these teams wants a rematch up against Talon. You know, Isen Omento is looking for their second consecutive world stage appearance, but on the other hand, Isen Rego wants to make the first stage appearance as well in Worlds. And they know already themselves that they do have the potential to make it true, or make it come through, knowing that Talon, they took a game up against Talon, who is probably the king of Philippine region and being one of the very best out there in Worlds.
Yeah, and so far, Isen Omento has been in a Cinderella run.
Yeah.
So if Isen and Omento will be able to take down Isen Rego, that definitely is a storyline to behold coming in from this team, because they were sent into the lower bracket very early on here into day 2 of our matches, and then thus far just clean sweeping every single one of their matches coming forward as well. A consistent 2-0 on the line here. We'll see if they can bring down Isen Rego this time around to secure that grand final spot.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest challenge here for Isen Omento. Their staminas must be wearing off already, but they continue to fight and show that they can be the very best in the Philippine region as they are preparing themselves for their next matchup between Isen Rego.
Yeah, for sure. There's still the lower bracket finals to the grand finals. Once again, this will be a 15,000 USD prize pool, or well, lion share that the top one will be able to take home alongside a ticket to Anaheim, USA for the World Championship. So we'll see later on what the occurrence will be from Ethan Rigo and Eenomen, because we're just gonna take a short break, and when we come back, it's the lower bracket finals coming through.
And welcome back, trainers. This is Kaorizz and Pikayuls bringing you the action for the lower bracket finals. It's going to be a family feud. It's going to be Ethan Rigo up against Ethan Omento. One final slot for a chance at redemption, a revenge match against Talon. Now, the storyline for these two teams was that Ethan Omento, already an established team, already made it to Worlds. You know, a very successful roster, while you have Ethan Rigo, where they even failed to make the top 8 last year. It was full of frustrations, it was full of heartbreaks for this team. But now, with their newly found roster and their newly found success, they found themselves in the top 3 and now potentially securing a slot with a revenge match against Talon. But the one that is currently standing in the way, it's none other than their brothers, is an Omento.
And this is going to be a huge match. Knowing that Omento has been mentoring a lot, the members of Rigo way back then during 2024, and for sure, it is a shocker that they're going to be going up against their, what they call in Filipino is kuyas.
Kuyas.
Yeah, there we go. So it's more on a brotherhood matchup that we will witness for today.
Yeah.
But it's not like they'll treat each other as brothers, because right now they're going to be rivals and they want to make sure that one of them will be advancing into the grand finals and potentially get that slot for Worlds.
Yeah, exactly, because in this tournament, I mean, in the preliminaries or in the playoffs, you could still be brothers, but once you are faced against each other, it's a whole nother story between these two teams.
Yeah.
Ethan Rigo wants to prove a lot for the Ethan organization. This could be the statement match up against Ethan Omento, where they could claim possibly the main team.
Oh, yeah. Simply because there are like when you go into an organization, right?
Yeah.
And you have like multiple teams. There's always a team that you consider who is potentially the strongest, or what they call as the main team, right?
Yeah.
And we have to consider that Omento is still the main team, or the strongest team out of all the Eastern teams out there. We have Exocia, I believe, as well, who had their early exit in day number 1, and Pretoria as well. They had an early exit a while ago yesterday. So it's just these two teams from Eastern, and just imagine that they made it both into the top 3. That's a huge statement that these organizations have been stacking a lot of powerful players.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention, Ethan Rigo was the winner of the upper bracket. Then you have Ethan Omento on the other hand, having this Cinderella run onto the lower bracket stages. We almost counted them out. We almost doubted them because they got 2-0'd in the upper bracket, then came back way stronger on the lower bracket. I think that was the wake-up call for Ethan Omento, for them to actually, lock in, if that's a term, locking in. And for Ethan Rigo, we'd have to see, do they find the confidence that they possibly get from facing Talon and actually taking a game from them? And they actually had the opportunity to close out that series, or will that be something that hinders their mindset heading into this matchup against Ethan Omento?
Yeah, they have to shake off the pressure, right? It seems like they were always visualizing themselves as facing one of the strongest teams in the world, which is Talon, which is Ethan Omento, and to have you shake it off if you really want to take the W in the matchup. Because if you are looking up on someone, or a team rather, definitely your performance will be pulled down. So you want to make sure that you look at them on the eye level, and you'll get tons of advantage towards them.
Exactly, because sometimes in this tournaments, especially this PH qualifiers, you would actually have to look at the so-called titans of the league. And Ethan Rigo, they faced new teams in the upper bracket, then eventually faced Talon in the upper bracket finals, where they eventually lost, but it was in a 2-1 fashion. So I think Ethan Rigo should use that fuel to actually make something out of it, in a way that, oh yeah, we're also one of the top dogs here. We belong to the top 3.
Yeah,
and that's why we're here, and they need to prove it right now. But Ethan Omento still on the run to prove themselves once again that last year wasn't a fluke, and that this roster that they made, this newly formed roster, is actually the one that will give them the ultimate glory, having the 2 fragments coming in from Elevate, the 2 new members in their lineup. I think for Ethan Omento, they also have to prove something. I mean, all of the players here, they have a concrete storyline, and we'll have to see which one plays it out to the end.
Yeah, just really excited on what's about to unfold in this matchup. And might to tell you that Ease and Rigo, they were really trying hard way back then, 2023, 2022. They were trying to prove
Yes.
something in the scene. Especially Kiawe is one of the what do you call this? Oldest player in the Pokemon Unite
Yes,
scene
exactly.
in the Philippines. He was competing way back 2022, as far as I know, during the UCS APAC East, right?
Yeah.
So I forgot his team before.
He went from Lazy Esports.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, yeah.
Then he went to Lazy Esports where we beat them in the
Yeah.
Green Club. And that was 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0.
Then
Yeah.
he went to Night Fox.
Oh yeah, there we go. Night Fox. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
In,
Arctic Fox.
2023, right? 2023,
Yes.
I think. Yeah. And Lassen Fox in 2023 PH Open. There we
Yeah,
go,
until
yeah.
24.
Yeah, there we go.
And now Isan Rego 24 to 25.
Oh, yeah.
At the present time. So yeah, and now we are in the draft phase of I'm still kind of hey.
This guy is having like a flashbacks, in his professional scene.
my
days,
prime.
The prime days. But yeah, let's go back into our draft. This is lower bracket finals. Eenomen bans that Talonflame and Comfy away, and while Isan Rego is gonna stick with supporters. We have 3 supporters in total.
Yeah.
That's going to be banned, and for sure, like the primary option of the teams, it's going to be Blissey and going to be Clefable as well.
Exactly. And we can see that this Psyduck has been winning a lot of games
Yeah.
recently in this tournament. So definitely a good ban for the side of Isan Rego alongside that Hoopa, because Isan Omento likes to play with pace. But as of the moment, Isan Omento still not pulling their trump card.
Yeah,
Possibly they could be saving it for later on, but Isan Rego sticking to their original.
Yeah, I mean, Omento did pulled it off a while ago, right? So
Yeah.
they want to make sure that they don't use it as much as possible, knowing that if you use it as much as possible, you're gonna get predictable immediately, right? So
Yeah.
you're gonna be read like a book, and definitely that will be a big disadvantage if a team does read how you play that kind of strategy.
Exactly, because if they actually read your moves, then it's kind of a hard time for you, because yes, you can reiterate your strategies,
Yeah.
you can come up with new tactics, but once again, that's only the thing that you could do, because the moveset of the Pokemon, your playstyle has already been readden. And now for the side of Isan Omento, they have a lot of picks that they can, put in here, because they're such a team with such a huge Pokemon pool, if you might consider it that way.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like I do feel like Isan Rego is trying to replicate their composition during game number 3
Oh, yeah.
in up against Talon, but they don't have Trevenant, so they decided to switch things up with an Umbreon, which is actually a great option as well if you want to replace a Trevenant. But a
Wow.
Gengar, here we go, a Gengar with full of high risk, high reward mechanism, simply because that Gengar is really ahead of a power spikes if you are ahead in levels. But if you're not, then definitely you're going to be behind so much to the point that you cannot deal enough damage to all-rounders and defenders in the game.
Yeah, exactly. But this time around, this Gengar is going to be played very differently. I think the idea and the inspiration from this Gengar was from Lance. When Lance used the
Oh,
Gengar
yeah.
on Luminosity Gaming back in ACL, now it was used by Hitori
Oh,
and
yeah.
Team Omega. But sadly, they made their exit 4th place. But now, it's going to be played in the central lane, because as far as I know, it's going to be Che1 that is playing the central area here for the side of Isan Rego, while Nyx is going to be sticking with that Zacian. Has been working wonders for them until now. So I'm very curious as to see how this matchup is going to fare out. Will Isan Rego force out Isan Omento to a game where Isan Omento has to actually pull out their trump card?
Yeah, and might to tell you as well that Che1 has that Drain Crown, or rather Drive Lens.
Yeah.
Drive Lens on his pocket. So definitely every KO, every assist, that's an additional special attack for them, or for Che1 at least,
Yeah.
which will leave a huge impact. Just imagine if you have Drive Lens and at the same time you have Slick Spoon, then definitely you will be dealing a lot of damage and at the same time special attack penetration
Yeah.
into the defenses of Isan Omento.
And now, welcome to the Thea Sky Ruins as the lower bracket finals commences. It's going to be Isan Omento up against Isan Rego, now on the way.
Yeah, the family, the bonds, the mentorship. Let's see who will be the stronger team right now. Because as far as we know, it's always a Mento, but Rigo is ready for the challenge as they get the first KO.
First KO now onto the hands of Nyx. We have seen this duo onto the top lane. Ray and Nyx so aggressive. And there seems to be a little bit of a scuffle here. And bottom path, it's Kiawe and Jemeru up against Ryu and Chuya.
Want to make sure to set up some visions here. Ys and Rigo playing it very safely. They know that they are in the lower bracket, so one mistake might let them down already into their exit into this tournament. But 855 in terms of position, there's nothing much of a four-man rotation that we are seeing, but Ys and Rigo is ready to charge in.
Yeah, they're looking a play here onto the bottom path. Successfully,
Oh,
Chuya
nice.
gets out of that one, but Ryu kind of deep into this one. The Dream Eater is going to land, but no more KOs to be followed. They tried to score. 2 points comes in from Kiawe. Still, they are continuing this onslaught onto the bottom path, and once again, that's going to be Chuya now taken down, but now sent onto the back lane. Icicle Spears is going to land, but Jaewon, with a slither of HP, is going to get taken down finally. Another answer coming in from the side of Ize and Omento.
And still worth it at the side of Ys and Rigo. You know, they're stacking up a lot of points, but at the same time, Sent is dealing a lot of damage up against Kiawe as he gets knocked out immediately at bottom path.
Yeah. And Ize and Rigo right now, they're in lead when it comes to points and in levels as well. Goes to show that their performance against Talon wasn't no fluke. And now Ray having a fun time with MXI here onto the top path. As the middle Altarias have spawned in and has been cleared out already. Ize and Omento looking for a play. Now Kiawe just diverting their attention, and now they are stuck in a hard place. Next goes Sin. That is going to be one member down. And now the chase continues. Sent would be the next casualty. 2 KO streak coming in from Chaewon. And Ys and Rigo continues to march onto the top lane. And here comes Chaewon once again onto the back lane. And Ryu, very low on HP. Only supports and defenders left to defend this one. Can they still hold for much longer? Here comes the onslaught coming in from Ys and Rigo. No stopping just yet. Sent low on HP, but they're going to find an answer. Unite move to just clean it up and to actually wipe the members off to the top lane with Jemeru. Cleans up the plate as Ys and Rigo finds a favorable fight on the top lane.
And that is actually a huge onslaught for Ys and Rigo in order to dominate their own respective lane. And they want to prioritize this Regieleki to apply more pressure up against Ys and Omento. But there was a trade happened immediately in bottom path with that Registeel, additional firepower for their team.
Yeah, at least Ys and Omento got a trade there because Ys and Rigo got so much value onto the top lane fight. And where they actually got like 4 to 5 KOs, plus they broke the goal zone. But wow, next going to be forced to use the eject button there, so needs to be a little bit careful because Ys and Omento, you know this team, they have experience. They're the same like Talon. They know how to capitalize off leads. They know how to actually hold off until the end. But now Ray is going to be the one that's going to get picked off. And now the Unite move has been popped here by Chuya, but no more casualties for the side of Ys and Rigo. But in fact, it's the other way around. It's going to be the Buzzwole down, but Kiawe is going to be the one that follows next. And next, just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Trying to find someone, trying to find anyone. But Chaewon going to get spotted out. Ryu there. And now next, going and hunting for the back lane, is going to get stopped and going to get dropped, as that's going to be Sent, picking up one, but Chaewon's still not done. It's going to be another exchange, and wow! The re-entry coming in from that Gengar was huge.
And not just that, the foul play from Kiawe
Yeah.
made a huge impact to set up the pace, and everyone from Ys and Rigo followed up a lot, and the damage firepower was just there to do the follow-up.
Exactly, that was so clean coming in from Ys and Rigo, but Ys and Omento, from that fight on the bottom path, they actually found something, and that kind of equalizes things out. It didn't equalize it, but kind of, you know, shortened the gap between the two teams, where it's a kind of a close match, but not really when it comes to scores. And you know that this game can be won if you have, you know, the higher score at the end of the match.
Yeah, indeed. And Kiawe is pulling up a lot of powerful plays to give into his teammates. But right now, Regieleki up on top. The steal might happen just yet.
Oh, no steal as of the moment as Nyx is going to secure the Regieleki. But no more conversions for the side of Eason Rego as it's going to be Nyx now down. But it's going to be Chaewon going back in, picking up 2. And 2 members will explode for the side of Eason Omento. Now they're on the run. Plus the Unite move coming in from Jemiru was huge. Ryu trying to run away for dear safety. And now the Regieleki just slowly but surely creeping in onto the top lane.
But nice defense coming in from East and Mental. They want to make sure that that doesn't land into their goal zone. Just defend it. We'll get tons of XPs with this one. But rotation comes in from East and Rago as well at bottom path.
Yeah, they are so quick when it comes to those rotations. They invested 4 of their members already, maybe all of their members onto the bottom path. And that is going to be a result of Ryu going down into the hands of East and Rego. And they have been on the path. They have been on the roll in this matchup. Almost level 14 on that Gengar, a very, very scary Gengar. And they would have to back away from this one because Eason Rego is now coming. They are now creeping in. The ambush is now in. Nyx finds the Buzzwole, but no pickoff. But Chuya going to be the one. The sacrificial Pokemon indeed left alone on the top path. Eason Rego finds another.
Nyx leading the charge with the swords in order to detect someone. But here comes Nyx putting a lot of vision. Not going to be quite enough.
But Ray now is going to get scrambled in that mix because so many members of Eason Omento found the support player from Eason Rego at the right place at the right time. I think for Eason Rego, they need to stay together now because they already have the levels. They know that they can win in big team fights, and they're a team fight composition team because it's going to be very hard. For example, Ray is not going to be around, or it's going to be Kiawe not going to be around. Who is going to soak up the damage and who is going to heal the team? And for now, Eason Rego, they're sitting comfortably with the lead, but we know Eason Omento, they can actually flip things around. They know how to utilize their lead. They know how to utilize every single moment because all of these players have championship experience.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Eason Rego is actually great as well in terms of flipping mechanism, flipping gameplay. That has been their signature as well in multiple appearances in tournaments. But right now, this will all boil down who has better last hits. So far, it's looking good for Eason Rego. They have that Zacian on their favor. But on the other hand, Eason Omento also has a snipe shot that could do a last hit as well. So someone from Eason Rego has to chase that Intellium down. It could be Chaewon with a Gengar. Let's see if they can make it happen in this point.
And as you can see now on the map, Chaewon positioned very carefully down at the bottom path, still trying to find something, trying to find a crack, trying to find the right timing as of the moment. But Kiawe is going to be the frontliner and Ray as well to just check and know where are the position of Team Eason Omento is. They are now engaging, and it's going to be Ray. Oh no, the first casualty for the side of Eason Rego is now currently down, but Miva being stuck there, and it's going to be Jemiro using the Unite move together with Nyx to slash it all down, and Jay went onto the back lane, but still, 4 members left, still alive for the side of Eason Omento. They are trying, they're desperately trying, and it's going to be Chaewon, the only one left, still has the
so much damage,
but oh no. So much DPS coming in from Eason Omento and a big blunder for the side of Eason Rego. They secured the Rayquaza and now they're dumping the points. 72 from Chuya, 100 from Ryu, and now they're just dumping it one by one. Still, Eason Rego can come back from this one, but they would have to stop the remaining push here of Eason Omento.
Yeah, that's just a 193-point lead. 2 hundos is enough for them to make a comeback. But 30 seconds is all that's left. Tons of shields are still available for Eason Omento. They can shoot another hundo. Here comes the defense. Not quite enough.
And exactly, but the thing here, I think, is the time is already so low for the side of Eason Rego, and as they were forced to actually defend their goal zone from Eason Omento, a huge blunder once again from Eason Rego this time around, which, you know, secured Eason Omento the win. As I told you, everyone, earlier, Eason Omento is great at this kind of gameplay because they have the experience. And they love to play this macro type of gameplay where, yes, we can be behind, but let's find a window of opportunity. Let's find anything. Let's find let's find a strategy where we can actually capitalize of what we can work with as of the moment, and that gives is an Omento the first win of the series. And
Wow.
wow.
It's actually Isan Omento, who got the win here. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, there we go, there we go. So, Isan Omento takes game number 1 up until this point. Isan Rego is still looking for the rhythm, and I see nothing wrong once again. I see nothing wrong with Isan Rego.
Yeah.
It's just they were having it's just them again having a tough time in terms of the late game fights, especially
Yeah.
on final stretch. That
Exactly.
last 2 minutes is very crucial. And despite Nyx doing big plays, big Unite moves as well, it seems like he's a little bit of an inconsistent player
Yeah.
actually for me. He's really strong on early game, mid game, but it all boils down to late game. Knowing that everyone has catch up immediately by Isan Omento, is just Nyx being pulled down immediately in the damage department. So I do feel like there has to be something. There has to be a snap from their team in order to fill the gap immediately that they are lacking, especially on last 2 minutes.
Yeah, and as we can see here on the replay, Isan Rego, they have the tools and they have every single thing that they need on the earlier stages of the match, but it's just still wasn't enough for them to close it out. And as you said, you haven't seen a possible mistake here for the side of Isan Rego when it comes to those earlier stages of the match, possibly the first minute to the 7 minutes, but they crumble when it comes to like the last 2 minutes where they have to make a huge decision, whether to take the Rayquaza, whether to take a fight. Sometimes Isan Rego is kind of excited to jump the situation,
Yeah.
as it is, because they feel like they're in the lead, they're in a good position to take the Rayquaza, or possibly they just want to end the game to take off possibly the pressure that they're currently feeling. And I think that could be the decision there for the side of Isan Rego. But Isan Omento, they're calm under pressure, and with that, it happens. It happens to the best of the teams. Isan Rego, they are now 1 game behind, and now Isan Omento is 1 win away from
Wow.
actually having a rematch against Talon. Our top 2 teams for like the past year
Oh, yeah.
going to duke it out once again.
Yeah, for sure. And this is actually a much more stronger Isan Omento if I'm going to describe it. Simply because they have someone from Elevate, and at the same time they do have their four-man. Four-man actually, it was actually Dreamt who departed from the team,
Yeah.
but like overall, it's still their core from Isan Omento way back to 2024 Worlds, who's actually playing with Neva and Lewis as their addition into the team. But here's the thing: can Isan Omento pull off a 2-0? For sure, Isan Rego wants another game with them, but here's the thing: Isan Rego is crumbling in Rayquaza fights. Can
Yeah.
they fix that issue in game 2?
And not to mention, Isan Rego has to actually think about the trump cards here of
Yeah.
Isan Omento, because they still haven't pulled it out. The 5 speedsters kind of composition, they still have to pull it out. But I think Isan Rego still has a fight in them. I think all it takes is 1 win in this series to actually stabilize things, because possibly they could be crumbling, they could be kind of overwhelmed as to
Yeah.
what is currently happening. But all it takes is 1 good game for Isan Rego to stabilize things, and for Isan Omento, all it takes is 1 game to be back where you started, that point where you took it, where you actually met your destiny and went to Worlds. But this time around, Talon has that bracket reset advantage. So for both of these teams, it's going to be a very tough time for them. And yeah, Talon right now is just currently watching, reading what
Yeah.
is currently up ahead, what is waiting for them. But now, Isan Rego versus Isan Omento. Isan Omento now at match point.
Yeah, for sure. Talon is already eyeing on their potential opponent in the grand finals, knowing that they have a reset advantage. But for sure, they don't want to make it the hard way, right?
Yeah.
They've experienced it way back winter tournament. They had
Yeah.
a struggle up against Team K from South Korea. So
Exactly.
for sure, they don't want the same thing to happen here on Worlds 2025 qualifiers, knowing that it's just a lone slot that we are talking about in order to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, a lone slot could actually mean a lot for both of the teams,
Yeah.
for all of the teams rather, because imagine if you got the lone slot for your own region. You know how
Mhm.
much pressure that puts onto you.
Yeah.
How much inspiration that you get from the other teams that didn't qualify. How
Mhm.
much how much glory that you're going
Oh
to be
yeah.
bringing, and you know your name, your status, everything. It's there for the taking. So we'll have to see who will be the one that is going to be representing the region and who's going to take it home. And now we are in the drafting phase for game number 2 of Eason Rego up against Eenomen. So Eenomen now up 1 game.
Yeah, and they actually switch sides. So Isan Rego, I do feel like, oh, what a respect ban from the Inteleon being used by Lewis during game number 1. I love this. And might to tell you, those Azure Spy Visions coming from Chuya, from Luis, actually made a huge impact in team fights. They managed to get some information, and at the same time, they were able to execute things down much more cleanly at the side of Memento.
Yeah, exactly. But for the side of Team Rego right now, the respect ban was good, and the follow-up ban as well. I think it's also a respect ban for Eason Rego that Blissey being banned.
Yeah.
MXI doesn't, he hasn't had the chance to actually play this Pokemon this tournament. I mean, he
Oh, yeah.
played it kind of once or twice, but not so much because, that's a signature Pokemon of MXI and you don't want to give it. But now, Eason Rego getting the Psyduck, it's one of their picks that they're very comfortable with.
Yeah.
It's the one that they took a game out of Talon. It's the game that they almost took out Talon to the lower bracket, now in the hands of Kiawe. But Eenomen answering back, taking their Zera Aura and the Umbreon for themselves.
And Comfy is wide open, mind to tell you. I'm not really sure why Isenamento didn't decide to go for a Comfy for them to have a formidable duo, but very understandable. Like, it's very reasonable when you prioritize an Umbreon rather, instead of a Comfy, knowing that an Umbreon is much more agile, much more sustained Pokemon in terms of defense,
Yeah.
and compared to a Comfy, in which they were going to be getting it because it is wide open to be used.
Yeah, so I think that was just, the signal for Eenomen to actually get that Comfy now that Eason Rego has that Eldegoss on their side. And the thing is with Comfy is
Greninja.
you kind of invest
Yeah.
on a singular Pokemon or like your carries, but
Mhm.
your defenders doesn't get that much love from you.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I love the idea or the analogy that you're trying to throw at, but I'm really questioning Chuya once again with the Greninja, potentially an attacker for their team.
Yeah.
Because
course it is.
I mean, it's a great attacker, all right. It's
Yeah.
a great attacker, no mistake. But their range is what we are talking about. So for sure, their team wants to get up and close as much as possible.
Okay, so if we're going to be talking about the Greninja pick here for Chuya, we have seen that this pick from Chuya actually worked.
Yeah.
And their matchup against Code Unknown Fibonacci,
Oh
where
yeah.
they actually closed out the series with the Greninja. Not to mention, Eason Rego, Jemiru actually used it as well up against
Mhm.
Talon at game number 1. Unfortunately, they didn't quite close out that game. But we all know that this Greninja is a very, very, I think it's a unstable pick as of the
Yeah.
moment because it's kind of risky. But if you're a good player and if this Pokemon is in good hands, well,
It
sky's the
works.
limit.
It works.
Yeah, it
Everything
works.
is on its maximum potential. But here we go. If we're going to be observing the draft a while ago, it's always that Absol gets banned for the side of Eason Rego. Now they have access to it immediately. Chae1 can actually take it for themselves.
Yeah.
Now the big question here is, will this Absol already work in their favor? Can this Absol be a winning factor already for their team?
I mean, it could be because as we all have seen, Absol has been constantly banned throughout this tournament, and
Yeah.
there could be a reason for that. Possibly it's the strategy of cheat coders or Code Unknown Fibonacci, but
Yeah.
now we are in for a treat as we are going to see as to what this Absol can offer in Teoskai Ruins. Will it change the fate of Eason Rego, or will it crumble as Team Eason Omento looks for a shot at destiny?
Yeah, Let's see what might happen up until this point, because this is going to be very huge for this brotherhood, if I may call it, because this will determine who will climb up once again into the upper bracket as we are headed towards game number 2.
And now game number 2 officially starts for Rego up against Eenomen. One win is what separates the two teams. Now we all know Scent and this Leafeon onto the central area. And next, once again, you know, your usual Nick starting off strong in the early stages of the match. And, and that's going to be the slow smoke being used now by MXI. Next trying to run away, but the first KO comes in for the side of Team Eenomen. Kind of an overextension, was greatly punished there by Eenomen. A good rid from Eenomen.
Yeah, Eenomen starting things off very clearly. They want to make sure that they play safe, and at the same time, they will get the lead as well, because Rego has been playing a lot of firepower recently. Nyx dominating the early game on top path, knowing that they could get the advantage with a Zacian, because it is so strong during the early game compared to Pokemons who are not yet on its final evolution form.
Yeah, because I mean, that's the thing. If you have the evolution, is that you're very quick onto like scaling and having your way around the map. Not to mention, you have Leafeon that has so high movement speed that can just, you know, rotate all around the map. Not to mention also the burst damage that it has earlier on with the full evolution. And now Kiawe is going to be very low on HP, but Jemeru is there to scare and fend away the attackers coming in from the side of Team Eenomen.
Yeah, and actually loving the discipline from Kiawe. He knows when he's gonna get taken down. That's why he still goes for the aggression, despite it is not looking good on his favor. But here we go, 8 minutes on the clock. They're waiting for the birds to spawn here all the way into the central area, and Miva just cannot seem to contest it.
Yeah, Miva being stuck in the middle of it, and now Rego with the collapse onto the members of Eenomen. They are now low on HP, but Scent going to be the lone survivor there in that heated matchup between the two teams. Bottom gold zone now collected by the side of Team Rego, and Chuya as well going to get taken down as well. Very huge win for the side of Team Rego.
This is the same story that we get to see over and over again. It's Rego doing a strong start in this matchup, but we want to see the consistency. We want to make sure that they take the game, because they have been controlling it for the past 10 minutes, or rather 8 minutes of the game. They want to make sure that they get from start to finish, but right now Omento is pulling off their XPs to fight back up against Rego.
Yeah, it's the small things that matter the most for the side of Eenomen, is that if you can't actually have the lead in the earlier stages of the match, why not, you know, try and do everything in your capabilities to actually catch up to Rego without being punished, without ever having to be kind of in a rough spot. And now Kiawe is going to be pulling Scent there onto the top path. Regirock now collected for the side of Team Rego, and there's going to be a fight onto the top path. Next going to take down one, and now Chuya is now going to be the next target, and now MXI nowhere to go, going to be the next one down. 2 KO streak for Nyx, and now 2 members is going to be left for the side of Eenomen trying to score there.
Trade.
It's going to be a trade, yes, but it's going to be in the favor of Rego, as they're going to pick up possibly Ryu and this Reggie Aleki that is going to be constantly marching up onto the top path. Ryu, 1 HP ticking and dropping. KO comes in from Jemeru. And now Rego, eyes on the prize on the top path. Now Miva going to get dived in here. Unite coming in from Jemeru. Electrifies the members of Eenomen, and the push is going to be successful. 260 to 190, Rego finds a huge win.
And almost a taken down goal zone all the way on top path. Just lacking at the AO's energy department. It could have been Rego's already, but they want to make sure that strongly but surely they will apply it. But here comes the aggression for Omento.
Unite move now being forced to be used by Chaewon. He is going to be running away from that one safely, but Emerald 2-step is going to find him. Scent is going to be the one picking that one up. But now it's going to be the engage once again from Eenomen, and another blunder for the side of Rego. Next trying his best, but no one falls for the side of Eenomen.
32 points over Cap. Omento making a comeback in that team fight and getting those XPs up and going in order to get the lead or even things up in the XP department. But on the other hand, that Leafeon looking great for Omento. It can go for aggression plays already, but you want to make sure that it will be a sure KO for your team because your team will definitely suffer more if you get taken down immediately by Rigo.
Exactly, but East and Rigo, it has been kind of the trend for them where they would find a very, very huge team fight, but then later on they would concede once again. And as you can see, East and Omento, they're punishing every move that East and Rigo is currently throwing at them, and now the score has been narrowed down to just a 40, like a
24. There we go. 24 points.
Yeah. And now it's going to be once again Kiawe overextending here. He's going to get picked up here by Isen Omento. Now the Reggie Eleki would possibly be in no contention, be in the hands of Isen Omento.
I feel like Kiawe was a little bit, overextending it at the same time.
Wow.
A little bit too intentional. But here we go. Another fight breaks through.
Another fight breaks through, and Isen Rigo, as we thought that they were losing that fight, they find an opening.
Ryu.
But Ryu trying to find
Moonlight
a
Prance.
steal. Moonlight Prance not going to be enough. Going to be left alone, and that is going to be the consolation prize for Isen Rigo. KO on that Umbreon.
Kiawe was trying to, set up a vision, knowing that his level doesn't matter whenever Isen Omento gets a KO. So what he did was set up the vision, make sure that the Pikachu from their team catches up in terms of XP department. Because if you notice, it was 3 of them who was actually level 10.
Yeah.
And being able to provide that vision gave an ample room to his teammates to get those wild Pokemons right off the bat and get that XP rolling on their Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. So it was good for the side of Isen Rigo, but that doesn't stop here. The role that Cent is currently on to, because level 14 on that Leafeon surely is very scary for the side of Isen Rigo. As you know, Cent can actually just one-shot combo Gemeru, Ray, even Kiawe could actually be one-hit KO'd here by this Leafeon. And now, almost 2 minutes into the matchup, possibly the last game for Rigo, or possibly another game in their hands. But here comes the engage. Kiawe going to be the first casualty here, but they're going to back away.
Back away indeed. You have to make sure that you have a very disciplined rotation. But Isen Omento is trying to overextend a lot here, applying a lot of pressure up against Isen Rigo, knowing that they got a KO, but at the same time, they got already the positional advantage. If they can get this space for themselves, they can actually do the flip as quick as they could. But that doesn't seem like to be the story, because we can see Miva is just at the tall grass waiting for an opportunity to burst everyone down.
Yeah, and that is just, Miva's job with the Unite move of the Zera Aura. It's just, his mainly job together with the Sweet Kiss coming in from this Comfy. And now here comes Isen Rigo trying to buy the space, trying to take the space for their team. And slowly but surely, that is going to be one member down. It's going to be Miva. And now the team fight commences. Low on HP, that is going to be sent. And Nyx finds the favorable fight, but it's going to be Gemeru providing the damage, keeping Rigo alive. J1 with the last hit, and we're going possibly to a game number 3.
But not quite over yet. It's a team wipe, but Miva is already back in action. Can he shred down the shields that Isen Rigo does have in their pocket?
And now the siege comes in for the side of Isen Omento, and what a dodge coming in from Nyx, dodging the Unite move that Miva threw at him. But Gemeru up against Miva 1v1. It's going to be Miva coming out on top. 590 to 236 is their current score as of the moment. It's going to be a huge lead for the side of Isen Rigo. But Isen Omento, can they still catch up with 50 seconds left on the clock?
They still can. They just need a team wipe. But I love the rotation from Rigo. They want to make sure that they play defense after their AO's energy has run out, despite having that AO's energy, or rather having that Rayquaza shield available on their hands.
And now Isen Omento with the final push to try and put a stop to this madness. as Ezen Rego with the defense. They are now launching onto the jump pads. Unite move comes in from Gemaru to seal the deal. That is going to be the dagger. Now stabbed, and now they are going to be get dropped as Eenomen tries their best but to no avail. Sent the only member left standing, left alone at the base as Ezen Rego extends this matchup to a game number 3.
Game number 3 is going to be the name of this matchup of the Brotherhood, ladies and gents. Ezen Rego extending the series, wants to get that rematch up against Talon and reclaiming their confidence in this tournament.
And as I said, you know, Ezen Rego needs to find that spark, needs to find that reset in this matchup. And now they are currently in that position where things are equalized. Not only did they get a fair matchup against Talon, now they are in a fair matchup against Eenomen. So Ezen Rego, they are a very, very strong team, but Eenomen, so, you know, we are seeing their potential as well with this new lineup, with this mixture of players. You can see the experience, you can see the talent, you can see the individual skills. It's there for both of these teams. And I might say, you know, all of the participants remaining right now, the top 3, it's kind of interchangeable at this point because all of the teams that is currently alive in this tournament is just giving it all they got, because once again, a lone slot at Anaheim is what awaits their destiny, and both of these teams giving it their all. Ezen Rego and Eenomen living it all out there. And now here is the highlights for game number 3.
I mean, both of the teams are really deserving to, you know, take the grand final slot. Actually, the top 3 remaining teams are well deserved to represent our region into the Worlds, knowing that they are on the same level already. And we can actually justify that just because that Ezen Rego managed to took a game up against Talon, and at the same time, Omento was on the world stage last year. So definitely they are on the same footing. That is what we can say as of now. But Ezen Rego, can they finish their job? That's the big question, because a while ago they weren't able to finish things down despite having a huge potential in taking it down.
Yeah, because all of this would mean to nothing if they don't actually make it back and have the revenge match up against Talon, as Ezen Rego still has a lot to prove. Eenomen already proven it, being on the world stage already. And you know, it's a close matchup between these two teams. It's hard to say what will happen the next time around. Will Eenomen actually pull out their trump card? Will they pull out this composition that has been hardly recognized by all of the teams here? Because I think that Ezen Rego doesn't know how to play against it.
I think they can, right? But here's the thing. You don't want to use it on a critical situation
Yes,
such as
exactly.
this one, right? It's game number 3. It's lower bracket. And for sure, that composition that you could call a trump card for Eenomen is someone plays a high risk. High risk, if I may say. Yes, you could definitely score tons of goals. But what if the draft of Ezen Rego counters that kind of composition?
Yeah.
What if there would be a Snorlax with a block? What if there would be a Clefable who has gravity? What if there could be an attacker or an all-rounder that could checkmate you just like a Mimikyu with a Unite move, play with me? It's pointless if those Pokemons are able to counter that kind of strategy that Omento pulls off.
Yeah, exactly. But because it's a double-edged sword once again for Omento. If they decides to actually, you know, pull it out, well, I'll be impressed. I'll be impressed.
Yeah,
I'm
for
going
sure.
to be honest. I'll be impressed, but I don't think that that's going to be the case here.
Yeah.
For Ezen Rego, keep the same energy, keep the same lineup, run it back.
Yeah, let's see how they can run this one back again. Game number 3, it will start in just a bit, and for sure, this is just way too phenomenal. And by the way, guys, I'm really curious, like, what could be the prediction of the fans who's actually watching in our different platforms, you know, because I do believe we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. There we go. So, really curious what is going to be the initial prediction of our fans watching all the way from the Philippine region, because right now it's really unpredictable. It may look like Talon is going to be reclaiming that crown, but because of what Ezen Rego did, then definitely it could be a different situation. It could be a different story once again for Philippine qualifiers.
Yeah, it could be a different timeline this time around. There should be a disturbance in the air
Yeah.
that I must sense.
Something like that. You know what I'm saying, right? That's like the concept of our qualifier stage once again in this matchup. We're just waiting for game number 3 to undergo on its way, but I'm really excited on what's about to unfold. East Rego is a very promising team. They did a great run. Actually, not them. Like majority, or rather, Kiawe did
Yeah.
a great run during way back 2023 in PH Open, right?
Yeah.
And I do feel like he is about to make his dream come true to represent Philippine region. He's just 2 steps away.
Yeah.
2 steps away.
3 steps away.
3 steps rather. Yeah. Because there's a bracket reset
Yeah.
initially, right? So
Still a long road up ahead for Kawe or any member of Isen right now.
yeah. But, it's really far, but we're also way far already in our progress. So let's see what will happen in our last game up against Eenomen and Rego. Talonflame, Inteleon bans, a lot of respect bans here as well. Same thing with the Comfy, and I am expecting a same ban as well. Could be a Hoopa.
Or a Blissey.
Or a Blissey. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Blissey has to be respected
Oh.
as well. Oh, there we go. Psyduck.
They'd rather not have it, you know.
Yeah.
If you can't have it, if I can't have it, no one can.
No one can, right? You have to deny it, and you can't deny pick, especially that Psyduck is actually one of the
Yeah.
prioritized Pokemon. But
Exactly.
here we go. The answer back is going to be a Hoopa for the side of Eenomen. Hoopa is still probably one of the prime supporters out there in the game as well. But that leaves them as well to get Zacian and Absol for the team of Rego. But here's the thing. Here's the downside in getting speedsters, in getting all-rounders first in the draft. It will be really difficult for you to counter it all out, or it will be really difficult for your team knowing that Eenomen could counter it immediately with their remaining defenders and supporters.
Yeah, that's the thing. But Isen Rego, I think they want to actually just go all out with this one. They know that Nyx and Chaewon has been doing wonders for the team currently, but Isen Rego very confident with this pick. As you can see, it's going to be Jamiru possibly picking up that Greninja and playing it on their side, where Eenomen was the one who actually put it on the map.
Man, this is going to be the trump card of Rego, right?
Yeah.
Kiawe has been using a lot of Crustle way back then.
Yes.
But here's the thing, he tried to diverge his attention into what's so-called meta Pokemons in the game. But Crustle is still around the corner, despite not being used. It's still an efficient Pokemon in order for you to, close out those distances, close out the pathways of your opponents with Rock Tomb. And that X-Scissor doing a lot of contributions for your team to actually pull off some damage and push them back, rather.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention, this Crustle works well with the Greninja,
Yeah.
with the Unite of the Greninja. It works very well for the side of Team Isen Rego, but that is if they are going to have the opportunity to actually set up. Because if you're going to look at Eenomen, they have Miva on that Aegislash, Scent on that Leafeon, and Chuya on that Mewtwo Y. So it's going to be very, very hard for them, not to mention Ryu and MXI on their very own respectable and iconic picks.
Yeah, so it's really hard to tell who's going to be getting this game, knowing that Eenomen has their more standard lineup. But here's the thing, Rego pulled out their cards as well. It seems like we're looking at, trainers out here from both teams pulling off their best Pokemon that they can use in the game.
Exactly, because this is the time where you'd actually have to go all out.
Yeah.
You would have to think about later. Because right now, it's right now.
Yeah, right. This is the time to actually pull everything off. No need to hesitate. Let's just go with what we usually run. Let's go with the most comfortable Pokemon that we can use, and eventually let's convert it into a W.
Yeah, one step at a time for both of these teams. Isen Rego trying to make a name for themselves, trying to prove something. For Eenomen, trying to reclaim that glory.
Yeah.
And for Talon, it's about defending the crown. And now we are in the final game of the lower bracket final. It's Isen Rego up against Eenomen. Trainers all across the universe Trainers all across the region, all across the world, are you ready for this matchup? It's going to be the last game for these two teams. They have been phenomenal so far, and now this is going to be the one that actually dictates what happens to the story.
Let's see what will happen on the upcoming minutes of this game. The last 10 minutes of the brotherhood of this matchup. Can Rigo pull off the rematch that they have been eyeing on, or can Omento bring back the rematch that they wanted to happen way back to 2024 Philippine Qualifiers?
Exactly, and that is going to be a failed ambush for the side of Eason Omento. Now information gathered for the side of Eason Rigo. They are planning for a play down bottom, but no conversion as of the moment. They're going to spot out Che1, but both of the teams, as you can see, they're very, very careful with every move that they do. And Che1 goes in, but Sen's going to get blocked off. It's going to be Ryu left alone. Going to be very, very brave in that one, as it's going to be Kaorizz now low on HP. Uses the Rock Tomb, but it's going to be the first casualty, first KO now on the board. It's an Omento picking up the pace.
This is actually a different start compared to what we witnessed during the past couple of games. Knowing that Eason Rigo is usually the team who's starting really strong. But here's the thing, Omento took that kind of strategy, took that kind of gameplay, apply it to themselves, and right now Eason Rigo lost that first team fight.
Yeah, and now Eason Rigo on their back foot. I mean, still, it's the early stages of the match, so there's still a window of opportunity for both of the teams, but Nex has been kind of quiet in the earlier stages of the match.
Yeah, central area being locked down by Eason Rigo to get those XPs. Phenomenal way to read the timer.
Oh,
but here
wow.
comes a KO for their team. They want to shoot those points. Nice Rock Tomb in order to deny the rotation that might come up at the side of Eason Omento.
And just like that, Eason Rigo brings back the lead in their favor. 69 to 68, but the XP advantage in the favor of team Eason Rigo. And now Eason Omento going to find a trade down bottom. That is going to be the first goal zone now down for the side of Eason Rigo. And they're still, they're still planning to take this top path where MXI uses the portal now to call in his teammates. But it's going to be only Chuya and MXI. Now MXI going to be stuck there with the wall. Midnight Slash being committed now by Che1 to just drive away the defenders. X-Scissor by Kaorizz. Not going to fight so much, but that, wow. Che1 just going in with that one Psycho Cut. You know, together with Pursuit was just so much. Phenomenal.
Yeah, and that Rock Tomb perfectly executed by Kaorizz in order to jail down that low member from Eason Omento, and nice follow-up as well from Che1 in order to guarantee the KO, and they got the Regieleki as well, who's going to be applying so much pressure all the way at top path. But here comes the rotation from Omento all the way to bottom path.
Yeah, here comes the rotation from Omento to the bottom path. It's going to be very favorable for them. It's going to be one member down, two member down for the side of Eason Rigo. Now, Eason Omento forcing the issue. 3 KO streak coming in from Sent. He is going wild from this one. Kaorizz low 1 HP trying to back away, trying to find safety, going to find it. And that is going to be the lead coming in from Eason Omento. The advantage of the buff that Reggie Rock gave them, where they actually claimed the first Reggie at the bottom path here for the side of Eason Omento. Eason Rigo didn't quite transition their Regieleki up top because of the portals that the Hoopa has to offer, but that is going to be one Crustle down in the central area, Kaorizz down in the hands of Eason Omento.
A little bit inconsistent performance here for Eason Rigo. They are down a lot in terms of XP department, despite Nyx being able to catch up at level 9. But here's the thing. Eason Omento, they have a better scaling in terms of XP. They are so much ahead, and they're the ones aggressing the fight. So, mind to tell you, if Eason Omento continues to be aggressive and Eason Rigo cannot pull off a fight, then definitely they will be behind no matter how hard they try to catch up.
Yeah, I think so. But for the side of Team Eason Rigo, I think they need to focus more on the Regis down bottom lane. Yeah. Because it's going to be the huge thing for them It's going to be the one that is putting up with their XPs, because that is where they are currently lacking in the XP department. Because if they're going to be focusing onto the top path, it's just going to be MXI there with the rings and bound, so he can just call his teammates, rush that Reggie onto the bottom path. And I'm just going to call you guys, and that is going to be the Regirock now claimed, the second Regirock claimed by the side of Enomen.
Yeah, indeed, that was huge. And Phantom Force, just to check out the status, right? So that was just an information being given. So Hyperspace Hole will definitely make everyone rotate all the way to top path and defend things down. Despite having that Regieleki applying some pressure, this is a space as well for Eastern Rego to take down the tier 1 goal zone. That is, if they are too busy taking down the Regieleki. But as of the moment, they haven't taken it down yet.
Oh no, and next with an overextension onto the top path. Now Eastern Rego forced in a top spot. Emerald 2-step was sure to hurt for the side of Eastern Rego, as they're going to find a team wipe. Enomen on the move, rings and bound, just to actually take down the gold zones here of Eastern Rego. No one to defend. That means it's going to be a conceded top goal zone for the side of Eastern Rego. Enomen finding everything, finding every win that they want in this matchup, and Eastern Rego struggling to keep up.
This is becoming a one-sided match so far in the books. Right now, Eastern Rego, what they can do in the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds of the game, or rather actually 1 minute and 30 seconds, is just to catch up on XP, get those Unite moves online, and rely on the coin flip later on during Rayquaza fight. That is the best decision that they can do, and they do have that kind of potential, knowing that Kiawe has those Rock Tombs, has that X-Scissor in order to push back everyone else at the side of Omento.
Yeah, but the thing is, if Eastern Rego were to actually be in contact with Omento, they are not surviving that fight, because you have the Aegislash, you have the Trevenant, and you have the Leafeon that will just go in your face personally, and that is going to be a very hard time for the side of Eastern Rego, as they are going to be, settling for this Regieleki on the top path. They want to get the secure objective, as Omento wants to actually juice up their members with the XP that they need, because it's going to be a one huge team fight for the decider of this match.
That's not looking great for the side of Eastern Rego. That's a Registeel awarded for Omento, and that's going to give attacking prowess on their team. But on the other hand, Rego, they can burn the time if they want to.
They can score.
They can score as well. That Regieleki is up and online, but I do feel like they're waiting for the back cap 100 points later on, so have to be very careful. You have to set up the vision all the way from that Rayquaza, because if they do, know that this is just going to be a debate.
And oh no, because for the side of Eastern Rego, they're in a bad spot. But that is going to be Ryu, possibly going down. Still alive, still uses the Phantom Forest, still trying to survive. But Eastern Rego trying to force a fight. Jemiru misses the Unite move. That is going to be huge, but onto the back lane. Kiawe is down. Nyx is currently down as well, but not really. 3 members down for the side of Eastern Omento in Eastern Rego. Once again, with an opportunity. Rayquaza low on HP, and it's going to be Eastern Omento! Securing that one, crushing the dreams, breaking the hearts of Eastern Rego, as Eastern Omento secures that one. And that is a heartbreaker for the side of Eastern Rego.
MXI, despite not having the reinforcement, pulls off the rings and bound in order to get tons of HP, tons of XPs, and at the same time, tons of skill sets in order to secure that last hit from the Rayquaza. But right now, it's not too late. 1 minute is all that's left. They can overcap bottom path. They can push through their limits. But Eastern Rego, where are they? They are nowhere to be found.
Time is ticking. Time is dwindling. The members of Eastern Rego nowhere to be found. But here comes the try. Here comes possibly the last hurrah of Eastern Rego, as they are trying to push this one out. But they are scattered all around the map. This could possibly be it. Time is ticking. Time is dwindling down, as it's going to be possibly it. As both of the teams, the Brotherhood, still very there. Eastern Rego going to be continuing, but giving only the support to Enomen. But once again, time ticking. time is clicking. Eenomen is making history once again as they're going to be facing against Talon in the grand finals. And it's going to be a meet or a chance with destiny once again between those two teams. Rego falls short, and Eenomen, they are now in the way to possibly be the representatives of our region, but we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see.
Omento pulling a huge upset up against Rego. That has been the story of this game. The brothers were still the veterans of this league.
Yeah.
They were able to pull it off and at the same time prove that they are still one of the very best in this region. But mind to tell you, Rego, they pulled up a great fight. Everything came down into a critical situation. They had the potential to be the grand finalists, but not quite enough. This isn't their day yet, but for sure, they're going to be stronger in the upcoming tournaments of Worlds.
Yeah, because Team Rego, man, they're a very, very strong team. Kudos to them. Taking a game out of Eenomen, taking a game out of Talon, and both of those games, they could have closed it out in a 2-0 fashion if they could have just, ended the matchup in the first game. And now the replays are going to come in for as to what happened and what conspired in the game number 3 between Eenomen and Rego. And it was Eenomen from the earlier stages of the match. Rego found an opportunity, but it was a very, very scrappy final fight for Rego. I thought that it was them, but it was actually MXI and Eenomen actually sealing the deal. And yeah.
That was huge. That was a huge victory for Omento. Being down already at the lower bracket as early as round number 1, it's just a huge pressure for them to be back into the grand finals. That they have been through a lot. They managed to get passed by multiple teams. As far as I know, they were able to take down 3 to 4 teams in order just to come back all the way into the upper bracket. But here's the thing, another challenge appeared in front of them, and that is going to be the grand finals reset disadvantage up against Talon. And knowing Talon, they're one of the most formidable teams out there in the league, so for sure, this is going to be really difficult for them. Omento is just looking at the multiple possibilities on how they can emerge victorious up against the one and only kings of Philippine region, which is Talon, the greatly anticipated champions. Can they make a back-to-back championship at the World Championships Philippine Qualifier? That is the biggest question that we do have as of the moment. Or will it be a new era in our region here in Philippines?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there is just a lot at stakes on the line, especially coming down into the grand finals where only one can stand champions.
I'm just excited to witness the next set of matches. It's going to be Talon. It's going to be Eenomen. These two teams have had so much rivalry already, but at the same time, their rivalry has been, existent. They were able to represent Philippine region for so many times already. But we want to make sure who's going to represent, who is the sole representative of our region, because we don't have LCQs, we don't have second chances for our region, because only one gets the spot for Worlds.
Yeah, for sure. And at the stakes on the line when it comes to prize pool as well, 15,000 USD will come into the champions. And currently, we only have 2 teams remaining. It will be Talon Esports up against Eenomen in the grand finals.
Yeah, and this is somewhat of a repeat of what happened during 2024 Worlds qualifiers for Philippine region, right? Because it was actually Elevate, but here's the thing. 2 members from Elevate are actually present, right? And Eenomen. And the core of Elevate is actually not already here. So if you take out Elevate, it's going to be Eenomen who's next on the ranking. So definitely we can see a rematch wherein they clashed together during the upper bracket finals as well last year. So this is something that we have to look forward to. Let's see if this will be a real rematch that everyone has been accepting, or will it be a blowout victory once again for Talon.
Yeah, and it's pretty much a kind of a coin flip as well, right? If we're gonna see in the prior series, in the upper bracket finals, it was Talon who was having such a difficult time up against Rigo, and this time it was Enomen. Enomen was able to really beat Rigo in the lower bracket finals, but the thing is, this was still a difficult journey for them. So this time around in the grand finals, it will not be an easy task for Talon Esports to clean sweep this grand final.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Enomen has a great run into the lower bracket. They have that kind of momentum as well that they have been building up since round number 1 into the lower bracket. But the question is, can they still keep up despite playing lots of games compared to Talon? You want to make sure that they are still in the condition to be at 100% to be able to defeat Talon at this point.
Yeah, for sure. They really have to put their best foot forward this time around. This is where all stakes will come down into the grand finals, game number 1. Talon Esports, yes, they have that innate advantage of stepping foot into the grand finals, coming down into the upper bracket, but Enomen definitely have that chance and stand a chance up against them to bring down historically one of the winningest teams in the Philippine region.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what's about to unfold on these two teams as this will determine actually who's going to represent our region into the Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, USA this upcoming August. So, for the information of everyone, a lot of teams have already qualified for our upcoming Worlds. I do believe we already have 4 teams because with March finals already done. So we have a new qualified team as well. Same thing with Insomnia, who won PUACL finals, and of course we do have Luminosity Gaming as well, who won AOS Cup or LAIC.
Yeah, pretty much it's 3 different ways before into the qualifiers that these teams are able to come through and secure a slot into the grand finals, as we've seen the bracket throughout the start of the day. And then here for APAC East specifically, there are 2. One is for the Philippines, which we currently are seeing right now, and also one for the Taiwan-Hong Kong region.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just excited on what's about to unfold actually in our region, because this is just a lone slot we are talking about. It's just one team who gets to represent our region. Some of them might be expecting it's going to be Talon again because of their great run during Worlds 2024, because of their run in PUACL Southeast Asia League, and of course, the commendable job that they did last week on PUACL Finals. But here's the thing. A lot of things happened at the back or behind the scenes with Enomen. They had a little bit of a roster, and at the same time, they managed to pull off a lot of cards, making them reach this final stage.
And it's definitely a double-edged sword, right?
Yeah.
When we're looking at one POV, it could definitely lead them to a bit of a hard time and a difficult time to adjust, given that new situation, new players, new coordination that needs to be built up for this team with pretty much a new adjustments on the line, right? But it can also put up a great strength as well that could lead the charge for this team to new heights, given that new adjustments could definitely make something brand new for Enomen to adjust them to win.
Yeah, there has to be a big adjustment as well, and I do believe that Talon is, Omento is reading Talon already on what are the possibilities that they will be doing in this matchup, knowing that Talon is a little bit too exposed already in the global stage, and for sure, they have been collecting those data already in order to put it up in one single plate and definitely analyze what could Talon do to us. Is this going to be their strategy? Is it going to be different? Because those research will be enough for them to take advantage of it off later on.
Yeah, for sure. Those research, it definitely is a huge part of things here in terms of the competitive side of these teams, knowing what your opponents are quite accustomed to in terms of compositions are very important. But looking at this, we have the bracket. The grand finals is now set foot. It will be Talon Esports up against Enomen, and these two teams have a huge road before them, wherein you have Talon Esports having to beat Code Unknown Fibonacci, and then moving across Cheat Coders Crusaders and Rigo in the upper bracket finals. And Enomen, pretty much a Cinderella story down into the lower bracket, having to beat down Code Unknown Fibonacci, moving towards Thunderclap Nymeria, and then you have Omega and then Isan Rego as well to follow through. So really just a long journey overall for Isan Amento.
Yeah, and therefore we can conclude that Isan Rego is actually the third placer of this tournament, followed up by Omega, who's actually the fourth placer. Fifth to sixth is going to be Cheat Coders Crusaders and Thunderclap Nimeria. And for our seventh to eighth place is going to be Thunderclap Zenith and Code Unknown Fibonacci.
Yeah, for sure. And it was such a promising moment as well. We're looking at one of the top teams, Omega, just rising to the occasion in a foresight of really just having to form a quite new into Pokemon UNITE Championship Series for the Philippines qualifiers, and all of a sudden rising to the occasion and coming forth, I believe, to be fourth, fifth team placer into the Philippines qualifier is definitely a feat to achieve.
Yeah, and being able to prove that you can be the very best or one of the very best teams out here in our region is just like what you've said, a big achievement already, knowing that Isan Rego were actually hidden all the way into the bottom rankings way back then because they had not so much expected run during 2024. They weren't able to pull off a long run in the tournament because of the challenges that they experienced off the camera, but they were back. They came back stronger. They were able to prove that they can be the top three team on this region. So for sure, they will grow stronger even further as we progress into our tournament. But right now, grand finals gonna be on its way in just a little bit. Talon and Isan Omento, and for sure, this will be a long night. But, objective-wise, I feel like Talon still has a huge potential in being the champions of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they have shown strength. They have shown consistently. This is one of the strengths, if not the strengths, of a champion team. And so far, Talon has proven themselves in their track record over the past years that they are the strongest in the Philippine region as well, getting multiple qualifiers and multiple tournaments in their pocket as well. So they are one of the most decorated team in the Philippines, but surely some of these teams are also rising to the occasion. We saw Isan Rego really just batting it out hand-to-hand combat a while ago, almost winning up against Talon Esports if they just kind of stepped up just a bit more and became consistent in Game 1 and Game 2. And without that steal, it could have been Isan Rego's match.
Yeah, that game number 1 was really huge of an impact to Isan Rego. That was actually their game. It's just they were too pressured on towards the Rayquaza fight, and actually Talon had the room to steal it away for them. But here we go, Grand Finals on its way, ladies and gentlemen. A rematch of history. Isan Omento up against Talon.
Yeah, Talon Esports going on to the orange side selection, Isan Amento with the purple side selection as a priority. And thus far, we're seeing Talon having huge respects onto the Sable Eye pocket pick here for Isan Amento, and Zera Aura alongside with a Blissey removed as well into the equation.
They don't want that trump card to happen or to appear at the side of Isan Amento. That's why they decided to ban it away. If you don't have enough cards in order to counter that kind of strategy from Amento, might as well take it away on their card, right? So that has been the response here for Talon, and you really have to commend them for respecting MXI in using that Sable Eye.
Yeah, but so far we're going to have a priority pick onto Hoopa, just removing it away from Kai, and that's the reason why Isan Amento, you know what, we're not gonna ban away the Hoopa because we're gonna pick it up. We know that Kai is one of the strongest Hoopa in Asia, so we cannot give this away. But thus far, you have Talon Esports with that huge adjustments going to pick up Psyduck and Mewtwo.
And here's the thing, right? Deciding to not ban that Psyduck is actually huge as well. Yes, you do have Hoopa, but there's going to be a Psyduck as well, who is actually a great counter for the likes of a Hoopa, and you set up those hyperspace hole, but once you get pulled down by that Psychic coming from a Psyduck, then definitely that hyperspace hole will be denied immediately.
Yeah, the draft is pretty much mind games here. You know what? We're gonna leave the Psyduck open, we're gonna leave the Hoopa open because we're doing a double bluff here. We know that you're gonna pick it up, and we know a counter for it. And thus far, Talon Esports is playing that mind games phenomenally. But thus far, we're speeding throughout the picks here. Umbreon and Gyarados for Isan Amento, Meowscarada, and the Buzzwole for Talon Esports.
Yeah, Buzzwole loving the picks so far, knowing that Buzzwole can pull off a huge impact It seems like it was functioning as a Mimikyu, but at the same time, it buys much more time compared to a play with me of a Mimikyu. So I do understand why Lance wants this Buzzwole. And are we gonna be seeing a defender phalanx? This is what we saw that Obuyan used during the PUACL finals.
I love this. The adjustments coming from Talon Esports, and this is why experience matters. This is why tournament does matter here. And this time around, Talon Esports is using and utilizing their knowledge over the past tournaments here today for the Philippines Qualifier. But thus far, Enomen is not something you can belittle as well, as they have quite a balanced draft there. You have Umbreon into the front lines, Garrett's to set up the plays, Inteleon and Leafeon for that damage, and Hoopa potentially that can go for those resets in this type of competition. So Enomen really looking strong here.
Yeah, both of the teams are looking strong, actually. It's not just a Mento, but at the same time, it's Talon as well. But I gotta love the draft as well from the Gyarados here at the side of Mento, knowing that this could actually dominate the mid stages of the game after evolving into a Gyarados, and with the proper execution of their Leafeon, which is actually sent, doing some ambushes earlier in order for that Gyarados to be up and online as early as possible. It will be a different game plan for them. You know, being able to dominate that top lane as much as possible is already a huge thing. But here's the thing, of course, Talon wouldn't want that happen, knowing Lance is such a formidable top laner as well for their team.
Yeah, 100%. Lance has been doing such a great job, despite, you know what, being alone into the top side of the map consistently, time and time again. He's able to defend that top side alone in the tier 1 goal zone and consistently helping his teammates to survive quite a bit in terms of that impact of just having that 4-man rotations time and time again for the rest of Talon. Once again, this is the grand finals. Game number 1, it's Enomen up against Talon Esports onto the orange side selection.
Yeah. Do apologize for that graphic error, but that is going to be Talon instead of East and Rigo. But you know, hopping into this first matchup of the day itself, so definitely a slow start here for Talon. Mento is somehow leading the charge, knowing that Lance is just alone all the way to top path, maximizing that XP, and look at that, Talon with a great steal on that wild Pokemon.
Yeah, Talon just trying to... I mean, this is what you want coming down into the early game as much as possible. You want to deny a lot of these wild Pokemon the AO's energy points along with those XPs. Very important overall. And that is what Dylan is doing. And thus far, for what he has done in the upper bracket finals, Dylan is just a sneaky little player there.
Yeah. You gotta love what he's trying to do so far, but right now, 8:50 has commenced already, so they're waiting for the 8-minute mark of this game. Both teams are playing it very safely. They want to make sure, you know, get those XPs up and going, and at the same time, fight for the most important wild Pokemons. You know, just fight if there's an opportunity, if there's a sure KO that will boil down into your team, because you don't want those risks to boil down as well, because if you took the risk and you lost it, then definitely it would leave a huge impact on your team.
Yeah, it's pretty much an equation, right? 1 + 1 = 2. That's pretty much what's going on here. If you're losing an objective, if you're losing those wild Pokemons, you're losing something else as well. But Dylan, overextension, that will be a punish for Enomen.
Yeah, big punishment indeed. But here comes Lance with their rotation. This is what they wanted to happen.
Yeah, a comeback for the side of Talon Esports. You know what? An overextension for an overextension. A 1-for-1 KO. Gyarados a bit too far there, but we'll be able to come back and retreat to safety.
Retreat to safety. Rotations coming up once again from Talon. But look at how deep Scent is already all the way into the top lane. He wants to make sure that he gets the wild Pokemons of Talon in order to get that XP department up and rolling.
Yeah, the wild Pokemons into the bottom pad contested. Talon Esports will be able to get a huge chunk of that. Gyarados V jumping back and forth here, gets pincer. That pinned out, it's Talon Esports who will get that KO.
Nice KO indeed for their team, but rotations are coming up in second for Mento, trying to apply a lot of pressure up against Talon. They want to make sure that they're going to be the ones to push them back. But Registeel halfway HP. Talon looking for potential steal.
Contested by Talon Esports. Registeel will be taken away by Talon Esports' side. First objective comes through. Currently a 3-4-2 trade for now, but Talon Esports is looking for more. Mia a bit overextended, and it will be Talon Esports who punishes.
Oh, Azure Spy Vision actually giving a lot of critical damage as well together with the Vision.
Yeah, Azure Spy Vision, but he's so low already. Dylan going in for the chase though, but that will be an unfortunate time as you have the Inteleon who will be able to get that berry for extra sustain. Now you have Saida, very low already. Rubix will be able to get those fruits in for those extra sustains. Umbreon into the front lines, gets a bit of those dunks. 3 points remaining for the tier 1 goal zone into the bottom pack.
Regieleki looking great as well at the side of Omento, but Lance tries to challenge it, but will fail immediately up until this point. So Regieleki will march down to top path, and those scores will definitely land at the hands of Omento.
A tad bit too late, and Isan Omento with that Regieleki will be successful into putting down the tier 1 goal zone on top pad. The hyperspace hole as well, going through into the bottom pad as well for that extra support. 25 points coming for the side of Talon Esports, and you have so much power coming right through as they stack up those damage. 4 KOs immediately with a hyperspace hole for Isan Omento. It became such a big disadvantage.
And that Dust Devil formation from the Phalanx actually made a huge impact at the side of Talon, making sure that they're going to deploy some damages at the side of Omento.
Lance overextended will be the target. You have the Buzzwole who's trying to still go for hand-to-hand combat, but Inteleon will be able to snipe shot his way down to a KO. And once more add to that injury as they get 2 KOs out of that.
Lewis is so strong at aiming those snipe shots. 2 KOs for their team, but it's not over.
As Talon Esports finds their way to return and get more objectives as well for themselves. Now you have Mewtwo Y with that Unite move, getting that KO on Inteleon. No escape possibility. Now you have Ryu going for the defense. Tier 1 goes on top hat, but he's getting pincered away up against 4 players from Talon Esports. And with that said and done, they will get a point of their own for Talon Esports as they secure the Tier 1 goes on top side.
And great decision by Miva to give that goal zone away for free, knowing that the side lanes in DD will spawn already. So that has been their main shift of attention. Get those wild Pokemons on the side lanes and catch up in XP department. But right now, Regirock has spawned on bottom path, and that has been prioritized by Isan Omento. But Talon is ready to contest things down.
Yeah, the good zone coming in from Rubix alongside with a Mewtwo Y as the rest of the crew going for Regirock as an objective as they take it down uncontested. Talon Esports will go away with 2 Regis thus far, but looking at it, Regieleki will be the next target.
Next target, they want to apply more pressure here. Talon knows that they are in the lead in terms of objectives, so they want to make sure they are applying more pressure up against Omento. But Miva is actually here for the initial engage, but he's pinched down.
Unite move is ready, going for it, but will be denied, getting pushed back. There you go, going underground, trying to find an opportunity as the Unite move comes up. But you have Lance into the front lines, but it will be Isan Omento who steals away to Regieleki for themselves.
Nice steal coming in from their team. Rings and Bounds is actually available as well. But, you know, it's a matter of trade in terms of goal zones.
Tier 2 for a Tier 2 for both sides. You have Talon Esports who took that opportunity to bring down the T2 goal zone on the top path. Thus far, very close between these two teams with a difference only of 7 points in advantage for Talon Esports. And thus far, this is the closest that we have seen a game yet.
Talon's decision is so on point. You want to make sure that you take down that Regieleki in a delayed manner in order for it not to spawn immediately on top path. And right now, 30 seconds is all that's left on the clock. Not going to be enough for that Regieleki to be up and online once again. And they want to make sure that they get their positions as well on the central area before the fight breaks through all the way into the central area. Because for sure, this will be a tag battle. This will just be, you know, playing tag. This will not be a flip. No one will be forcing that team fight because no one knows who's on the lead.
And Rayquaza will come up in 2 seconds. Both teams are now finding their footing. to get their respective positions in order already. This will be crucial for them to get an advantage down the road. Now, Talon Esports, yes, they have a bit of an advantage, but it's very close. So that notification is not something of a huge benefit for them as well. They know that these two teams are quite closely intact, toe-to-toe battle as well. Rubik's, they went for the face check onto the grass. We'll be having a sight onto the Gyarados as well. You have Lance with that isolation target. It will be a signal for them to go for the all-in as a KO comes through potentially as Umbreon will fall down, get the KO. Talon now will get the number advantage. But so far, Eenomen still buying time before Umbreon comes back up so they can fight the 5v5.
They need to KO that Hoopo as the rings and bound. That must be the prioritization. Dragon's Current will be deployed.
Unite move onto Mewtwo Y. That will be a huge KO for the side of Eenomen as 2 is down already for the likes of Talon Esports.
Oh, wow!
So they need to buy time instead. But you have Dila trying to answer back, but it's only Hoopa. It's only Inteleon alongside with the Leafeon that they bring down. This will be an even level playing field this time around just because Lance was able to get a 2 KO streak, and Dylan is now going in for the chase up against Rio. As Umbreon goes down, it's Gyarados who's trying to run away. This will just be a buy of time. 35 seconds remaining, but Eenomen has the advantage. It will be Talon Esports who has to do something, that has to do a miracle play at this stage. Rayquaza will be very important. You cannot lose time here, Talon Esports.
20
Half
seconds.
HP remaining for the Rayquaza.
Burst!
Oh,
wow!
Eenomen who steals it away from Talon's palm, and it will be Eenomen who will secure game number 1 for themselves.
Huge steal for Omento to prevent the comeback because they know that Talon still has enough time in order to flip things around. But I love the idea they were able to make a back cap. A back cap is what they needed. They bought a lot of time during that fight all the way into the central area. Yes, it was a good fight for Talon, but they weren't watching who's actually ready for the back cap at the hands of Omento.
Yeah, and that is why we mentioned a while ago when Rayquaza showed up that it was pivotal for a lot of these teams to have a good positioning, and that includes having an easy access onto your tier 2 goal zones with the expectations that there are no more tier 1 goal zones in the game. And that is what Talon let loose as they focused more on that 5v5 fight, and Eenomen just focused on getting a bit more dunks, getting a bit more points, because as we have mentioned, difference when Rayquaza was up was only 7 points.
Man, that's huge. You know, it was a great execution for Talon as well to bring all of their Unite moves all the way from Rayquaza. A chance for them to flip things around, but the timing is so perfectly in sync for Omento. Making sure that they get the last seed immediately was actually a big upset up against Talon. Talon, they had a great draft, they had a great execution. Phalanx was working for Dylan, but it's not like, you know, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. It was just a flip that actually made everything a downfall for their team, and that's gonna affect a lot into the next upcoming games.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, momentum as well is very important. And Eenomen winning that game number 1 across the grand finals is such a huge encouragement for them that could lead them to quite a bit more confidence in game 2. And yes, arguably, it's a bit of a double-edged sword as well, that, you know what, confidence or overconfidence could lead to some mistakes. But this is the grand finals we're talking about. This is 2 of the best teams that remain here in the grand finals.
This is just way too, you know, way too overwhelming. Talon, not just by Rigo, but as well as from Eenomen. Despite being a single game only, it's a huge statement that all the teams across the Philippine region has a chance to take down the crowned kings of the Philippine region. And Luis, Chuya, actually doing a lot of job doing that snipe shots on point in order to take down the most important KOs for their team in order to suppress the firepower of Talon.
Yeah, but thus far, I see no mistake, or well, rather, at least the initial battle between these two teams. I think thus far, it was really just that final moment onto the Rayquaza wherein Talon just let loose and hyper-focused into those team fights wherein, as we saw, it was Isen Omento just sneaking themselves way into the top side of the map and just dunking a couple of more points that led them into, what, a 40-point advantage.
Yeah.
So they need not actually get the Rayquaza and they could still win it.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate for Talon, you know what I'm saying? But Amento getting the last hit, getting the first laugh of this series. And for sure, they want to take game number 2 to have that early reset. But on the other hand, Talon doesn't want to go back to the way they wanted it to. Doesn't want to go back to their experience during the last Winter Tournament Open held last February. Because they did had a hard time as well up against Team K, wherein they were forced to play the bracket reset. And it might happen again today.
Yeah, it can definitely happen because the thing is, like we've discussed this in the upper bracket finals, once you're able to win it, you're going to have that advantage, right? And so far, Isen Omento, once this comes across into a really, really good footing for them and getting the momentum, getting a couple of wins here, this could potentially be a grand finals reset wherein Isen Omento could equalize the series in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. And this is going to be one of the prioritization that we'll get to see into this tournament. But by the way, I would like to remind everyone as well that this tournament is actually under the regulation on supervision of the Games and Amusement Board here, known as GAB as well. So we would like to inform everyone that this is under their supervision. So make sure to keep that one in mind. But going back into our series, game number 2. Isen Omento, this is actually one step to take the reset and bring it back into the traditional best of 3 series.
Yeah, and Talon, they really need to act up here and be consistent all throughout that matchup here in the grand finals.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they were really putting up a show all throughout that matchup. These two are so close. But yeah, it's all about that final 2 minutes wherein it will boil down into. You could have so much advantage. You could have 500-point advantage, but if the opponent gets the Rayquaza, it is going to be a tie changer wherein there is still an opportunity to win.
Yeah, and let's see who will actually be the stronger team in game number 2. We are on our way on it, and look at that. Isen Omento staying at the purple side. Talon and decided to just go for the second pick. They don't want that prioritization of a Pokemon. They prioritize more on what's about to be their duo at this point.
Yeah, since Talon fell down into game number 1, they opted to retain their orange side selection. And thus far, we're seeing quite a similar series of bans here from game number 1, wherein you have the Zero Aura Blissey removed for the side of Isen Omento. And for the likes of Talon, it will be Sableye alongside potentially the Talonflame.
Yeah, and Talonflame is very much understandable, knowing that Talonflame has a lot of threat given. The Fly could actually go for a steal and at the same time get away from those fights. Brave Bird as well is a factor, especially when you do have a Hoopa on your team that could set up the trick. It's really hard to counter that one out.
For sure. Now, Hoopa will be the first locked in and will be the priority by Isen Omento as expected, as they do not want to give it to Kai. Thus far, Talon will be answering back with a similar pick that they did in game 1, Psyduck and Mewtwo.
If it's not broken, you don't have to fix it. I think that's the call for both of these teams. But Omento, I think they're trying to change things down, their composition. But I feel like their same composition might work again. And I feel like they're going to be eyeing on it. So that's 3 out of 5. So we'll see if it will be the same kind of draft. For Talon, I feel like Phalanx might change, but at the same time, it is still a possibility.
Yeah, there's just a lot of options here, but this time around, as you mentioned it, don't fix what's not broken. It does far. Their composition, it was not the problem in game number 1. It definitely worked out for them, and these two are quite comfortable with what they had in game number 1. So really, it's all about that execution, what you can do with your comp, and what your winning condition is going to be. And thus far, Isen Omento is going to run it back.
Yeah, same draft for Isen Omento and almost the same draft for Talon. Potentially, it will be if they lock this one in, and it will be a same draft. And just like what I've said, don't fix what's not broken, and definitely nothing is broken for both sides, so definitely they want to make sure that they will use the same composition. But here's the thing, it's going to be the execution, it's going to be the teamwork that's about to boil down into this game. Better teamwork, better communication, and better execution definitely will take the game for this one.
Yeah, something to look forward to is the last 2 minutes. I think that definitely is the bit of the game changer overall into these matchups, into this team fights that can potentially really just turn the tides into a favor of one team or the other. Now, the thing about the positioning here is that these two teams have to really keep an eye on to their own goal zone, keep track of the point system of their opponents as well, and really dictate the next steps moving forward with those conditions in mind.
Yeah, they have to take every single condition here, not just that. So definitely Talon needs a step forward in this matchup. They need to be much more advanced in their decision making, knowing that Omento can actually read them already. That's why they won game number 1. It was a flip, actually. It was a 50-50, but still, it was Omento who had a great execution, knowing that they had a potential to take the game up against Talon. So this one, it's going to be 50-50 once again, but the pressure lies down to Talon. Will they be able to go at the cornerstone and be forced to do the reset? Or Omento, that one game was just a fluke for their team? This is what we are trying to figure out at this point.
It boils down into what these teams are going to do in game number 2 into the matchup that we have on our hands at the moment. But thus far, once again, here in this early matchup, it's all about building onto level 4, especially for the side of East and Omento. They want those evolutions to be able to reach the Leafeon and the Umbreon as well to gain that early game advantage. As we all know, these EVs are a huge powerhouse into the early stages, and that is what East and Omento want.
Yeah, that is what they want. They were eyeing on, but a little bit quiet rotation here, just like in game number 1. Same rotations being applied here, really different from the usual ones, right? We're seeing 3-man all the way up bottom path so early, not yet even 850, but Sync 1 is actually rotating back all the way to top path. They want to make sure that Lance levels up as quick as he can.
There's a bit different. You have the central area Pokemon coming from East and Omento, coming into the bottom path instead of that top path, but the thing is they have Koopa as well to go and contest. You have Lance in a bit of a deficit here, getting pinned down. It will be East and Omento who brings them down, and that will be the first KO of the game.
First KO. Let's see what might happen next. This is full pressure for East and Omento. They want to take down Talon up until this point.
Hyperspace hold for that reset. Moves back to the base, goes back into the fight. Top path will be the target here as you have Gyarados onto the forefront, and East and Omento once again will get one more KO.
One more KO. Applying more pressure is what they need. Talon is in a big deficit at the first 2 minutes of this game, but not too late in order for them to catch up. But East and Omento keeps on pushing forward.
Yeah, 27 points before the tier 1 goal zone is down. East and Omento putting a lot of pressure into the bottom pad here. Talon has to go in for a bit of a dose defense, because as you get, there is no points for Talon Esports this side.
Yeah, no points, scoreless. They have ample AO's energies. They must go for the KOs, and they're advancing even further all the way to top path. Lance doing a great job.
Nice knockout coming in from Lance as well. And that will be an answer back with Leafeon and Inteleon dealing a huge chunk of damage as Lance is brought back once again into the Pokemon Center. But objectives are coming up pretty soon. There's 15 seconds remaining, and it will be once again a contest from both sides on what objectives they're going to take. A couple of more points in for East and Omento.
Talon eyeing on bottom path as far as I know, because look at their rotation. They're all marching all the way down. But for East and Omento, they want to make sure that they get both because they have that Hoopa. But right now, a KO would land on their favor. Regieleki marching already down. But This is huge. This is huge for Eenomen. They're marching all the way to the bottom path already.
Because the thing is, Tier 1 Gold Zone is already out into the top path, so it's not needed for Eenomen to pressure in and take that risk. Talon now going for the contest onto Registeel as of yet, as this will be Eenomen who takes down the Registeel for themselves. 2 out of 2 objectives that they have secured, and Talon Esports now getting pincered across onto the bottom path objective, and once again, with such a dominating fashion, Eenomen gets those dunks in, and another Tier 1 Gold Zone goes down.
Lewis is so strong with this Inteleon, making sure that the snipe shots will land. But here comes Talon once again.
Up for a fight. Talon Esports turning things around. Umbreon uses the Unite move to push their opponents back. And Eenomen still holding on, but Hyperspace Hole going in with a reset comes back through. Tier 2 Gold Zone will be the point of contention, and Mewtwo can't do nothing.
Can't do nothing indeed. Talon wants to push them back, but the opportunity is not being given by Omento. They want more pressure. They don't want anyone to be up until this point. Nice teleport, Phantom Force, but not going to be enough for MXI to live that fight.
So close yet so far. Talon Esports now facing a huge amount of deficit. Now you have Lance going for that isolation onto Gyarados, but too quick, it's too mobile. Unite move coming down into the back, and it will be Mewtwo who falls down. Still going for that chase with a response from his teammates. It will be Inteleon who deals a huge chunk of damage. Lance will answer back though with a KO of their own.
Chuya!
For now.
Chuya so strong with those critical hits with the Azure Spy Vision, giving some vision as well. And at the same time, those snipe shots are just landing everywhere at the hands of Talon, and makes it difficult for Talon to find their position in order to counter the engage that Eenomen has been doing over and over again.
A steal coming from the Unite move of Talon Esports. A fantastic utilization coming in from the likes of Kai in that objective takedown, and Eenomen pretty much thank you for the leash.
Yeah, take it for the leash, take it for the free objective, but the Mento takes the Regirock, additional defense for their team. But on the other hand, Talon is looking for more space, looking for more opportunities to score more points, and at the same time catch up in the level department up against Eenomen, because they haven't been getting that much objectives for themselves. It's just their wild Pokemon that they make use of as a source of experience.
Yeah, Talon Esports playing a bit defensive, playing a bit passive. They're not going very aggressive at this stage, and I do understand what they're doing. Because the thing is, like, Eenomen currently, they have a level advantage across the board. Leafeon, Inteleon, Gyarados, already at level 12 here. So Talon is in a bit of a pickle. They have to adjust. They need those XPs in wild Pokemon to be able to match the level and experience of Eenomen.
A little bit too quiet right now for Omento. They don't have wild Pokemons, but they're not overextending. They're not forcing the fight, knowing that 3 minutes and 30 seconds is so critical that if you lost a team fight, your opponent could actually bounce back at the level department. And not just that, they can get their Unite moves as well, and at the same time, get those positional advantage.
Four-man rotation coming from Talon Esports with a huge chunk of damage here onto Meowscarada, pushes them back. Hyperspace Hole pulling everyone down into the bottom path for that quick defense, and Talon will be pushed back.
That's not good for Dylan. You need that Unite move to be back and online. 1 minute is all he has to get that Unite move once again. Dust Devil formation didn't work the way they wanted it to, so definitely they have to reassess the situation. What is the weak point of Eenomen in order for Talon to do a team wipe?
Regieleki, target of Talon Esports. They want to put pressure onto the Tier 2 Gold Zone into the top pad. And the thing is, they do not want to contest that Reggie bottom, as it is actually quite risky to battle up against Eenomen with 30 seconds remaining before Rayquaza comes up. That's all that they could do. Those pressure that comes into the top pad to be able to at least put a bit of that pinpoint up against Eenomen.
Dylan still hasn't have his Unite move. Oh, there we go. It's up and online, so it's looking good for Talon. Let's see what would be their decision. Rotations might come up here for Omento, but there are too many formations that Talon has to offer.
Good defense coming from Eenomen. Not picking and not biting at the base of Talon.
Rubix
Now you have Rayquaza.
Rubix is just trying to check the tall grasses, looking for the information that their team needs. They have Infinite Cybern to check everyone down, but that Inteleon is too dangerous. They don't have someone who can take it down aside from Sync 1. It's just the Meowscarada who can do it, but here comes the entry coming in from Dylan.
Not for long though. They're not going for the all-in commitment. Thus far, it will be Talon Esports is on a timer. It's Eenomen that just have to play goalkeeper onto Rayquaza, not letting Talon Esports touch it. With a huge advantage up against them. You have Phalanx starting it up. Dylan goes in for that face check onto that tall grass. Thus far, nothing going on as of yet.
1 minute is all that's left. Talon needs to step up. They need to bait Omento by taking Rayquaza. But what is the follow-up for their team? They are too scared to engage. Sync 1 is just roaming around in circles.
Now they're starting the Rayquaza, half HP already. The all-in is a signal to go for Talon Esports. Rayquaza will be the target.
Oh, they got it!
Will secure the objective. They
Chuya.
will secure
Flower
the
trick.
Rayquaza buff as they run across those goal zones. But Eenomen wanted to go for their own points as well to try to even out the level playing field. But thus far, Talon Esports is running towards the base, running towards the opposition. That will be 561 points for Talon Esports' side. They still have that advantage, and they might just turn things around as you now have the possibility of just playing defense here, and Talon Esports will still succeed.
Miva needs tons of points, but there's not enough time for them to score back up against Talon. And Talon returns the favor up against Omento. 1-1. We have a deciders match for Talon.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming in from Talon Esports, turning things around with that Rayquaza fight. And this is what we mentioned in the last 2 minutes. It was Talon who was on a timer. They are at a massive disadvantage. It's Eenomen who had a 150 plus point lead at that stage of the game. But when the notification came up, they know that Eenomen had that huge lead up against them. That is when Talon Esports started to come through and go to the objective and committed.
Yeah, and that's actually really long. 1 minute is what they waited. Like, the first minute of the final stretch, Talon was trying to think, what can we do in this kind of situation? How can we bait out Eenomen up until this point? Because it is so stacked, you don't know their formation, and you don't want to invest that Unite move from Kai just to check where everyone else.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Talon Esports, they have so much utility into their composition. You have Rubix with those waves just pushing opponents back from the Rayquaza pit. You also have Lance with a lot of that utilization of isolation skill movesets for this type of composition. So overall, it was really, really fantastic playstyle from Talon Esports to come back from a huge point disadvantage.
Yeah. That's just a strong finish for Talon. They were able to do their assignment. That has to be their call during game number 1, but weren't able to finish things around. So they did it towards game number 2. Phenomenal finish. Great thinking on how to counter Omento out of that situation. First minute, just like what I've said a while ago, they were just thinking how to get that positional advantage, and they made actually a statement. Dylan was the initial entry of their team, you know, doing those mega horns in order for you to get that spacing, check the tall grasses where the enemies are located at. And when they have that kind of information, it's just everyone follows through. You have that Unite move from the Meowscarada, which is the Fleur Flourish. They have Lance as well with the Smackdown superpower with the Ultra Swollen Swarm, and they just have tons of utilities to just shock Eenomen, because knowing the composition here for Talon, it is full of surprises and engaged firepower.
Yeah, 100%, right? You have so much utilities, you have so much damage as well. For Eenomen, Leafeon, and Inteleon, you have that huge powerhouses in terms of damage category, and then you have Gyarados, and then you also have Umbreon to set those plays up. But really onto that final battle and that final matchup onto the Rayquaza pit, Meowscarada just took that opportunity to secure the objective for Talon's side, and that enabled Talon Esports to take a win in Game 2.
Yeah, that's actually a huge win for Talon.
one win is what they need. That's only what they need in order for them to be once again the representatives of the Philippines region for the upcoming Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But of course, Eenomen wants to fight back, wants that reset to happen in order to prove that they can be the representatives as well of our region. So stay tuned on what's about to unfold. But game number 3, Infinity, I'm really excited on what's about to happen. But do you think that Eenomen could they change their lineup, or will they stick into their original game plan just like game 1 and 2?
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's not the composition that's broken.
Yeah.
Right? It definitely works. The winning condition is there. You have Inteleon, Leafeon, damage dealers, the frontliners to set up the play would be Gyarados and Umbreon, and then Hoopa for those resets. So in terms of that prolonged matchup, in terms of the early game, you also have Hoopa that has that strength of really giving you that massive advantage as well with the Rings and Bound, a loss of the hyperspace hole. So these opportunities and these composition overall works 100%.
Yeah.
But it really boils down to Eenomen, what they want to bring out in game number 3. Do they want to stick with their comp and do the same thing, do exactly the same thing? Because the thing is, all throughout that game, it was Eenomen once again who had that advantage. They got over 150 points advantage and lead up against Talon Esports. But from what we have discussed after game number 1, it boils down into Rayquaza, who gets it, who was able to capitalize onto the Rayquaza buff, and gets the lead back.
Execution is what the teams need. That is the name of the game. But for game number 3, for sure, there has been a shaken decision for Eenomen. Are they going to change their draft, or are they sticking with it? And for sure, they can actually just stick with it. It works. It works. And they won game number 1. So it's just timing, execution, and being careful on what's about to happen, because they can control the rhythm of the game. Eenomen, that's for sure.
Yeah, although if it's something that Eenomen could replicate once again in game 1, in game 2, we're just going to expect it, right? It's an expectation coming from Eenomen, and it definitely works coming from game 1 and game 2. But if there's an opportunity for them to change things up, it will be this game, because it will be their final matchup to at least turn things around and bring this to a reset for the grand finals, considering this will be a match point for both sides.
Yeah, match point indeed. Talon, match point for Worlds, and Eenomen, match point for a reset. So far, teams are eyeing on the same composition so far. Talon with Psyduck, and of course the Mewtwo Y, their signature pick. But here comes a Mento as well, trying to reassess what can we change, what could put up more pressure up against Talon, and they do get the Meowscarada taken away immediately in Talon.
Yeah, and as we have discussed, right, if there's any opportunity for those things to change, it will be this time, as we're currently sitting at match point. But Talon Esports quick on their feet, thinking on their feet as well, going in for that adjustment with a Clefable alongside with that Psyduck with a double supporter type of composition, and that Absol a potential pickup as well to really stand a chance in the early game and not give any breathing room for Eenomen.
This is actually huge. Absol, who's going to be dealing a lot of damage. This is actually one of the things that you would want to have, knowing that your opponents are a little bit squishy. And this Absol could actually set up the pace, take down Chuya, and send as fast as they can. And, well, if Chuya is not in the battle, there's no powerful backline at the hands of Eenomen, which will make them collapse in team fights.
Yeah, and looking at this, Talon Esports going in for a bit of a composition that's a bit varied from what we were accustomed to over the past few tournaments and even in the past few series. We're going to have a Psyduck alongside the Clefable, and then you have Mewtwo Y, Absol, and a Phalanx. There's no more Buzzwole in the hands of Lance this time around.
Yeah, I think they lack more firepower in the department of crowd control here at the hands of Talon. But firepower, raw damage, definitely Talon is still on the playbook. So definitely it will boil down at the hands of crowd control. Is Phalanx, is Sync 1 enough to do that kind of damage, that kind of controlling the fights? Or is this what will be the lacking key part for Talon?
Yeah, it's a question that the thing is can be answered after the conclusion of game number 3 with
Yeah.
the adjustments rather work for the side of Eenomen or the side of Talon Esports. But I love how adaptive Talon Esports can be as well. You know what? Masquerada is being taken away from the opposition. Will adjust. We have the Absol readily waiting for us as well in terms of the composition. We're going to fit in a Clefable as well to have that sync, to have that combo, and to have that composition locked in for us here for Game 3.
Let's see if all the teams, both of the teams are locked in their match point, a reset or a World Championship representative. That is the story of game number 3 of this Grand Finals series. Eenomen eyeing on the reset, Talon eyeing the Anaheim ticket to the World Championships in August. Starting things off, Talon lands confident in bringing out some damage.
Yeah, thus far, I think both these teams really want to represent the region overall in World Championship, and that will be the stakes on the line for this game and for the series. Grand Finals, game number 3 here, match point for both sides. So it's all about getting that level 4 for both the EVs for Eenomen, or well, rather the EV, single EV for Eenomen for that Umbreon to be able to really deal quite a bit up against their opponents. And thus far, we have to look at the likes of Absol do something in the side of Talon Esports, especially in the early game. That is where Absol will shine.
Let's see if this Absol will shine. Can Lance shine through this game for their team? Look at the engage from Talon coming right up. Very aggressive, 1 KO for their team.
Nice layer there as Valance initiates that battle, and then Absol follows through as well. That damage would be quite incredible in the early game, as we have discussed it. Absol's power really shines the most in the early game. So it's all about stacking that point advantage. It's all about stacking that power in that early stages, early couple of minutes here for the side of Talon.
Yeah, really have to respect that Absol as well, but rotation might come up once again here for Eenomen, but not going to be agile enough for them to go for the team fight and the KO that they have been eyeing on. So rotation will be back at bottom path. Definitely looking for a KO as well, knowing that Gyarados is up and online. They can pressure Talon at this point.
Yes, Rubik's solo defense though. Into the bottom path, Tier 1 goes on. You have Gyarados putting up a huge amount of pressure. Phalanx putting down a fight as well with that huge support into the bottom path, alongside the 2 of the teammates as well. For the likes of Talon, a 4-man rotation will be able to get that KO onto Gyarados.
Oh, not looking good here. Rotations coming up once again for Eenomen all the way to the top path. They want to make sure to apply pressure on who's the lacking firepower on terms of lane, but Talon scoring tons of gold in bottom path.
Yeah, 18 points remaining before the Tier 1 goes down. But the thing is, Eenomen answers back as well on the opposite side of the map. 73 points, a lot of points actually coming through for Eenomen. So it's all about finding trades in values time and time again. That will be such a huge and significant part of this matchup here for Game 3.
Yeah, they want to make sure that every movement will be converted into something, so definitely have to be very careful. But right now, Talon is the one leading the charge here, all the way to Regirock. A chance for them to get the additional defense, but look at the contest coming from Omento.
Yeah, Regirock, an objective secured by Talon Esports, the very first one at the very least, but a trade back for Eenomen as well, with Regieleki being secured onto the top side. So a handshake for both sides for now here in the first couple of minutes.
Handshake is the best option for them to go through, knowing that it is very difficult for you to set up the pace here, especially at a critical moment we're in. You just have to go all in and make sure that you are very disciplined, because there are no second chances here for Omento. But for Talon, they don't want that reset to happen. That's why every actions are being think critically up until this point. But Talon, on the other hand, they want to apply pressure here in top path.
Phalanx on the forefront, trying to find something. You have Gyarados as well, trying to answer back. Unite move is ready if they want to go and commit for an all.
They're gonna commit.
And now you have the commitment coming through the side of Talon with the Unite move being casted away by Gyarados. But 3 already down for Eenomen, and Talon Esports thus far pushing them back away. A lot of damage coming through, and you have Umbreon trying to buy time, pushing and really knocking them back as you have Eenomen just trying to make a huge response into the top path, but the thing is, Talon Esports' dominance here in the early game would suffice. That damage from Absol is phenomenal and spectacular. And Talon Esports will get that tier 1 goal zone down, and Talon gains the advantage.
I love the coordination from Talon, doing the math things all the way in top path, making sure that they get the upper hand by stepping on those goal zones and as much as possible score at a much more faster pace. But right now, 2 Regis will spawn on both sides of the map, and for sure, Talon wants to get them done. For sure, they want both of them. But right now, it's Eenomen controlling the Regieleki 4-man up there, and there's a vision as well at bottom path for them.
Regieleki being started by Eenomen. You have Absol waiting on the sidelines as well.
Flower
A
trick.
potential contest, but Eenomen takes down and secures the Regieleki for themselves, as it will be Eenomen who takes that objective. And Talon Esports will lose a Clefable in the process.
Lose Clefable indeed has to go back into the Pokemon Center, but nice sidekick coming in from Rubix in order to delay the rotation and the aggression of Eenomen. And right now, Lance has to defend things down on the Regieleki that's marching on top path.
Yeah, Talon going for the defense.
Recent bounds.
To have Miva coming through in a bit of a dangerous position, has to force out the Unite move defensively. Now looking at the backside, it's Mewtwo Y who will be able to get that KO onto Inteleon, and Meowscarada will follow through in quick succession as well. Absol, what raw power is he showing here from Talon in esports? It will be 3 KOs overall, and Talon once again successfully defends their tier 2.
It's actually not just Lance doing the job. Kai doing phenomenal as well with the follow me in order for those damage to come into him, and you know, not letting his members be damaged at the side of Eenomen. So that kind of attention that Kai actually pulls off on their team is just phenomenal in order for them to get more prioritization, in order for his teammates to get more space, do their damages, do their executions.
For sure, it's just a lot of that sustain, a lot of defensive capability comes from Talon, with that extra utility as well. But Regice will be secured by Talon Esports' side. That will give them that extra strength in terms of those team fights. Not something that Eenomen wants to come through and force a 5v5 at this stage, with Talon having that buff.
For 13 seconds rather. Regieleki on top. They want to make sure that they get the most of the objectives and apply more pressure into Eenomen, because that Regieleki will be huge if they manage to land it all the way on top path, because that could be a double or a ×2 points later on that they can use in final stretch.
Look at the rotations coming from Eenomen, patting themselves onto the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom pad as well. This will be a bit dangerous for the side of Talon Esports, as they have to defend. But looking at it as well, Eenomen left no one to defend on top side of the map, so they are forced to really face that Regieleki dunking onto the tier 2 goal zone and repositioning themselves more towards that central area.
That's just 20 points, so that's why Eenomen doesn't really mind, and they have calculated that that's not gonna reach all the way into final stretch, because they know already the position of Talon. But right now, Talon is controlling the formation so far, the positions in Rayquaza.
Good positioning coming from Talon Esports. Is Eenomen, who is on a timer. They will be forced to fight this. Hoopa goes down initially. A 4v5 situation in favor for Talon Esports is on the sidelines. But thus far, Eenomen just has to buy time before Hoopa comes back up. So they can go in for that 5v5 situation. However, Rayquaza down low already in a 5 HP.
Wow!
And Talon Esports secures Rayquaza for themselves, and that will secure their advantage in Game 3. And thus far, Eenomen only has Koopa left to defend, and I don't think it will be sufficient.
Talon dunking that 120 points all the way to bottom path, and there is just no sign of Eenomen, as Talon will be our back-to-back champions for World Championships Philippines Qualifier.
Amazing coordination coming in from Talon Esports' side. They had that advantage initially, but they're really just able to pincer and pick up one by one their opponents. With that, they get the objective, they get the Rayquaza, and let nothing loose for themselves. Game number 3, grand finals in their favor, and that will be the Philippine Qualifier champions here for World Championship Series 2025.
Talon once again booking their tickets to World Championships and be the representative of Philippine region. This is just so huge. This team has been proving a lot. They did a great run last World Championships wherein they were hailed as top 8, and they want to do a comeback out there and be stronger as well. But Enomen did not disappoint every fans as well. They pulled off a great game up against Talon despite being reverse swept. But for sure, this team has a huge potential to grow stronger in the upcoming seasons.
Yeah, Eason right now showing a huge amount of promise from Enomen, from Rigo. There's just a lot of that power coming through from the Eason name, and thus far, as you have mentioned, this is potentially the next team that will have that face of a contesting Talon Esports in the succeeding years. But here, once again, game number 3 replay, a fantastic way to highlight what Talon was able to do, thinking on their feet, adapting towards that composition, and still being able to win it through and through.
That is just a great game. Talon, I feel like Clefable, Kai, to be specific, is a game changer in game number 3. Like, it made it easier for them to control the rhythm of the game because of that follow me being used by Kai. Just imagine every single attention will be flipped into you instead of into your teammates. That will give a lot of room for your teammates to reposition themselves, do their attacks even better, focus their attention on the other goals of the team. It's just too phenomenal. And making that phalanx work on their team is just too phenomenal. You don't expect phalanx to appear on a draft. It's just Talon who did it for this day.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just looking into other tournaments as well, right? We keep on talking about other tournaments that they were able to do. These past experience are a huge cornerstone for this team to be able to really mix things up, to adjust into those situations, and those experience really builds up such a strong team in coordination, in knowledge, and also mechanical skills overall individually for Talon Esports.
Yeah, and all the slots one by one are being filled up in order to determine who are the 32 teams who's going to be proceeding all the way into the World Championships in Anaheim. So that is a +1 team, Talon PH being our champions for our regional qualifiers. And for the upcoming days as well, we get to determine who will be the representatives of the region. I do believe that we also have India qualifiers happening as of the moment, so really do hope that there are teams, there is going to be a team going to be determined on who's going to be the representative of the region as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of qualifiers as we have seen in the 32 teams.
Yeah.
It has a potential to actually be locked in for World Championship with 3 already done prior, with ACL, with I believe NA as well.
Yeah.
With other regions going in quick succession in preparation for the World Championship this August in Anaheim, USA.
Yeah, and I do believe that everyone is excited already, and that will take place on August. And of course, we do have a couple of months left in order for the Worlds to commence, because we do have other leagues up and going as well up until May. So make sure you guys tune in, because that will determine, or that will state, who is going to be the representatives of every single region available in APAC. And not just APAC as well, but of course for NA and EU as well.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of these regions, every single regions are participating into the World Championship to determine who actually would be the best among the rest. Once again, the champions for Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series Philippines Qualifier will be Talon.
Yeah, and I do believe that Talon will be joining us in just a bit, for a quick interview on how they're feeling as of the moment, like how are they feeling, what was their game plan, And I do believe that everyone is so happy at the side of Talon, knowing that they did a commendable run in the tournament once again.
Yeah, they were fantastic. They were absolutely spectacular and incredible all throughout the series thus far. There were a bit of hiccups along the road, but regardless, they're able to still succeed and become the champion for the Philippines Qualifier.
Yeah, I'm just excited. Talon will be here in just a minute. So, before that, we would like to remind everyone as well that this tournament is actually within the supervision of games and amusement boards. So, it's under their regulation. So, we'd like to remind everyone to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, it's a overall so far. It has been a journey here in the Philippines qualifiers. We've seen a lot of these teams coming down into, I believe, over 20 teams that were
30
able to
actually.
register. Yeah, over
30 plus,
over
30 plus. There we go.
Over 20
Oh, there we
teams.
go.
That is 30 plus, surely. But there we go. Hello, Talon Esports.
Hi, Bertie. How are you feeling for the tournament results so far?
And yes, it's really hard this year. And I really commend, especially Isen Omento, with adding Niva and Luis. Grabe, grabe, mas 100% harder sila this year. So that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of these promising teams as well jump into the Philippines qualifier, so definitely understandable. And you know what, before we proceed into the interview, first and foremost, congratulations for being the champions here for the Philippines qualifiers and having a ticket to World Championship later this August for World Championship as well, batting up against other teams. But speaking of which, having that ticket, having the secured slot into the World Championship down later this year, what will be your goals or your mindset moving forward?
Um, Actually, I think we're going to watch this, but we're going to have our Revenge of the Fallen to Luminosity Gaming. Because if you saw what happened, it's a little bit rough, but we are preparing for them. But of course, we will not be, looking down other teams also, especially from other regions, especially Alter Ego. Grabe din sila during the ACL. Most of them we already, compete with them. I'm pretty sure majority of the teams in the ACL will also be in the part of the WCS. So I think it will be like a rematch for everyone.
So I think it's more on competing with everyone else and proving that they could be a better team and they can show better results up until this point. But last question, Birdie, do you have like a kind of message to everyone, to your fans, or to those aspiring Pokemon Unite players that wants to jumpstart their journey at this point?
Yes, actually, we want to thank everyone who supported Talon. Of course, my boys, they are too shy kasi to do this interview. That's why ako na naman ang binato nila dito. Grabe, I congratulations to my boys. Their hard work really paid off. That loss in the ACL is now gonna, pump them up. My friends, also mga girlfriends ng mga boys ko, si The Bless, si Nicole, si Kyla. I'm sure gusto nila ipa-shoutout yon. And of course, to Sir Nate of Talon, thank you for not giving up on us. Kuya RJ, yan, si Dudo, those who supported us in Talon. And yeah, for those who want to, be good sa Pokemon Unite, actually, it's the journey ng Talon talaga is really, perseverance. Dapat hindi ka magsistay on your rock bottom, di ba? Because if you hit the rock bottom, there's only one way to go, and that's up. And that is the main strategy or main mindset of the Talon. That's why they keep on, thriving sa tournament, especially on this kind of international tournament. And yun lang po.
Ayun, incredible advice coming in from Birdie from Talon Esports. Once again, congratulations, Birdie and Talon Esports overall for being the champions of the Philippines qualifier and securing your slot in the World Championship later this August in Anaheim, USA. So good luck in your preparations, and see you in World Championship.
See you too. Bye. Thank you, Pikayuls.
Bye.
Kaori, naririnig mo ko. I'm so proud of you. Bye-bye. Thank you
Kaori
po.
is just being loved by, the Pokemon community a lot, especially in the Philippines.
Yeah.
So, we do understand that they are so proud as well for Kaori being able to step here as a caster.
For sure. Once again, thank you very much, Bertie from Talon Esports. But that was a fantastic interview from Bertie,
Yeah.
from Talon Esports. He showed a lot of these tips and advice for new players that is planning to jump into Pokemon Unite in the competitive scene, as well as if you hit rock bottom, all the ways up. That's pretty much it. Coming in from Birdie as well. So once again, really just wishing a huge and massive good luck for Talon Esports in the international stage.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to make everyone proud at the Philippine region. But of course, before we do end the day, let's do have a recap of what happened actually in the tournament timeline. So for our round number 1, it's Thunderclap Zenith up against Nymeria. And of course, Nymeria took them down in 2-1. Omega versus Eastern Rego. Eastern Rego did a phenomenal job winning 2-0. Eenomen up against Cheat Coders Crusaders. Cheat Coders Crusaders advancing in 2-0 fashion, and Codon Fibonacci taking it 2-1. Then after that, it's Eastern Rego winning against Nymeria, Talon winning up against Cheat Coders Crusaders, and Eastern Rego dropping all the way to the lower bracket after facing Talon.
Yeah, to summarize the bracket that we have for the Philippines qualifiers from over 30 teams,
Yeah.
down to the top 8 for today. And then you have Talon's journey across the top in the upper bracket from Code Unknown Fibonacci all the way to become the champions. And lower bracket, still tipping our hats off to Eenomen with a Cinderella story down into the lower bracket up until the grand finals.
Yeah, just imagine they were taken down round number 1 by Cheat Coders Crusaders, but it was actually a team who didn't even made a deep run into the tournament by falling down lower bracket second run. That was just a phenomenal run for Eenomen and shows that how strong and solid their team is. And of course, for our winners, once again, Talon winning a total of $15,000, Eenomen taking home 7,500 USD, Rego taking down 6,000 USD, and of course, the other team passed by is 3,000 USD. 5th place is 2,000 USD, and of course, for our 7th to 8th, we'll get 1,000 USD as well.
Yeah, and overall, 37,500 USD prize pool here in the Philippines qualifiers that these teams were able to fight for. And pretty much the stakes on the line across the board. But once again, Talon Esports shows their dominance here in the Philippines qualifiers and will represent the region once again in the international stage.
And of course, before we conclude our live stream, our tournament, at least for today, we do have upcoming surprises in Pokemon Unite, so make sure to watch this first. Trainers, don't forget that Alolan Raichu will join the fray as an attacker in the game. Don't miss the new beach-style Holoware as well.
Yeah, and on top of that, still have a lot of stuff coming in for Pokemon Unite. So stay tuned. We still have a lot more stuff being expected to come through in Pokemon Unite overall.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget the Battle Pass Season 31 that is going to begin at Thursday, which is April 17th. And of course, make sure to don't miss and get the Noble Style Leafeon, Sacred Style Eldegoss, and the Noble Style set of Leafeon and the Trainer Fashion as well. So there's a lot of things that you can get in Pokemon Unite, so make sure to tune in and get that going on.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. A lot of exciting stuff, and even a Pokemon. Pokemon licenses overall would be amazing to watch as well. How these Pokemon will turn into the type of composition that we can see and expect, especially with World Championship around the corner in August this year. So we'll see if Alolan Raichu can see the light of day.
Yeah, for sure. Very excited if Alolan Raichu will make an appearance on the World Championship Series in Anaheim. But of course, before we end the day, we would like to remind everyone once again that this tournament is under the regulation and the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board, also known as GAB.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Gab, and Games and Amusement Board overall. And of course, this tournament would not be possible without the Pokemon Unite community. So thank you very much to all the Pokemon Unite community out there and the Pokemon Unite fans, and especially the supporters coming in from Talon Esports, Eenomen, Rigo, and every single one of these teams that have participated here this year in the Philippines Qualifiers World Championship.
And that has been the World Championship qualifiers for Philippine region. Again, my name is Pikayuls, and joining me is Infinity, and together with Kaorizz, and we'll be signing off, and we'll see you next time.